51, Chapter 50. Author note, here, ya go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 11 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I was prepared for what is to come. Most of the last year I have been spent honing my body and mind while gathering a bigger army to prepare for the challenges ahead. Whether I like it or not, I was the so-called champion of light. The one who will journey beyond the wall and guarantee the safety of my family and humanity of the winter zombie apocalypse, that for reasons yet to be fully disclosed to me, a demon was helping them. With that in mind, I sigh as I enter the training area I had set for my men while we waited for the supplies and ships to travel to Lys and found Daenerys waiting for me. With a smile, I approach her. She was big, and while she thought and considered she was fat, I only saw her shining more and more every day. How are you three doing? Very funny, Daenerys giggled. Nothing, just waiting for you. I see, I smiled, taking a seat beside her. Soon we will be marching to Lys, and we'll stay there for a bit, at least until the birth. Medicine here was not exactly precise. She was pregnant, and our estimate was that she was around 6 to 7 months, so after conquering Lys, I would take a break, to ensure she had the babies on a controlled environment. The last thing I wanted was to have my babies be born in the middle of a siege. Daenerys shifted in her chair. She wanted to say something. I've been long enough with her to notice these little things. She wanted to talk and was gathering her thoughts. I want to help you more. Elaborate, I asked with my eyebrows raised. She helped me enough, didn't she? I want to talk some of the load you have, Daenerys sighed. You are always going to war, fighting, organizing your men, and all I do is stay and wait for you. I want to help you. We are supposed to be partners. Oh, she wanted more responsibilities. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that. If she saves me the problem of paperwork, I would love her even more. Sure, I do the fighting, you do the talking. That's a start, but now that we have dragons, in the future. Daenerys started, but I stopped her. I knew what she wanted to say. We have dragon, that one day will be writable, so that way I can help you in battle. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Why? Daenerys asked with a dry tone. An arrow can kill you, or you can fall off them. I know they love you, but that's a chance, and what would our kids do without you? I said, trying to ignite her motherly love to stop this nonsensical idea. And what if you die? Daenerys asked, with cold steel eyes. She was determined to convince me. This was the dragoness that the books showed. I can't. I said that already. I can't die. And then a fucking shadow was close to show me the error of that arrogant comment. You can't die? Yes, you said that already. Daenerys sighed, putting her small hand on my face. I love you, and I want to protect you. I want to protect our children, our family. I want to protect us. I didn't know what to tell her. No matter how convincing her arguments were, my mind was set. Let's talk about this once they get to flying size. Until then, I don't want to hear about it. For now, I wanted to avoid the subject. Daenerys sighed. I will protect you and our family, whether they want it or not. And for the first time since our marriage, we had come to an impasse. She was determined to do as she pleased with this. A queen takes what she wants, didn't you tell me? Daenerys eyed me, with a pseudo-angry smirk. I did, but you really underestimate my ability to stop you, my queen. I smirked back. Like you, nothing will stop me from protecting you and our family, so I suppose, we'll see. We will, Daenerys nodded, with a piercing glare that said, I won't drop this subject. I will protect you. Very well, I smiled, giving her the same look. Not if I protect you first. This would be a long month, while I waited for my ships. A month of discussions about this. Hooray for married life. Cersei Lannister POV. Ned Stark had escaped the dungeon, right beneath our noses. He had left and no one knew how. He didn't have allies nor visitors in King's Landing, and yet he escaped like he had the fucking key to the door. Varys had his best spies working on the case, but nothing. Lord Stark had disappeared like he was a fucking faceless man. Father was going to kill me once he got here. Without Ned Stark we had nothing to ensure the North staying loyal, and with Stannis raising his fucking banners, and the North would surely support him now. We had no allies now, but it didn't matter. We are the lions, and we preserve against anything, for we are the mightiest ones. My queen, the disgusting voice of the eunuch got my attention. Varys, any news about Lord Stark? I said bitterly. Rumors are he is traveling hiding as a merchant to avoid any suspicion, but considering all the time he has been out of his cell, it is fair to assume he is on enemy lines, Varys stated, once again the obvious. Any news about when father is coming? I wanted to break my cup of wine and cut his fat neck. He was supposed to know more, to help more, why did we even pay him? He is to arrive in a fortnight, my queen, Varys informed. I had 2 weeks before I was belittled by father for letting the wolf escape the lion's den. Very well, I sighed as I filled my cup of wine, keep me updated, and do your job better. Joffrey Baratheon POV. The insolent worm, the worm with wolf fur had escaped, this can't be, this can't be. My fiancé had escaped before too, my toy had escaped, and now my other toy had escaped toy, unforgivable, unforgivable. Now my uncle wanted to oppose me, I was chosen by the gods, unforgivable, and that peasant that thinks he can be king because he married the dragon bitch, unacceptably. My king, are you okay? One of my king's guard inquired, worried, for what? Why would someone so much lower than me feel anything but total admiration and devotion for me? I want Ned Stark in my hands, and I want him now. I shouted, my face was red, boiling in anger. We are doing our best to find him, my king's guard said solemnly, I didn't want his best, I wanted my toys back. I don't want your efforts. I want the Starks at my feet, as they bleed out, I spat leaving the room, or I'll have your head, old man. Caw. This motherfucker is crazy, how many times that bitch dropped his egg, she practically brooded a scrambled egg. I rather deal with the other idiot, this bitch is unstable as fuck this shit I'm out, caw. Unbeknownst to everyone, a mysterious raven with an eye patch was seeing everything with his one mighty eye, as he decided it was better to continue helping Lord Stark, instead of spying this bitch. Ned Stark POV. It had taken me a while, but I managed to get out of that wretched place, but I had to avoid getting caught or recognized, so I cut my hair off and changed my clothes with those of a beggar I found. At the moment, I was traveling with a merchant to Riverrun, from there things would turn for the best, I would finally be back with my family. Wait for me, I muttered to myself, holding the hope I would be once again reunited with my family. Catelyn Stark POV. Ned had escaped, and now it was a mission of who caught him first, life or death depending on who did it. War was looming above us, no matter what, even if Ned didn't want to, and to top the things that were happening, the bear had proven to be a treacherous creature, betraying us by marrying the Targaryen girl, raising his banners to take the throne. He was a threat, I always knew something about him wasn't right, he made his house close relationships with ours, and by killing Theon and taking control of his homeland, which meant we didn't have the support of the Iron Islands, nor the Bear Islands, things we would have without him. Justice will prevail, and those who wrong us will pay, I had faith things would turn in our favor soon. 52, Chapter 51. Author note, here, ya go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 11 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. 2 weeks later. My campsite is fairly simple at the moment, looking like a copy of the shit show of V's Dothrak. My tent is cozy enough for me, Daenerys and 3 baby dragons, that sleep by the fire. For now all I have to do is wait. My ships will arrive soon and things will fall into place. But only having to wait doesn't mean I have to do just that. It's light outside, a good time to explore and relax for a bit. Time to explore a bit, I smiled as I walked out of my tent, being brutally stopped by Neltharion, who hissed at me, practically saying, "You are going out without me, not a chance, you are quite the clingy dragon, are you?" I chuckled as I allowed the little dragon to climb up my back. Hiss. Neltharion hissed happily, once he reached my neck and got in a comfortable position. I really hope you don't get like big dogs that never understand their size. I shuddered to think what would happen if Neltharion tried the same thing but being several tons fatter. Hiss. Neltharion hissed in confusion, not really understanding me. Well, let's go, I sighed as I walk out the tent, not before leaving a note to Daenerys, saying I'll be back by dinner, I need to stretch my legs, love you. As I happily step away from my campsite, alert and scanning the ground and sky for danger, with Neltharion doing the same. I walked for the better part of an hour, being sure to have fun along the way. But my mind even here still drifted off to my duties as a leader and a husband. It worries me that Daenerys is so close to giving birth, and there is a chance something might happen to her during the birth. She never gave birth in the show, so I had nothing to compare what was going to happen soon, and it was totally terrifying. Neltharion starts to purr, almost like a cat, like reassuring me nothing bad will happen, but the idea still sets me off. You are right buddy, I need to stay positive, I chuckled as I continued with my little time-off adventure. Euron Greyjoy POV. The Iron Islands had been taken by House Mormont, that was unexpected to say the least, for what I could gather he had a massive army, and had amassed a lot of money, taking what is mine would take more that I would like to admit. And rumors about him going to Essos, and conquering the Dothraki were spiraling like crazy, so while I wanted to kill the bastard, I had to bide my time, and find allies to destroy him. Maybe ally with the Lannisters, whoever wanted him dead would work just fine. I could offer the Queen, my cock, and the navy she desires, in that exact order. He mocks the drowned god, calling himself the chosen one, but I don't recall choosing him, I am the drowned god. From Old Town to Karth, when men see my sails, they pray, and he will pray. Back to Ronard. After a couple of hours hunting and chilling in the plains, I decided it was time to go back to my campsite. It was a great day. Neltharion seemed to really enjoy the hunting experience, even though he had no power to actually hunt. Yet. But regardless, he had helped, or at least he thought he had, by hissing at the numerous prey we encountered. How about we take this, so they can cook it for us? I inquired, petting Neltharion softly on his head. Hiss, Neltharion hissed in something that could be translated as, fuck yet. Very well, I chuckled, taking the food we had gathered and putting it on my back, making Neltharion shift his position to fit better. As I walked back to the camp, I pondered how I would feel with the crown in my head. Would I feel any different from now? Or would it feel the same? Threats would certainly be better contained, and I would have more freedom to live. One thing was for sure, I wanted to melt that throne. That shit had only shattered this world, and besides, it looked mighty uncomfortable. As I was deep in thought, the sound of hooves approaching snapped me out of my long reverie. Michael, you left without us, my blood rider said somewhat insulted. They were supposed to be my shadows, and I left them behind. I was hunting, wanted some time alone. I eyed him with a glare that said, I appreciate the gesture but fuck off, but now that you are here, take this back to the camp, it will be my dinner. Yes. Our dinner, I added. My blood riders nodded, as they took the prey I was carrying on my back, giving a horse to ride back. I got back to the campsite where one of my ravens was waiting for me with a message from my navy. They apparently were going to arrive earlier than I anticipated, in just 1 week's time. With worked for best considering I wanted to take control of Lys before Daenerys got to the birth part. How was your little adventure? Daenerys inquired entering the war tent. It was fine, Neltharion really enjoyed the trip, more so than me, I smiled, seeing the baby dragon sleeping on my desk. He seems really attached to you, Daenerys giggled, maybe is a sign you'll be a great dad. I sure hope so, because mine suck, both in this and my past life. We are not our fathers, Daenerys smiled soothingly, I'm not mad, and you're not an idiot. I guess, I smiled. Any news? Daenerys inquired. Our navy will arrive in a week, I informed her. I had yet to ask my ravens for the status report of what was happening in Westeros. Lys, I heard the call at the City of Pleasure, Daenerys smiled, seems appropriate to have our kids there, not as appropriate to have them in our home, but this will do. Soon, I reassured, soon that crown would be in our heads. Soon, Daenerys sighed happily. After getting the update to what was going on in Westeros, I was a tad surprised. It seems I had saved Ned Stark from his imminent demise. Lord Varys had delivered what he was asked to. In a different way, I didn't make a deal for Lord Stark, but for his daughters, and because they didn't need to be saved, Varys simply filled that debt with the next best thing, their father. Clever little man, he either has an inkling I'm mad at him and because of that he is trying to buy me over, or he is just being extra careful to not owe me anything. Poor little man, only death awaits him. He put my children on the line, and that was unforgivable. And, to add to my list of idiots, there was Catelyn Stark. She was already on the list, but got to the top 10 really fast, saying I will feel the retribution of House Stark, quite the big words for someone with zero power. I can't wait to see her kneeling in my name, I chuckled, imagining how much she would suffer kneeling to someone she once was more powerful. Cersei Lannister POV. Father had arrived, and like I predicted he wasn't happy at all. You let our only bargaining chip slip between your fingers. Father growled, smashing his fist on the table, fissuring the wood just a bit. I didn't allow anything, someone helped him, someone inside our ranks, I informed him, trying to keep my mind cool, because no matter how powerful I felt, I still feared Father, the most powerful man in Westeros. I didn't get one single competent child, one is an idiot, the other a monster, and you think you are smart, but you are nothing, Father growled. I am. They. Queen, I was a queen, how dare he, I was still the queen. Of nothing, Father slapped me, we have no allies, no bargaining chips, we have nothing, all we have is my army, and my money, so you'll do what I say if you want to win, am I clear? Crystal, I muttered, feeling my face burning with pain and anger, but he was right, without him. We have no chance. Good, and please control the mad dog you have as a child, before I do it, Father added, and you know full well how I do stuff. I gulped, Yes, father, as I nodded between gritted teeth. 53, Chapter 52. Author note, here, you go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 11 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I wrenched my eyes wide open. The sound of my ravens waking me up, it probably was time to the coast, for when my ships arrived. I stared for a second at the black-colored ceiling of my tent, really wishing I could sleep a few more seconds, but sadly I have kingly duties to attend to. Well, time to see the sore losers. Yesterday I had a drinking contest with my men, and I had drunk enough alcohol to kill 2 elephants, but because my body metabolism is so efficient in processing toxins and other stuff, my body rendered alcohol useless. I do get tipsy though, but it takes a while. With a smile, I jumped off the bed, making sure Daenerys was sleeping soundly, and everyone but Neltharion stayed sleeping, for he notices that I'm leaving and climbs up to my shoulder, looking at me like I was about to betray him and leave. Let's go buddy, I chuckled while I petted the little dragon on my shoulder as I walked out. Outside, I could see my men walking by, eating and drinking, but I wasn't here to admire their basic routines, so with a deep breath of annoyance, mostly because the sunlight was hurting me, for not sleeping enough, I started to walk up to my raven. Caw. The ships are arriving at Pentos in 10 days, we have to move, caw. My raven informed me as soon as I was in front of him, it was time to start marching, but there was a chance Bravos would see an army that big marching towards Pentos as a threat and attack me preemptively. To avoid ruining my plan I would have to separate my army to show them I was no threat to them, leaving a part with my wife, at least while I got my ships, the ones coming and the ones I had left on the coast with Viserys. Talking about Viserys, I wonder how is the little waste of cum is doing, I do hope he is wishing to die at this point. Viserys Targaryen POV. Total and absolute disgrace, I had been forced into the most deplorable situation, but the day of my retribution would come, I would kill that bastard for what he had done, he would pay. I knew sooner or later my allies would break me free, the sames that Illyrio said that had secret toasts on my name, they were soon to rescue me, I knew I could feel it. I was their rightful king, and they loved me. It was simply a matter of time, to bring that treacherous snake down, and take what is mine, what belongs to me. My sister and my throne. Back to Ronard POV. My army was composed of 80,000 men or so, but to get my ship I would travel back with only 5,000 men, right about the same amount I had before starting with gathering the Dothraki. It has been quite a while since I last saw Illyrio, I wonder if he still fears me. I suppose there is only one way to find out if he still does. You are in charge of everyone here, I had informed all my men, that while I was gone her words were the law. Poor those who disobey their queen, Daenerys giggled, I'll be fine, be safe. I will, I nodded, giving her a goodbye kiss. She would be safe, she had an army few could even hope to match, and a pair of baby dragons ready to bite for her. Neltharion was coming with me, he didn't care for reason, he really imprinted in me, in a cute but obsessive way. It would take me a couple weeks to reach Pentos, if we didn't encounter any problems, but considering I outnumbered any of the remaining Dothraki tribes, I was good if anyone wanted to raid me, in fact, I welcomed it. That way they would save me the time to go out and look for them, quite the trouble. Let's go, I ordered as we marched to Pentos. Ned Stark POV. It has been quite a while since I escaped out of King's Landing thanks to Ronard, so far my merchant caravan had been moving slowly, but I was safe, after all, no one suspected the helper that was working with them, unloading the boxes and items, was actually the lord everyone was looking for. Almost 3 weeks of traveling, where I was on constant paranoia I would be captured, or something would happen, 3 weeks where I had to be completely alert, but after all that, I was finally here at Riverrun, the ancestral seat of House Tully. I could feel a smile forming on my face as I saw the castle as we descended, a few more miles and I would be reunited with my family, freedom within my grasp. I had to give something to these merchants, they helped me, even though they didn't have to. They know I had risked their lives for this very moment of peace and tranquility. I'm coming home, I muttered with an uncontrollable smile on my face. This moment of happiness would end quite fast, the moment I arrived, I would be dragged into this war of schemes and backstabbing I have so desperately tried to avoid, I would have to support Stannis on his claim, he was the rightful heir, and yet I owe Ronard my life, I was bound by honor to Stannis, and by gratitude to Ronard. What can I do? Robb Stark. Father had escaped a while ago and we had yet to find him, with him the North would be whole again, our family would be whole again, I have tried to be strong, to show I have no fear and will bring the justice the North deserves, but I was afraid I would lose everyone I loved in this war. Stannis wanted us to bend the knee, but I had agreed with the lords to wait for father's answers, as he was the one who spoke for the north as a whole, but Stannis and the Lannisters aren't our only threat. Ronard was a pretty prominent one, that was more and more dangerous every day. He's been increasing his army and resources at an alarming speed. Rumors say he already has an army big enough to take on the north and all its banners. He didn't even take his time to get a new fiancé. He was a power-hungry man that needed to be taken down, quoting Mother, and maybe she was right. He killed Theon like a dog, brutally punching him to the death, so maybe Mother was right, maybe he was a monster, one that I would have to take care of. That's what I would want to say, but I've seen him fight. I know I can't best him in combat, but with Grey Wind, he stands no chance. No man is stronger than a dire wolf. Friend or foe, if you take a wrong step, I will end you, I sighed, for I was a wolf that would go to hell and back to protect his pack. HRMMM, an idiot he is, if and then wolf depending he is. YRRSSSS unbeknownst to him, a very wise raven with a Jedi cape was watching him carefully. Joffrey Baratheon POV. Nothing, no results, nothing. How could they be so insolent to disobey their king? I said I wanted Lord Stark, and he is not here. They deserve to pay for this, yes. They do. They have broken a royal order, and life is the only payment I will accept. Their pain will clean them. I want all my royal guard dead, for their incompetence, I said with a wide smile. I knew grandfather would support me, he understood how to rule correctly. You won't do such a thing, Tywin sighed. Who the hell he thinks he is to deny a king of his wish? That was an order. I shouted, anger boiling in my core, as I gritted my teeth, but I was soon enough greeted by a slap. You'll do well to remember who is keeping you on that throne, boy. Tywin said, his cold eyes and demeanor were more frightening. I was a king, he can't do this. You can't. I was about to complain but a glare from Tywin was more than enough to shut me up. I can and I will. Behave like a king and I will follow. Until then, sit and let me keep you in the throne, am I clear? Tywin asked with a condescending tone. With Ronard on our back and Stannis on our front we need every able man. We can't throw resources we don't have, just because you want to, not now. Ronard that coward, if he was such a threat he would be here feeling the taste of my blade. Ronard is no threat, once the time comes, I will cut his head, and show him the power of a true king, maybe with a duel. He is a threat, even bigger than Stannis, and his brother. He's been playing the game without losing so far, more than we can say, certainly better than you, so don't think for a second that pretty crown in your head will shrink the massive gap in skill between you and him, and always remember, kings can always fall, Tywin said with a cold tone. He really thought that bastard was better than me, that he could best me in anything. Unacceptable, I was superior to Ronard in every way. I am better. I was about to rebut this ludicrous statement but grandfather stopped me. I have a kingdom to keep under you, so shut up and let me, Tywin said as he left the throne room, not before adding, I don't have time to waste, especially not with your tantrums. 54, Chapter 53. Author note, here, you go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 11 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Olenna Tyrell POV. War, men were such predictable creatures, fighting for power, money and women, but I had to be fair, some fought for other men, like Renly was fighting because of the soft whispers of my grandson. What a foolish little boy, and what's even more foolish is Mace, that thinks the poor lad will win the throne and make Margaery his queen. Even if he won this war, which was hardly unlikely, he would most likely put Loras as his queen. The thought of it really puts on a new perspective, but it won't get to that. Renly is all talk, but little show. Yet here we are too deep into the gutter to escape it now, we must see it through. Every time Mace makes a decision by himself consequences of catastrophic magnitudes follow through. In this family only the roses have thorns, and men are no roses. Mace was too dumb to see we had bigger problems, that it was best if we didn't get into this war so early on, but men rarely do see things outside their narrow point of view. Ronard Mormont, he was a better candidate to ally ourselves with. After taking care of his wife, he would be free to marry Margaery. Accidents happen after all, and while he came from a small house the lad was terrifying in many aspects. Economically and in war potential he was the best of his generation, by far. Rumors say he has an army of over 80,000 soldiers, he himself has conquered, and other most unbelievable rumors say, he has 3 dragons. If everything they said was correct, he was the one we needed on our side. Frankly, things like this just reassure my point, men should not rule, I sighed. Jon Snow POV. War had started, my family was in danger, father was missing, so many things but I was held by blood and honor to the Night Watch. but if I had known this would happen, I would have stayed with them, I would have my sword ready to fight for Rob. Father taught me honor comes before anything, before family, before love. The least a bastard like me could do was honor his teachings, and hope everything goes well. Lord Snow, move your ass, we need you. My commander-in-charge shouted. Yes, sir. Ned Stark POV. I was finally within friends and family. Hoster Tully and his son Ed Muir Tully recognized me. I didn't even have to prove it was me. After a long talk about how I managed to escape, and my journey, they left me to rest for a bit, to recover myself from all this. They of course had sent a raven to inform my family of my current whereabouts. It would take a couple of days for us to hear back from them, but soon they would know I was safe and sound here. Hoster was surprised to say the least when he heard Ronard had been the one to save me from the imminent death that awaited me. Honor, gratitude, without Ronard I would be dead, but if I went back on my honor. Things are never easy on war, I would have to end up betraying someone, and in both paths I would lose something. Lord Stark, supper is ready, a maid said entering the room I was given. I'll be there in a few, I nodded. Ronard Mormont POV. After leaving my wife 2 weeks ago, with an army to protect her should anything arise that would threaten her safety, I started to make my way to Pentos. By now I could see the city from afar. If I had to take an estimate, I would say I was a few hours away from it. A few hours away from my men and ships. With that in mind, I speed up our pace, so as to make sure we didn't waste any time. On this march, we weren't here for tourism anyway. The last time I was in this city I left with nothing but my self-proclaimed title of kingship, and now, I had come back with a new title, the king of the Dothraki tribes, the Great Cull, the Great Stallion. That last one was a tad weird coming from the mouth of a man. Regardless, I was someone of greater importance. Bravos must consider me a threat regardless of what I do, but they were overconfident. After all, no one would dare to oppose them. They had more money than the Seven Kingdoms, and the entirety of Essos together, which was an statement of how powerful they were economically speaking. After all, they had the Iron Bank on their side. And it is the wealthiest bank of the known world that is known because it often lends money to outsiders, such as the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. The bank is also famous for its discretion and secrecy. No one knows where they are truly located, and or where they save their money. They are also feared. Even the Lannisters fear opposing them, for a common saying among the Bravasi is the Iron Bank will have its due. If someone happened to fail payment, the Iron Bank would sponsor someone to take their enemies down. But, unlike others, I would succeed in taking every penny they had. I had my ravens investigating where the bank was truly located and where the money was stored. I expected to know the answer by the moment it was time to march against them. Let's go, we have some ships to move, I shouted in a happy tone. Arya Stark POV. Of life of death, I feared my father would not come back. I feared I would lose my family to those bastards ruling, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. A lady can do and be anything she pleases, a housewife or a trained killer. Whatever you do, it makes it ladylike. Don't let narrow-minded individuals to tell you otherwise, for their minds are weak, and we don't follow the weak. The voice of Ronard, that time we spent together during his betrothal ceremony, echoed in my head. He was right. I might not be able to do anything now, but I will soon. If I keep training and honing my water dancing skills, I will be able to help my family, to save my friends and to kill my enemies. Too bad Sansa couldn't marry him. He was a decent guy. Mother keeps saying he is our enemy, but I don't believe it. Like always, Mother must be wrong. He would never hurt us. Not without a reason. Varys POV. Lord Stark had finally gotten out of the lion's den. He was finally with his family, albeit politically. Nonetheless, he was immensely more safe that he could have been here. I wonder, will he support the young bear or the old stag? I did put him on an inner conundrum when I revealed why I was helping him. I wanted to see his resolve. Would his honor to Robert bound him to Stannis, or would his gratitude to Ronard push him to forsake his misplaced honor? Things would surely prove more difficult for the wolf, whatever his choice was. With Ronard on the Targaryen side, Aegon was sure to take up the throne eventually, and if Ronard did not compel, he had already put babies inside Daenerys. He wasn't needed anymore should he prove to be against the rightful ruler. Though this was easier said than done, he was the most informed me in the world, possibly even more than me, so if I had to take a guess, it was most likely he already knew of my true intentions. If so, I had to play safe or I would wake up dead. I had to throw him off his game. Whether he was a friend or a foe to Aegon, it was still to be seen. He keeps getting more and more dangerous. Daenerys POV. Ronard had left almost 2 weeks ago, to gather our ships, so we could start our conquest, and eventually take what's rightfully mine, rightfully ours. At this point, surprises were a common occurrence with him. He united a tribe of savages under one banner, our banner. He brought creatures thought to extinct back to life, and had become one of the greatest warriors of this generation, all in the span of 16 years. He had accomplished so more, including winning my undying love, so this chance he had given me, to lead his army on his absence, this chance, I would prove him I was more than a decorative queen, that I too could make our enemies tremble with our mere name. that I could protect him just as he protected me. Crow and Regal were key parts of that, for when the time came, I would ride them into battle and burn our enemies. I would not let anyone hurt my family. Not again. For I was the Dragon Queen. 55, Chapter 54. Author note, here, you go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 11 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Illyrio welcomed me to Pentos with open arms, and fearful eyes. Just as I expected, he still remembered our little personal chat. To some degree, I knew he was still double playing, but for now he would be allowed to live. He still had some use. My sources have gathered that Aegon is gathering allies, but struggling to keep up with me. All he had for the moment was John Connington, Varys, and Illyrio on his side. His location was still unknown for me, as all the information I had gathered about him came from Varys and Illyrio during their secret exchanges, and both had been very careful not to say where he was, even during their little chats. Perhaps Varys was catching on with me, or they were really secretive to keep the so-called rightful king safe. I had no hard feelings for Aegon. In fact, I would give the option to just surrender and take Dragonstone, and keep the Targaryen bloodline, but I knew he would not take that offer. After all, any man with a possible claim for power would fight to the death to claim it. He would fight me even if he knew it was a lost cause. But in the end, wasting time thinking of him was utterly pointless. He was the least of my concerns, a man without an army. Though I had to admit his existence puzzled me. Before I discovered how deep Varys' plots reached and heard of him, I had completely ignored his existence. I remember vaguely reading about him in the second book, and how they couldn't really confirm he was who he said he was. I suppose burning him would prove if his dragon heritage was what he said it was and solve the mystery. I have provided your men with all the things you requested, Illyrio smiled, bringing back to the real world outside my head. Oh, as diligent as ever, I nodded. Food and medical supplies were two of the few things I really needed to ensure my army stayed healthy and powerful. Ignoring Illyrio the rest of the way, I walked to the Bay of Pentos with my army behind. My blood riders were glaring at anyone that even dared to look at me, but while the thought of them being protective was nice and all, in reality this was how Dothraki acted to strangers. Neltharion was undercover inside my fur jacket, sleeping soundly around my covered neck. I was waiting for the perfect moment to show him off to Illyrio and see his expression of suffering when he realizes the dragon eggs he sold me hatched. It would be fantastic to experience his dismay. What can I say? I have no sympathy for the Magister. For the king. A man shouted, jumping from behind trying to stab me with a knife dripping something. I didn't have to be a genius to know it was poison. Everything around me slowed down as I smiled. It has been quite a while since I had such a blatant assassination attempt, but before I can even reach my blade and kill the poor man that was highly misinformed of how hard this would be, my blood rider cut his head with his arak. Such a weak man does not deserve to stain the blade of Arkell, my blood rider said, spitting on the corpse of the assassin. I smiled at him. While I wanted to deal with the attempt myself, it was also nice to see I had competent men under my banner. Amazing work, with an impressive clean cut. I smiled as I looked at Illyrio, who at this point was sweating his own weight per second. Did he have something to do with this? Hardly. Varys would stage something with more brain behind it. This was not Varys' craft, ergo Illyrio had nothing to do with this, but he thought I thought he had, so fear was filling his very core. It's all right, Illyrio, I smiled, deciding to mess with him another time. The assassin is death, no need to be afraid. With that I returned with my walk, leaving the corpse of the assassin to rot in the market as I continued to ignore Illyrio, as I chuckled inwardly at his earlier reaction. Tyrion Lannister POV. The throne seemed to be 50% off, with everyone going for it. It was all I could think of. Stannis Baratheon, Renly Baratheon, Ronard Mormont, all that was left was for the horse to try and claim the throne. We had so many enemies that if father somehow pulled the wind out of his gold-shitting ass it would surprise me, but in all fairness, if someone could do impossible things through questionable means was father. The house still eluded me though, but for some reason father wanted me to be the new master of coin, discarding Peter Baelish of his positions. Quoting father, the man was as trusty as knife through the heart and he was needed elsewhere, outside where he could not damage more the throne. And because of that, I was solving unsolvable economical problems that really put into perspective who the hell chooses the people in this small council. Oh yeah, the last king. I suppose that answers a lot. We were in debt with the Iron Bank by an absurdly large amount, and with our enemies on the other side of the sea, we were most likely to pay our dues by their sword. After all, the Iron Bank was famous for financing the enemies of those who have not paid them. And we have not paid them. But things were starting to improve a bit. Euron Greyjoy had come to talk to me, well, my father, about an alliance. He wanted in exchange of his help that we helped him take the Iron Islands. and here I was sealing our alliance, we needed all the allies we could gather. So do we have a deal, imp? Euron smiled, stretching up his hand. We do, I smiled, taking his hand. Euron Greyjoy POV. Making a deal with the Lannisters to take back what is mine and more was something I decided on the go. If things went bad for the Lannisters I would just bail out and leave them hanging, so it was a win-win for me, nothing to lose, much to gain. Just how I like it. And if I get to fuck the queen along the way, that would be just a bonus, the cherry on the top, but then again, how many queens were there? I had a lot to fuck. Cersei Lannister, Marjorie Tyrell and, of course, the rare delicacy of Daenerys Targaryen. Maybe after all of this ends and their respective men or protector are dead, I can show them a cock worthy of a crown, my own whorehouse with nothing but queens. I like the sound of that. I wonder if the little dragoness will like the taste of a kraken better, I smiled, as I imagined her little white-colored head between my legs choking on my cock. Well, if she doesn't I can always dip my cock on his blood so she can taste her husband in me. Unbeknownst to him, a raven with an eye patch and a black leather robe was watching him, and listening to his suicidal talk. This motherfucker be dead and he doesn't even know it. Stannis Baratheon POV. Melisandre said I was the chosen one, the one that would bring the realm together, and yet all I had was opposition. The North had yet to allied with me, my own foolish brother was rising against me, and the rising minor lord of the Bear Islands was also going for the throne. But my Red Witch was right, there were fakes, betrayers. The God of Light had assured me that the throne would be mine, and that they were nothing but shadows I had to cast away to prove I was worthy of his blessing. And I was, because I was the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms and I would have my throne, for I was the prince that was promised, victory was written in my destiny, the fire had spoken of my victory before. Nothing will stop me, I stated as a matter of fact. Nothing will, my king, Melisandre nodded in approval, the fire has shown me of your victory, all those fakes will fall to your mighty feet. 56, Chapter 55. Author note, here, ya go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 12 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The sound of one of my men knocking at my door woke me up. It probably meant two things: either we were close or someone was stupid enough to attack us in the sea, so with curiosity I hastily dressed up as I scrambled over to the deck to confirm which one was it, happy for either of the two. My king, we are 2 hours away from the coast close to Lys, the captain of my ship stated, pointing with his finger to the map in front of him. Very well, I nodded, it seemed one of my suspicions was right, and I would be reunited with Daenerys soon. It has been almost a month since I last saw her, she must have that beautiful baby bum bigger than when I left her. My first priority was getting a base in Essos, and Lys would suffice for many purposes. It was on the sea, so it was easily protectable, and it was located close to the Pentos, so travel would be a breeze. But the one reason that moved me to get this city as fast as I could was that I didn't really know how much time Daenerys would need to recover. After childbirth, she would be having twins and the medical state of this world was quite lacking, but I would give her all the time she needed on a protected environment. And Lys was the perfect place for that. A mercantile city, built on a very fertile island that was very good for agriculture and that at one point was considered a tropical paradise by old Valyrian dragon lords. This beautiful sunny island would serve as the safe haven I was looking for my wife and kid. Quite poetic that one of the latest dragon ladies is coming back to the island. But things were easier said than done, and conquering may or may not present its challenges. My ravens had said Lys is protected by high walls and hired sellswords, both navy and land. The navy would be a piece of cake to destroy, but I had yet to see if their army would prove a bigger challenge. After all, numbers don't always win wars. But I would find a way, victory would be mine, one way or another. But in many aspects it was the right choice, conquering Lys would make me infinitely richer than I was before. Because, politically speaking, the city was dominated by wealth rather than by birth, so in short, there were no lords, just rich merchants with tons of gold begging to be mine. Apparently, Lys is a place where trade is considered a profession more honorable than being a knight. But that wasn't all the city was known for. They were renowned in the world for their pleasure gardens and temples dedicated to pleasure, that are said to have the best whores in the known world. I already knew where my men would spend their gold after the conquer. Let me know once the land is in sight, I told my men, leaving to my quarters inside the ship. As I walked to my room I pondered about how Viserys would react to the dragons, and everything. He was still alive, I had yet to see him, but he was on one of the ships. Still in his cell, eating whatever my men decide to give him. I wonder if Daenerys will kill him, I chuckled. Daenerys Targaryen POV. I had moved the army to the coast, where we would set camp while we waited for Ronard to arrive with the ships. Regal and Crow had been anxious since Ronard wasn't close, they really missed their dad, he was the one that hatched them. I was starting to actually feel the pregnancy affecting me, my baby bum oven as Ronard calls it had grown a lot these past few days, the twins had decided to expand their poor mother and see how bendy her skin and belly were. But even with all this I can't help but love my little chimeras as Ronard calls them. Half bears, half dragons. Whatever they would be, it would be unique and awesome, I just knew it. Michael Easy, Ronard's father Yoram Mormont entered my tent, kneeling not daring to look at my eyes, Ronard had left quite the impression on him, as he should. We can't forgive those who wrong us. But we can make them pay. What do you want? I questioned the disgusting leech, coldly. I want to redeem myself, for what I did in the past. Yora took a deep breath, I want to offer my blade to be your knight, I want to be your shield should your life ever need one, I want to be of some use to my grandchildren. His grandchildren? He lost that right and privilege the moment they left my husband alone, in a broken kingdom where anarchy and betrayal rule and the only way to survive is being the bigger monster, your life is where is needed, so don't think so highly of yourself, I said while Rugger and Crow hissed at him as if agreeing with me, you are but a stain on my husband's history and stains can be removed, so do use that brain of yours and remind your place. By this point, ravens has entered my tent, many of them. All glaring at Yora, as if awaiting my command to attack, next time you disobey your king's orders, and come and talk to me, I will deliver my husband your head on a silver platter, is that clear? Crystal my queen. Ned Stark POV. My family was on their way to pick me up, well, Cat was, my son was holding the army together, and my daughters were in Winterfell alongside Bran and Rickon, safe and protected as they should be. I couldn't wait to hold my son and hug him, I couldn't wait to kiss my wife, and most of all, I couldn't wait to go back to Winterfell and never come back south again. Cat was right, Starks don't do well in the south. The memories of our walks together seemed so far from reality, I wasn't ready to die and leave my family behind. Lord Stark, Hoster Tully said snapping me back to the waking world, the man was making an effort not to look weak, he was deadly sick and bedridden for the most part, but wanted to die like a man, on his feet. I know it's not ice, but you will need a new sword, he said as servant handed me a fine long sword, it's not Valyrian steel but is good enough. The sword was a masterpiece, it could be seen that it was magnificently crafted by a highly skilled blacksmith, it was not as unique as ice, but it would certainly do the trick when in battle. Whoever made this was very good. You didn't have to do this, I smiled, admiring the blade. Use it until you get your blade back, Hoster chuckled. That I will, I nodded, ice would come back to our family one way or the other. Catelyn Stark POV. Ned was alive and was staying with my father in Riverrun, the gods were smiling at me, they had heard my prayers and helped my husband. Ned said it was thanks to Ronard that he escaped, that by his hand he was able to survive. But I could see beyond that, Ronard was trying to manipulate Ned into servitude, I wasn't going to let him. That treacherous rat would not take advantage of Ned anymore. Stannis would make sure of it, once Ned pledged his loyalty to him. Let's see how well you do, little bear, I smiled triumphantly. No matter what he was planning, I would always be one step ahead of him. For my family, I would stop him. Okay, this bitch is dumb. Her IQ must be negative, this motherfucker needs some books and corn somebody help this bitch increase her brain power, unbeknownst to her, a raven with an eye patch and a black robe was trying hard to calculate her IQ. Robb Stark POV. Father was safe, and the one responsible for it was Ronard, had he foreseen this, just how far ahead he had seen this game played out. Like mother said he was dangerous, but after this, I doubted he was for us. He had rescued father knowing full well that father would most likely support Stannis. He had done something for us, we as a whole would never be able to repay, he had united our family, our pack. But mother was, paranoid, saying he was trying to manipulate us, to use us. At this point, I was almost sure her ideas and opinions of him were biased on her one-sided hate she had for him. Because I refuse to believe now that he is our enemy and hates us. He had done what I couldn't. I wonder why mother hates him so much, I sighed, at first I thought it was for what he did to Theon, but she never liked him, at least not that much to warrant such profound hate. 57, Chapter 56. Author note, here, you go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 13 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Daenerys, as I expected, was at the coast, waiting with the army to enter the ship. She was a tad bigger, her belly ever growing. With a simple glance, I could tell I had a month or two before she was due. So I had to control that fucking island before that happened. We are sailing to Lys tomorrow, right? Daenerys inquired, sitting on a lounge silver coach I had bought. They said it was super comfortable. Yes, I nodded, as I smiled seeing how dashing she looked. Daenerys smiled for a moment as she touched her belly, as she gazed into my eyes. We will win, I feel it. Was there ever any doubt? I smirked at her with a hint of overconfidence. No, there wasn't, Daenerys giggled. Viserys is here, you know, I sighed, not really knowing what to do with him. Setting him free was not an option, and death was something I wanted Daenerys to choose for him. Daenerys looked at me for a second as if contemplating what to do with her brother. She now had an even bigger reason to deal with him. There is no love like motherly love. If something can move mountains is that unyielding love a mother feels for her children. Not all of them feel this, but Daenerys was that type of woman, so all Viserys had to do was say the wrong words and he would be dead. I'll deal with him later, Daenerys said with a cold tone, with emotionless eyes, giving me all the information I needed. She had no feelings for him at all anymore. She didn't feel powerless. She knew she was the dragon and he was a fake. Do whatever you want, but don't set him free. He steps out of his prison and stays alive, and I'll personally have him skinned. While I trusted she would not, so that I had to let her know my thoughts on the matter, I had stationed various snakes around and ravens. Should he try and flee, they would kill him in a matter of seconds. Daenerys actually smiled at that. I would never. He plotted to have you killed and wanted to sell me as a common whore. He would spend the rest of his days in prison, or maybe if I feel generous I will kill him. Damn, since when she becomes so cold-blooded and badass? She is so warm and girly with me, but the moment we talk about anything else she goes full Maleficent. I am both intrigued and aroused by this behavior. My queen is breathing fire. I smiled. Daenerys stood up and grabbed my hands, putting one on her belly, and the other in my heart. I have things I would gladly die for now. You and my babies are the only ones I care. For what I care, the world can burn. I agree, I smiled, giving her a soft peck on the lips. Do you think they know? Daenerys inquired after our kiss, making me smile. They did know. Someone had deduced my intentions and wanted to fuck with them, but once again, they used the now most unreliable method of communication, ravens, and I knew that their magister was preparing for me. They do, but as changes nothing. If a hanged man knows he is going to be hanged, changes nothing. Next day. After setting the security detail for Daenerys, that consisted in ravens, horses, several snakes hiding in every corner of her room and her personal guard that had over 1,000 men, we sailed to Lys, my 150 ships loaded with men ready to fight and die for me. Our estimated time of arrival was approximately 1 day. The commander of my fleet said we would arrive in a day or so. If we didn't encounter their navy on the way. And we would not. Why? Krakens. Their navy was a non-existent concern for me. After all, I had ordered my Krakens to start destroying their ships, eliminating their navy before we even arrived at Lys. Rendering Lys's naval defenses useless. While seeing my men fight in the sea would be intriguing, I didn't want to risk Daenerys' ship being crushed or something, and I also wanted all my men alive and fully rested for the siege that was coming. Depending on how well defended the city was, it could take from weeks to months to bring them to their knees, but I didn't have the luxury of that. Lys would fall, and it would fall fast. Peteki Mallory, Magister of Lys POV. I had received a message from Pentos that a self-proclaimed king and conqueror was coming our way. What a stupid little child. My sources had confirmed he was indeed sailing to Lys. And that would arrive, but like many others he would fail, his army would shatter, his power would vanish and his men would be sold as slaves in my market, and after that I would personally train his wife to be a whore worthy of working in one of my pleasure gardens. Kids have a taste for victory and suddenly feel invincible, I laughed, as one of my naked whores served me more wine. Our navy is highly accustomed to Sea of Lys. No matter how big his army is, it can't do anything if it doesn't land, one of my advisors agreed. I can't wait to see if it's true that pure Valyrian pussy tastes like fire, I laughed, but a loud sound startled me, followed by the screams of terror. What was going on outside my beach tower? Standing up my chair and walking as fast as I could to the window to see what was happening, I glanced outside my tower, and what I saw made me shiver. This shouldn't be happening. Not now. A kraken, what is a beast so rare doing here? We have no krakens close to Lys. They are never around this area. What could have possibly made this terrible scenario? That kraken would dwindle our ships, but not enough to destroy our navy. My lord, loom there. My advisor pointed to another direction. Another kraken, too, maybe we could handle. My lord. My advisor cried in panic, pointing to another direction, where the same thing was happening. More krakens, destroying our ships one by one. They were targeting them. Our navy was done for. There was nothing we could do to stop such creatures. All I could do was watch in terror how these creatures destroyed my defenses as if they were helping the brat coming up. Destiny was not smiling upon me. Ned Stark POV. I was anxiously waiting for my wife's carriage as I saw it descend from the road. I would be soon reunited with her, and the rest of my family, my pack. It almost felt as if the war wasn't going on, and we were at peace. As I pondered over the stupid ideas, deep within my thoughts, the carriage stops, and like an arrow Cat gets out and comes running at my arms. Ned! Cat cried, touching my face as if she didn't believe it. I'm back, I smiled, not resisting the urge anymore to kiss her. It was as if I was dying of thirst and her embrace was my only salvation. Things like this were never my forte, but I was happy with the thought she knew that I loved her, and needed her. I never lost hope the gods would help you, Cat said between sobs. I never stopped praying for you. I smiled, hugging her tightly. We are together at last. Our embrace lasted for about 5 minutes before we broke it off. By this point Cat had calmed down and started to explain to me in detail how the war was going. She also went into detail to explain how Ronard planned to use me. I knew she didn't think much of the lad, but this is troubling. Cat, stop, I said. She was getting on my nerves. I loved her, but he had saved me. He deserved at least some respect. I would not let other badmouth someone that has only done good to our family. We owe him a lot, more than he owe us. Stop this nonsense. We are northerners. We don't dwell in plots like the southerners. We are for the most part honorable, and the lad for me is honorable. We were the ones that broke our word first and paid a grave price for it. Cat glared at me, as if I had insulted her, but it had to be said. If it wasn't for Robert and my lack of spine to stop him, we would have Ronard aiding us right now, and Sansa would have a good husband. We had severed that ourselves, and we are the only ones to blame. You'll see, like I told not to come to King's Landing because you would probably end up dead, and it ended up being almost true. You'll see how honorable that kid can be, Cat said with a huff, leaving to speak with her father. Not even an hour together and we already fought, I sighed. 58, Chapter 57. Author note, here, you go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 13 chapters ahead. Also, in another great news, I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. It was finally here. We had arrived at Lys with no complications, just as I expected. Now was where the war started. My men were prepared for what is to come. I had told them there were only 2 rules, no raping and no killing kids. Most of the last year has been spent increasing my military strength to prepare for the challenges ahead. This was my first challenge. My first conquest as the king of the 7 kingdoms, the king of Essos. At the coast, we found nothing but a desolated area, that made unloading and setting the camp walk long and silent. The Magister probably opted to play on the defense without his navy. He didn't have many options after all. But so much silent could mean they were trying to ambush me, so with that in mind, I sent a few ravens to scout the area, and some to investigate what the Magister was doing right now. If they had a militia of 2,000 sellswords it would a lot, and against my army of 80,000 Dothraki, plus what I had from the 7 kingdoms, made his options very limited. He can't face me head on, so trying to starve me out here the best option, quite crafty considering he is nothing but a merchant, but I suppose I must give credit where it's due. It takes our men roughly 8 hours to set the camp, starting with my tent so that my wife could rest. The rest of the day was spent on unloading our supplies from the ships, weapons, food, medical equipment, and more, but it was fairly simple to do it without opposition. I originally expected to face some type of problem once we arrived at the tropical island, but I'm glad I was wrong with that. I can relax at the thought nothing will happen to Dany, not even by mistake. A few hours after setting the camp, my ravens flew back to their posts with updates, and things were mostly like I expected them to be. The Magister had indeed planned a defensive strategy, but not for the entirety of Lys. He had moved the entire company of sellswords he had hired to his castle and had locked himself there with some other nobles. With all the food he was able to move and raid from the people of Lys, his plan to stall me for as long as possible, while he contacted Bravus for help. Little did he know his ravens had betrayed him and no messages would arrive at Bravus, ever. Little did he know, he made this conquest massively easier. He had left out at their own risk, all the citizens of Lys, from slaves to whore, to fend for themselves against my army. All I had to do was show a bit of generosity. After all, if you feed a stray dog, he's going to stay, help someone in need and you will have their undying devotion. Is politics 101, seriously, who picks these guys to rule? But not only he had screwed up with his people practically handing them to me on a silver platter, but he had also made my hunt easier, because thanks to him, all my enemies in this island were now in one single place. A target begging to be burned. How delightful, I smirked, very happy with the information I had been given. But that wasn't all the information my ravens were able to gather for me. Apparently, the Magister originally pretended to slave my people, and make my wife a queen, his personal whore. With that insightful new information at hand, I let my men know the situation. sending as you would say political ambassadors around the island with each one a small army of 5,000 soldiers to back them up, with simple one mission, to tell all the citizens that would not harm, that our target was the Magister, and that if they bowed the knee, we would ensure that the Magister paid for his crimes against them. As for me, I had an entirely different mission, on a completely different tone. I was not in the mood for peace. Quite frankly, what I wanted right now was to boil the Magister alive for his hubris of thinking that he would ever touch Daenerys, for I would make sure he begged with all his might for the sweet and kind release of death, and only then I would deliver his wretched soul into the fiery pits of hell. So with anger boiling within my soul and the unyielding desire of butchering a Magister, I rode with my Kalassar to his castle, ready to bring him and every down, no mercy. My beliefs were simple: in war, if they stand behind me I would give them protection, as I do with my men. If they stand beside me, they would get my respect. But if they stand against me, they would get no mercy. May the gods have mercy upon our enemies. I shouted, getting cheers of approval from my Kalassar, because we won't. Athvilagerer. War. My Kalassar chanted as we rode to the castle, each and every single one of them, ready to taint their blades with blood. Peteki Mallory Magister of Lys POV. The brat had arrived. His army was, as my source in Pentos had said, massively big, with over 80,000 men, Dothrakis and Westerosi men, but mostly Dothraki. There was no way I could confront him with my 3,000 sellswords. Our navy was our only defense. Without it, thanks to those Kraken, we were in a pretty bad situation, so I contacted Bravus. With their support this could be salvage, and we would destroy this threat. All I had to do is wait. And the lowly citizens of Lys would serve as sand for my watch. They would die for a bigger and better cause than themselves, to protect me, their Magister. Sir. One of my servants entered the room, sweating like a madman. Our scouts. They came back. The army is moving our way, they say at least over 60,000 soldiers. How did he know where was my castle? There were several dozens in Lys. This castle is even my primary castle, and more importantly, why wasn't he laying waste to the city or focusing on controlling the citizens first? It mattered not. His army might be big but is useless if he can reach within my walls. I have more than enough food to survive a year feeding everyone here, and more if I just let others starve. Have the archers ready, I ordered, should they try to approach too much. Back to Ronard POV. I had two plans for the siege this time around. After all, I was better prepared this time. Basically I would set huge scaling ladders against the castle's outer walls, for my soldiers to climb and gain access to the castle. However, this would leave my men vulnerable to arrows and other objects thrown at them from the battlements on the castle walls. That where my ravens come in. They would attack the archers and help my men to reach the walls. But this was just plan A. Plan B was that another part of my army would ram the doors of the castle. If we could break down the castle gate, we would have free access to the castle. So with the large wooden logs I had brought, I would set my men to pound against the gate and eventually until they destroyed the gate. I would set my men with both plans, and one way or the way, we would enter and lay waste on their men. Kill all the archers, I ordered my Raven squad, who immediately after left the formation. Flying to the castle was to carry out their assignment diligently. Hiss. Neltharion hissed excitedly like always. He had refused to part ways with me. This would prove beneficial once he was fully grown. We'll be there soon, I patted his head, as I continued to gallop with my horse at full speed through the city of Lys, people cowering in fear, not even daring to move, and one can hardly blame them. Dothrakis were quite fearsome, and even more in massive numbers. Hiss. This time I felt anger within Neltharion as if like me, he wanted retribution with the Magister. Was he feeling my feelings? Don't worry, he will burn, I smiled with a dark undertone, as I pondered, could Neltharion breath fire already? Can you set him on fire? I knew asking this was maybe a tad complicated for a newborn, but they do grow up fast. In response, Neltharion blew a bit of fire, doing his maximum effort to keep it up, the fire being at much like two lighters. This development seemed to depress Neltharion, who sulked under my jacket. Hey buddy, don't worry, you'll be soon burning like a massive flamethrower. Besides with a bit of oil, that fire you have will work. Hiss. Neltharion hissed, with hope, with an expression that said, really? Yes, you will set the man on fire, I chuckled. Hey, maybe we can make a dad and his dragon day out of this. Hiss. 59, Chapter 58. Author note, here, you go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 15 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The siege started, with my men executing my plans to the letter, as I shouted, plunging my sword into the ground. Do you know what's waiting beyond these walls? My men in response started to stomp the ground with their feet, our prey, our enemies. My army at this rose their blades crying out with one voice, cheering for victory, cheering for the battle that was to come. With a smile forming on my face, I put on my helmet, as I rushed to the walls, being the first to climb the ladders, my Kalasar following close by. Hundreds of arrows were about to whistle through the air but my ravens entered the scene, bothering the heck out of the archers, killing some in the process by pushing them off the edge. With this opportunity opening up, I make a hand signal. Half of my men split off, part of them trying to climb and the other battering the castle wall, howling like wolves with a thirst for blood. It took me a few seconds to climb the ladders, but once I was on the edge of the wall, I sprinted towards the archers that were still alive, half of my men behind him. The archers in defense tried to let off a volley of arrows at us, hitting some of my men. Dodging the incoming arrows, I leaped over the fortifications they had to protect the archers, sword flashing before my feet ever touched the ground. Landing behind them as the archers crumple to the ground as my sword cuts through them. It takes a moment for my men to catch up with and help me lay death into the archers. Within seconds we start to massacre them, erasing their primary defenses, rendering the walls completely useless against my horde of Dothraki climbing. With a smile, I turned around looking at the castle where the Magister was hiding and with a nod, I confirm my next target. My men catch up to this almost unperceivable gesture and rally to the castle. As I dash for the castle, I hear the door being opened, and the rest of my army rushing in. They had no way of winning now, not that they ever did. It doesn't take me long before I reach the castle, the main event of this invasion. The archers at the castle unleash a fusillade of arrows, killing a few of my men as we advance. Every few yards another soldier would fall. Several of them are wounded, but if they were not dead they would keep moving forward, as they saw me, their king charging into battle without fear. As for me, arrows won't stop me, I've been either cutting through them or using my shield to block them. By this point my shield is now quilled with them. As I advanced I see two archers showing their faces, with a smile forming on my face. I grabbed a spear that was dropped on the ground that belonged to one of my fallen comrades and with great force hurled at the archers. Catching them just above the chest, tearing through their throats like a needle and plunging them against the wall like a decoration. The archers, seeing that their efforts were completely in vain and ineffective to slow us, throw down their bows, and take up their spears and swords racked behind them. But unfortunately for them, I'm already upon them, cutting them down with ruthless precision. Every time my Valyrian sword flashes through the air another man falls, and I just kept sweeping through them like flies, my face painted with their tainted blood. After a second my men catch up and are fighting beside me now, and these cell swords are no match for the Dothraki in hand-to-hand combat. On the other side of the castle, my army is slaughtering the cell swords. As for me, I not even breathing hard after the slaughter. This was a piece of cake. I didn't even wake up Neltharion with all this, who was still sleeping on my jacket. With a smile I remove my helmet as I see my army eradicate the rest of the pitiful army they had to defend. With my Dothraki searching the grounds and rooms, dispatching any dying soldiers or men inside the castle. As I take a seat against the wall, one of my blood riders hurries over to my side. The castle is our, Michael. The Dothraki cheer at this, happy for my victory, their victory. Any updates about the Magister? I inquired. I had told them specifically that I wanted to be the one to kill him. There is one area left, that has over 500 men, my blood riders nodded, considering he wasn't able to escape the island, by any means, the bastard was there. Good, take me there, I smiled. As I walk to the last part of this castle to conquer, I gaze up at the sky, slowly turning my eyes to the captain of this cell sword company. They are 150 meters away, give it or so, still alive because my men knew better than to kill them without me here. With a smile, I point at the captain. Is your boss inside? As I shouted and inquired. Yes, but we are not going to defend him, this is out of our pay, the captain said, trying to weasel out of this one. We could work for you. So you will betray your current patron, for me. I chuckled as I grabbed a spear from one of my men, with my chuckle turning into a dark smile. I heft the spear up, as I calculated the distance and how much force I would need, and throw it at him. The captain barely has time to react to what was happening, but by the moment he realizes what is about to happen, is too late, as the spearhead had already found its mark, his chest, piercing him and 5 men to the ground. The captain clutches at the wooden shaft, not comprehending his fate, fear being the last emotion he experienced. The sellsword stared at his fallen captain and looked at me. Why would I want someone that will betray me for the better bidder? I said coldly, as I gave the signal to my men to slaughter them. Men like you don't deserve the honor to serve me, all you deserve is my blade. The Magister was not happy to see, but oh, how happy I was for this opportunity. I was as happy as any man about to kill someone threatening his family could. Hello there, I smiled, taking a seat, seeing the men tremble before me. I surrender. The Magister said, lowering his head. Oh, that's not how it works, my friend, I chuckled, patting him on the back. You lost any human rights the moment your mind sailed and decided to make my wife a whore, albeit impossible, as you saw today. the mere thought. Well. I have no words, you must now. The Magister was shaking uncontrollably by this point, peeing himself on fear as I soothed him. No, don't cry now, you will need those tears later, but for now, I want to know, who told you I was coming? I had received the raven, but it wasn't signed. I had a hunch it was Illyrio, but I could be wrong. A Magister, the Magister answered, not daring to look at me in the eyes. You have any idea, how little those that narrow it down? I sighed. Ordello, a friend of Illyrio, the Magister said between rasped breaths. Good boy, I patted him, with a soft smile, making him look at me for a second, receiving immediately a punch that knocked down many of his teeth. Did I give you permission to look at me, worm? No. The Magister said, bleeding badly through his mouth. Exactly, now, as for your sins, I hummed, remembering Neltharion wanted to chip in, which gave me an idea. You will die, but your gruesome death needs preparation. My idea was to replicate the Sicilian bowl just for him, which was an ancient torture device used in Greece. This bowl was a hollow brass statue crafted to resemble a real bowl. The victims were placed inside, with no escape. The door was shut tight, sealing them in. Fire them would then be lit around the bowl. As the victim succumbed to the searing heat inside, he would thrash about and scream in agony. The movements and sounds would be muted by the bowl's mass, and thanks to the design of the bowl, the sounds inside would transform and sound outside like those of a real bowl. I would commission the bowl, and Neltharion would set the bowl on fire with his cute fire, and that way my little dragon son would feel helpful. Make sure he doesn't kill himself, I ordered my Dothraki, as they dragged him to a cell. With Lys under control, I couldn't help but wonder what was Daenerys doing right now. 60, Chapter 59. Author note, here, you go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also in another great news. I got an editor that will make sure everything is neat and perfect. He is currently working on chapters 133. This is all thanks to you guys. Thanks for the support. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The appropriation of the Lys was pretty calm, and without any problems. After all, the people of Lys already hated their Magister, for what he did to them in these dire times, and were too afraid or grateful to complain. But I knew soon most of Essos would love me, because I would change the political play, starting with Lys. For starters, having slaves would be illegal, and punishable by death, if the slaves in question wanted to stay with their masters, for any reason, be it Stockholm Syndrome or because their masters were actually decent persons, they would be allowed to, as long as it was clear they could leave their post at any given time. Raiding would be non-existent, and the Dothraki would be the army of Essos to stop anyone trying to rise in the profession they had left behind, because of me. The Dothraki, in turn, would get paid like the army does, with their salaries, or in this case, food and items they require, coming from the exuberant taxes Essos had. Seriously, no wonder every Magister is extremely rich. The taxes are 3 times what Westerosi people pay. I, of course, would try to lower the taxes, if possible, but for now was but a nice thought. To have a general idea of how much I could reduce them, I needed to have every city under my control. With Lys alone my estimate would be really inaccurate, and perhaps implausible. Michael, my blood rider said, entering the room I was occupying, the old office of the Magister. I was here reading documents and other papers to understand the socio-political state of this city a bit better. Yes, I said, acknowledging him. The Khaleesi is safe and sound, inside the castle as you requested, my blood rider informed proudly. Very good, let her know I'll be with here in a minute, I smiled, as I went back to read all documents the soon-to-be roasted men had. As you command, blood of my blood rider left, to complete his task, diligently, may I add. Blood of my blood, I chuckled, wondering. Would I ever get used to this? Daenerys POV. The siege lasted a bit more than a day, outnumbers and strategy proving to be vastly superior to Lys defenses. Ronard had not only won in a timely manner but had done it without killing almost any civilians, getting a massive approval from the citizens that originally feared the Dothraki horse would lay waste to their tropical land. Now, our tropical island, Ronard, has promised he would give me a safe place to have our kids and recover, and like everything so far, he has delivered every promise. Lys was officially our first conquest together, the place where my kids would be born. My Khaleesi, one of Ronard's blood riders said entering my chambers, our great goal will be with you shortly. That sounded like Ronard, always working, worthy of being king, my king, very well, thanks. With that, I was left alone, with my 2 small baby dragons, and my personal squad of ravens. Ned Stark POV. After a few days of travel, I had finally arrived at the garrison my son had set close to the borders of the Riverlands. It was relatively close, with only being 5 days of travel to get there from the castle of House Tully. Once I arrived, I couldn't help but find that it was surprising to see that all the houses of the north, my land, had raised their banners to help my son set this injustice I had suffered, right. For the exception of House Mormont, they had refused to come, not that I blamed them for it. Many did, that was at least what Kat said. Father! Rob cried out the moment I stood out the car, hugging tightly, with love, but something about him was different, this war had changed him. You have done good, I'm proud of you, I smiled genuinely, my son had held a war without succumbing to the pressures of one. I have only done what you would have done, Rob smiled, as he turned to Kat that had just recently gotten out of the carriage. Mother, Rob approached her hugging her in the same lovely embrace he gave me as he asked, how is grandfather? Good, Kat answered drily, as she started to walk away to what I assumed was our tent. I need to rest for the moment, my head hurts. Rob sighed as he gave me a look, does it has to do with Ronard? I sighed back, it does, I don't agree with her ideas about what is going on with Ronard. I believed her at first, Rob smiled sadly seeing his mother fade into the background, but he saved you, he brought you back to the north where you belong, and until he proves otherwise, he is someone I would like to call a friend. I smiled at my son, but the matters were a bit more delicate than that. Ronard wanted the throne, and so did everyone but ours, so that only left me with two options, either I waged war against Ronard, who was part of us, part of our kin, a true northerner like almost everyone at this garrison, or I helped him. Enemies or allies, there wasn't a middle ground, and I had to make that choice. I know. I smiled. Sansa's stark POV. Father was safe and sound. At first, I thought it was a cruel joke from Joffrey, that little monster would surely enjoy seeing me get hopes just to crush them under his heel. But, after getting a few more ravens, I had no other choice but to believe it. Father was alive, and the responsible for it was Ronard. He had saved Father when he didn't have to. It's been a while since I last saw him, but I have so much to thank him. He might not have ended marrying me, but he had kept his promises, he had kept me safe, even from afar. Something Mother didn't see at all, she hated him, for reasons I had yet to find. She was so unfair with him that made me question everything I had seen from her. Was this the same treatment John received? Was John like Ronard, mistreated and misjudged by her delusional mind? After all, that was the only description I could come up with. Ronard had done nothing but help us, and yet she hates him. Perhaps I should write John a letter, apologizing for how I treated him because apparently I had just opened my eyes to the truth. How naive I was. Form your own opinions, Sansa, don't let others decide what you think. You are a wolf, Sansa, not a sheep. And only the sheep follow others blindly. You were right all along. Arya Stark POV. I knew it. Ronard would never hurt us, he was our friend. I'm never wrong with the people I like, and he was on my list of people I considered great. He had saved Father, just because he could. He had kept our family, our pack of wolves together. Mother was like always in the wrong about him, like she has always been about John, and what ladies should do and not do. One day I would pay him all he had done for us, maybe I could be one of his knights. He did say I had talent, one day I would be his Fang, the Fang of the Westeros. I like that name, I laughed as I continued to practice with my sword. Cersei POV. Lord Stark had escaped my grasp and had joined his family and their army, whose plan was to overthrow their rightful king Joffrey if that wolf allied himself with Stannis, and they somehow managed to convince Renly to join them. Our heads would be on the ropes by next morning. This, of course, was totally implausible, for Renly and Stannis hated each other and would never bend the knee, and as for Lord Stark, he was in debt with Ronard for saving him. How did Ronard's influence manage to get so far as to have people inside our ranks eluded me, but was a clear statement I had misjudged the little lord. He certainly played the game better than I had anticipated, better than most. After all, by saving Lord Stark he had most likely won an ally, and had, in turn, weakened us. Father had the little bear in high regard, saying that out of all the enemies we were facing, Ronard would prove to be the most dangerous and unpredictable. But like always, we would come on top. We were lions, and lions won. Even Tyrion, that little monster, had given his pitiful existence some value after he sealed an alliance with Euron Greyjoy, gaining his fleet to our side. Sister, we need to talk, Tyrion said, entering my room, already ruining my day. What do you want? Make it quick, I inquired. We need to talk about Myrcella and possible alliances, Tyrion said, getting a cup of wine. He wanted to sell my daughter like a whore, as Father had done with me. How could he even consider that my children belonged with me, and with me, they would all stay? I will not sell Myrcella like a cheap whore. I hissed at him, wanting to strangle his little neck and see his life slowly fade away. Father has already agreed on it. I was just being polite, but we need the Martells in our side. We have no allies. Tyrion sighed, shocking me what he had said. Father had agreed to this? After everything our house had done to theirs, Myrcella would die there. They would kill her there, I growled. Dorne is known for two things, no boundaries when it comes to sex, and that they don't harm children, Tyrion said. I will take this discussion with father, he can't decide these things without me. I said before storming out of the room, looking for father. 61, Chapter 60. Author note, here, you go. If you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. What up my people? I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words so yeah big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. It was the evening of my second week in Liss. Before leaving I had to set and put everything ready for Daenerys so she wouldn't have to move a finger, so with that in mind, I stayed setting up the city for her, a little paradise just for her. So after 2 weeks, I was finally due to leave, but as if the gods wanted me to stay the winds started to howl outside shaking the sea violently, apparently, a storm was coming our way, a really big one. Which meant I would have to delay my plans for a couple of days or so, at least for the moment being, not that I really cared. Daenerys was probably in her last month of pregnancy at this point. And while I wanted to start waging my war to the other cities so as to keep her out of the enemy's sight, a bigger part of me wanted to see my children, I wanted to hold them. It seems you are staying, Daenerys smiled, maybe our little chimeras will decide to come out during this time, maybe they want to say hi to daddy. Ha, that would be lovely, I chuckled, touching her belly with the utmost care wondering if my little warriors would come out and say hi soon. Our motherly caw. Instincts feel they are about to hatch. Any time this week. The ravens that usually protected her, or brooded her pregnant stated, and while I knew what they meant by that she was about to hatch, the image they put on my head was disturbing, to say the least. What do they say? Daenerys giggled. That our little chimeras are about coming any day now, I answered with a smile of my own. As we continued to talk about how the kids would look, and names for them, my mind started to ponder on what was my family on Bear Island doing right now. I knew they were safe, and out of the political mess that was moving inside the Seven Kingdoms that was the main reason I had left them there, to avoid any of them getting hurt, a safe haven for them, like the one I'm giving Daenerys right now, but even though I knew they were safe, I didn't really know how was my little cousin, Lyanna, or my Aunt Maege. Were they happy? Sad? Something in between? Maege Mormont POV. Today, like every afternoon, I was alone walking in the forest with one of the many of armored bears Ronard left behind, with my mind on the idea that, it had been quite a while since my great-nephew left to Essos. Originally it was intended to be a simple and uncomplicated business trip, and yet, somehow he ended up marrying Daenerys Targaryen, also declaring his intentions to conquer the known world, becoming one of the most prominent players on this war game. Did I approve what he was doing? No at a million years, but he was family, and we bears stand together, against anything and anyone, because we don't a reason to stand for our family, we don't need to be logical. But I can't say I fault my little nephew, everything started when they broke his betrothal, and he probably made his second one with rage and thirst for retribution. Mom, when is cousin Ronard coming back? Lyanna inquired, running towards me, smiling at the bear, like always she was wearing her custom-made battle armor. Since Ronard left she had been practicing non-stop to be a warrior on pair with him, wanting to be of use to us, to his cousin, maybe he needs a bodyguard. I smiled, no matter how impulsive Ronard's decisions were, he had made such a good impression on everyone that served under him or with him, that we would follow him to hell. He will be back soon, he is one of us, and we bears don't die so easily, we bears stand together. Lyanna smiled, satisfied with the answer as she left fading deep into the woods to practice. Stupid boy, I growled with a smile on my face, if you wanted help taking over Essos, why didn't you call us, we bears must stick together. DC Mormont POV. Ronard had left and had started a war without us, his family, and that was something I planned to fix. I wasn't going to let my cousin go into battle without us, not any longer, not without his armored bears, and his armored ladies, as he used to call us. You were right, mother has no idea when he is coming back, Lyanna sighed with a pout, that turned to smile really fast. When are we leaving? Lyanna had discovered my plan to go and help Ronard, and the only way I managed to buy her silence was to offer her to come with me, and it wasn't like she was going to charge into battle. Ronard would probably have her with his new wife. As for me, I wanted to go into this war with him, I wanted to ensure he would come back to us, his family. He was beyond reckless, always acting like he was invincible, unstoppable, unkillable, but no one really is, so he needed us, by his side, to help him. We have to leave tonight. I have gathered half of the bear squadron, and some of our men. I smirked at her. Very well, Lioness smiled excitedly. Finally, we will be able to serve the vodka bringer, one of the many armored bears coming with us growled, as soon the other growled in approval. Sometimes I feel they can understand me, Lina added with a puzzled look on her face. Later that night, Lina and I left the house, being careful as to not be seen or hear. The men I had gathered were loyal to Ronard like everyone on the island, but unlike others, these would keep quiet, so that mother wouldn't stop us. So you finally decide to leave? The voice of my mother stopped me cold on my tracks as I was running through the forest. She was standing against the tree with a mug of vodka on her left hand, and her weapon on her right, looking at us, with cold-blooded eyes for a brief yet long moment that seemed to last an eternity before she suddenly smiled. Be sure to slap the brat for me. He would dodge it. I laughed as if the palpable tension that was a few minutes ago had never existed. Is the thought what counts? Mother laughed, turning her gaze to Lina. I will go, you can't stop me. Lina said, standing her ground, as if ready to fight her way out of this, knowing full well mother would give her the spanking of her life. I won tea. Mother laughed, so loud and fluidly that her mug was spilling vodka around as if leaking. I killed my first men when I was your age. I learned how to fight before I even learned how to read. That is our way. Ronard made our island safer, but it wasn't always like that. We the women's of Bear Island don't stand by as the men fight, we fight with them and we fight better. So go out there and come back, or I will bring you back to life and kill you again for disobeying me. Lina smiled, nodding. I will make sure she comes back, I smiled. You better make sure we have the same amount of bears or more when you come back, Mother laughed, as she moved out of the way. I believe your crew is waiting. Renly Baratheon POV. I had the Tyrells with me, and an army of 100,000 men, loyal to me, and yet, I was losing. My brother in the north refused to bend the knee for me. All I had was Loras, who firmly believed I was going to win. I had to unite the 7 kingdoms so that I could focus on getting rid of the menace that the Lord of the Bear Islands had become. Why so tense? Loras smirked, kissing me. Do you have some tensions to release my king? I do, but only their heads rolling would fix that. I smirked at him, kissing him back, though, your body does wonders. I know, and it's all for you, Loras said, and after that, I was engulfed in the fiery pit of pleasure. 62, Chapter 61. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Going on a writing rush today, so by the end of the night I should 17 or 18 chaps ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Daenerys POV. It has been a couple of weeks since Ronard decided to stay after an awful storm, and I was full of hope he would see our children's first breath of air, and it seemed that time was coming near. I could feel it. This morning was very cold and for some reason my back ached a lot. Ronard wasn't on the bed, probably working on the office, so I staggered as I walked to find him. Thirst filling my body with an unfathomable strength, drying my very core. Deciding it was best to satiate this basic need first, I went to my night table and drank the cup of water that was placed there. As I stared at the cup feeling as if I was drinking air, not really satiating the feeling I had. After finishing that unsatisfying cup of water, that did close to absolutely nothing, I decided to continue my quest to find Ronard. My mind and body needed him. As I walked through the long castle halls that seemed to have become plains on their own right, I asked everyone if they had seen Ronard. Nobody knew where he was, and by the looks of the ravens following me with worriedly looks through, neither did they. After a few hours looking, with noon coming close the backache increased, sending chills down my spine, working itself into a slow rhythm. And with this it dawned on me very clear that my little chimeras were not waiting any longer. Where in the 7 is that man? I growled, desperate. He had to be here. This pain was as much his as it was mine. My search for Ronard elongated until the afternoon. My backache had evolved and was encircling my entire being. By this point I could do nothing but pant and whimper in pain, the steady rattle of rain dampening her moaning call for succor. The pain that started as nothing but a soft back pain had increased to waves of cramping agony that left me gasping for breath, and on. The ravens at this point were panicking, Some even flew away to find Ronard, with the pain abstracting my feeling of time that became night in the blink of an eye. I could hear the doctors Ronard had hired murmuring to each other, I could see the tops of their stupid heads, I could feel their concerns. And suddenly, like a dam breaking without notice, with the pain that struck fast like a lightning, my water broke. With more surprise than concern I looked down the floor that was drenched with whatever came out of me. All but one thought occurred to me once again, where in the seven was my husband? Ronard Mormont POV. Today was a great day to go out for a hunt with Neldharion. He wanted to eat, and enjoyed hunting his meals with me, so as to make it more interesting I sneaked with my dragon son out of the castle, making sure to avoid everyone, including my ravens. Today it was all about me and Neldharion. And what a great day it was. Neldharion had eaten 10 times his weight, I could feel it on my shoulder, and while he wanted to keep hunting, the night was already about us and everyone could be worried about us. That sound was indistinguishable. One of my raven had found me. With a smile I turned around, to see around 20 ravens flying at me. Getting closer and closer, too close. All the ravens caught in one voice, not slowing down, not even a bit. Why weren't they slowing down? At this point they would crash with me, they must know that, right? Right? Like a thunder all the 20 ravens collided with me, peaks first making me flinch in a mild amount of pain. It didn't hurt much, it was the equivalent of stepping on a Lego with a normal human body. But still, ouch! Why the heck are you guys doing that? I asked them, partly angry, but a bigger part of me was confused as to why they would try to kamikaze themselves against me. That stun had done more damage to them than me. Lady Corntaker and her eggs are hatching. All the ravens said in one voice. Hatching. Fuck. Fuck. It took my brain a full second before I could process and react to this news, and before I knew it I was running through the forest leaving the flash in shame. Hiss. Neldharion hissed, digging his tiny claws on my shoulder to not fall like a meteor on the ground. I grabbed the little dragon and kept him on a tight grip while I ran through the forest, with the city looming nearer and nearer, as if I was zooming into a pic. It took me a couple seconds to reach the city, but I didn't stop nor slowed down. I continued to run, with my ravens flying behind me, dashing through the city as if it was in flames. It only took me a couple more minutes to reach the castle that I just parkoured to the top, with my fingertips bleeding lightly for the harsh treatment. Following my ravens, until I eventually heard Daenerys, her voice cracking and asking for me, in pain. That alone pushed me into overdrive, giving me a nitro push, that increased my already high speed even more. Eventually I reached the room where she was at, and with a kick strong enough to bust the door down, I ran towards my wife, who just glared at me. Sorry, I was hunting, I said, holding her hand. Traditions say. The doctor was about to tell me how I shouldn't be here, but the piercing and deadly gaze of my wife in pain was enough to shut him up. Where the fuck were you? Daenerys asked, panting with pain. I was hunting with Neldharion, I said, explaining myself once again, while pointing to the scared dragon that was clutching with all his might to my chest with his tiny claws, still processing what happened. I hate you. Daenerys growled, gripping my hand with enough strength to bring a normal man down. You don't, I whispered to her ear, letting her trash my poor hand all she wanted. I do right now. Daenerys shouted, pushing once more, her face being red for this immense effort she was putting. This continued for a couple of hours, and before we realized it we heard the sharp, angry, and surprisingly loud cry that thundered inside the room. Before we could even process what we heard, the doctor smiled as he said it was a boy. The doctor handed the baby to me, so small, as if he knew I was his papa. The baby stopped crying, tiny fingers curling around my pinky. I never felt so powerless, so out of control. I watched my son peer through brand new eyes at what must be such a strange world, with no fear, only wonder. I tried to form a coherent sentence, but my mind was drunk with emotions, tears flowing like a fucking river through my eyes. A few moments after, a similar but equally sharp cry echoed, the last one startling me a bit, thundering with equal strength inside the room. It's a girl. The doctor said, handing the baby girl to Daenerys. With something reminiscent of a smile, the little baby looks at us as with eyes filled with nothing but innocence. I smiled with a cracked chuckle as I see her tiny legs kick in a tiny jagged motion, looking for that resistance they are used to inside the womb, I guess. They are so beautiful, Daenerys said weakly, with a smile that could overthrow the sun. By this point, my mind was partially back together. They are, and nothing will ever harm them. I am not crying, you are. I need a tissue. I need one cave. So, Ka beautiful. We won't let anyone hurt them, Ka. 63, Chapter 62. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Going on a writing rush today, so by the end of the night I should 17 or 18 chaps ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. After the birth of the twins, I stayed a couple of weeks on the island with Daenerys and them. They were so beautiful, my little Gerald and Alyssa Mormont, but everything must come to an end, and for me it was unfortunately, it was time to go. I had enemies and rivals that I had to eliminate, to ensure the safety of my family. So today, it would be my parting day. I was sad to leave. But I had the memory of that fateful day. I'll never forget the moment I held my son and daughter for the first time. I was mentally exhausted and terrified and mostly overwhelmed with everything, but then moment I laid my eyes on them I was also so very much in love. Love at first sight. It was as if my life was theirs now, and it probably was. A part of me still couldn't believe this was actually happening, while another part of me felt overwhelmed with all the happiness, and I can only imagine what Daenerys feels when she looks at them. My ravens were very much in love with my kids. Rhoda personally had requested to be there for them to defend them should anything come their way. How could I reject such offer? Promise to come back, Daenerys smiled, holding the twins with a soft smile. If not for me, for them. I will, I smiled, kissing her and the babies in the forehead. My son was probably a baby copy of me. He had her mother's eyes though, but with my complexion, dark hair, and same skin tone. As for my daughter, she took so much from Daenerys. I could faintly see she would have white golden hair like her mother. One thing I knew is that I would spoil the ever-living shit of them. As I continued to talk with Daenerys, I heard one of my men shout, that a ship was coming. A ship. It couldn't be any enemies. I had half of my Krakens protecting the island, and they would never leave their posts, so whoever was coming was friendly, or at the very least using friendly colors, which would prove my defenses needed some improvement. With a look, Daenerys understood that it was best if she and the twins waited inside the castle, while I sorted this unexpected incident. Gathering a few of my men, I ran to the bay ready for anything. Should they be enemies, they had committed the most stupid and sad attempt of an infiltration ever. If they were allies, well, I suppose the term allies is a vague one. I only trust Daenerys and my animals, and I suppose my family. It didn't take us long to arrive at the coast. After all, we were very close, mostly because I was supposed to leave today. The ship that had arrived had my house colors and banner, so it either meant that some of my men had decided to go over my orders and come, or someone had stolen one of our ships and was trying to Trojan horse my ass. With an eyebrow raised, and mild curiosity taking over, I approached the ship, even more from a new perspective, and now I could clearly see from this new angle that the men running the ship were my men. Hello, my lord, or should I call you my king now? That voice was easy to recognize. Daisy Mormont was here. With a sigh I turned around, seeing her sitting on a pile of rocks and weapons, with a stern but playful look. Behind her was Lina, with a shy expression on her face but also with a strong resolve to be here, standing with her custom-made armor to fit her young body. Hi, my lord. I mean, my king. Maybe she was nervous. They had disobeyed my rules, after all. I'm going to ask this once, and only once. I smiled coldly, narrowing my eyes. Why are you two here? Daisy took a step forward without skipping a beat and answered without fear or hesitation. To help you. We are family, and we bears stand together, so here we stand. There she goes, quoting our family motto. I sighed, turning my gaze to Lina. And why is she here? You must know she is too young for war. Mormont women don't shy off from war or a fight. Lina said with determination, shaking her apparent shyness away like it never existed. Tell that to a man piercing your throat. I spat. She could be killed or raped, or worse. I want to be of help. I have been training. I can do it, Lina said with resolve. You two have disobeyed direct orders from your lord and now king, I stated with an emotionless tone, but I'm a kind man, so your punishment will be light. Daisy, you will help me on the fight, but seeing you can't follow simple commands, you will be under me, as one of my guards, losing control of the men you brought in anything. It will be my honor. Daisy kneeled, her blade shining with the daylight. This was supposed to be a light punishment, demoting her from commander to a simple guard, and it aligned with my original plan, for I would keep her out of trouble. As for you, Lina, I had to think of another job that sounded like a punishment but was actually not my baby's bingo. You will guard and protect my kids with your life, is that clear? Both Lina and Daisy froze for a moment, smiles forcibly forming in their faces. It would be a great honor, my king. Lina practically threw herself into a kneeling position. Once again, my pseudo-punishments weren't taken that way, but I suppose only our family would take something like this. they had lost for the moment being their power to command others as a punishment, and yet they were happy to serve me, in ways most lords that had a taste for power would find demeaning and a waste of their so-called superior qualities. After a long minute of nothing but dead silence, I laughed as I hugged the living shit out of them. Now that I did my kingly duty, are you two ready to meet your niece and nephew? Niece and nephew? Lina inquired with excitement but was confused by the terminology. After all, they weren't my biological sisters, and my kids weren't their niece and nephew, but I was raised with them, they were my family and the closest thing I had to siblings. Yes, now we can leave them waiting, they are eager to meet their aunts, I smiled, practically dragging them over to the castle. I had to flex my adorable bundles of joy, like a good father I had to. Euron Greyjoy POV. Soon, the Sea Stone Throne would be mine, with my ship the Silence, adorably named for the fact that I cut out the tongues of all who serve it in, just because a mute man can't spill secrets, my secrets, or annoy me by talking. Ronard might have a big army, overwhelming mine, but he made a grave and terrible mistake, for his greatest weapon would turn to be his greatest weakness. His dragons would turn on him because I will be able to control them with the dragon horn I found in Valeria. A little blow on this bad guy and his dragons will obey me, and his head will be toasted. I smiled, for this war was won the moment I entered it. After admiring my trump card for a bit, I decided to go to the war council. I had been invited to see what were the plans the old lion had. I have heard of you, Tywin, the old lion said with a scrutinizing look as if measuring me up, and his expression said he was not impressed, but oh, he should, cruel and fearless, but also, unstable. You might be already playing us, you only play for your own gain, and that is something I can respect, but unlike you, we Lannisters keep our word and pay our debts. We shouldn't trust him, he is a man that insults the gods and stabs everyone he serves, one of Tywin's generals said, looking at me with disdain. Godless? Me? Tywin, it seems your generals are going senile. I am the godliest man ever to raise sail. You serve merely 7 gods, but I have served 10,000. From Ib to Asai, and for that I was made the drowned god, and now when men see my sails, they pray. But I don't listen, I smiled at the everyone table. Don't worry, we share a common enemy, one that we both want, death. That we do, for now, Tywin nodded. The old was catching on, he knew or expected my betrayal once we eliminated our common enemy, no wonder he has such a fame. 64, Chapter 63. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Going on a writing rush today, so by the end of the night I should 17 or 18 chaps ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. After presenting my wife and kids to my cousins and letting them get to know each other a bit with small talk and stuff, I left for Myr and Tyrosh, the next targets of my list, leaving both Lina and Daisy on the island, with the mission to protect my most precious things. I knew that my son, Gerald Mormont, and my sweet little princess, Alyssa Mormont, my 2 greatest treasures would be safe. I still remember when Daenerys asked why I had named our son Gerald. Sadly it's a reference she will never understand. While I originally wanted to bring Daisy with me, I eventually caved into the new voice in my head saying she would do better than any other soldier in my army protecting the babies. She was a woman that could give Brienne a run for her money in battle, and would die for me, my kids or my wife. She was initially surprised that I had changed my mind, but still happily obliged to her new task at hand. And finally, after almost 2 months of doing nothing but chilling for the most part, and taking in the fact I was a parent, I was back on my conquest plans. Myr and Tyrosh. Myr was a city close to the shore and Tyrosh was an island, so I would have to be careful while pushing them. Unlike during Lys siege, I didn't have many Krakens to take their navy down. After all, I had left the majority of them in Lys to ensure invaders found the place a tad difficult to invade. But even one Kraken can do a lot of damage, so I decided to kill 2 cities with 1 stone, with a simple, yet effective plan. First I would send 2 out of the 3 Krakens I had with me right now to Tyrosh, their mission the same they had in Lys, to destroy their navy and cage them in with no escape. The last Kraken to attack Myr's navy, slowly decimating them. While I would be leading the charge to Myr with my cavalry on the land. With this triple assault, I would cut the amount of time it would take me to subdue both cities, ensuring maximum efficiency. In a military point of view, all I knew about Mir was that they, like Dorn, fought traps and misdirection, by using poisons and other stuff to kill their enemies. Everything in Mir was coated in poison from the daggers to the arrows, which was incredibly effective against my basically naked Dothraki, but even with their Dorn-like tactics, we would win. Mir didn't have a big army, being among the weakest cities in Essos, but the reason it was one of the best cities available was because they were the most technologically advanced city in Essos and probably the known way world. I have to destroy these cities fast, the last thing I want is my kids forgetting my face. I chuckled as I sulked in sadness imagining that. They won't forget your smell, I know I wouldn't, Neltharion added approaching me from behind, trying to calm me down, but ended scaring the crap out of me. Since when can you talk? I wasn't scared but from only hissing to this, it was a big jump. A month or so, one day I didn't know and the next one. Neltharion shrugged. And you just now decided to talk? I inquired, wondering why it took him a month to do so. Never had anything good to say before, and you never asked, besides you understand me without talking, Neltharion answered. From now on tell me when you learn something new, do your brothers talk like you? I inquired, did they evolve like him or would it take them more time? Sure and no, my brothers can't talk yet, Rhoda says it's because, I'm the one that spends more time with you so they will need more time, don't really know what that has to do with it, but that's what he said. Neltharion shrugged. Rhoda was probably onto something with that, usually animals the closer they get to me the weirder they get, it all started with him, who eventually changed to Rhoda, which would explain why Neltharion was the first of his brothers to talk, so Rhoda's theory had some merit. I was basically a radioactive man that gave animals personalities and a voice. Hey, well take that evolution, shove it. I chuckled. Anyway, don't sulk, my new brother and sister won't forget you, Neltharion added trying to finalize my concerns. I looked at the dragon whose size was roughly above a big dog now, and smiled, well, and even if they do, I'll work it out. That's the spirit Dad, Neltharion hissed happily, so how long before I can burn people? If this was a human kid that question would probably be considered a red flag, a week or so, but the word normal left the building I like to call my brain a long time ago, with all the shit going on in my world. Great, I will show them what happens when they mess with Neltharion Mormont. Neltharion hissed, breathing out some fire. Neltharion Mormont. Well that was unexpected, Neltharion Mormont. I chuckled. Yes, you are my father, and fathers give their last name right? Neltharion tilted his head in confusion. Oh you mean I forgot my other last name, sorry, Neltharion Mormont Ravenicus. Yeah, that wasn't what I meant my cute and now talking dragon, Ravenicus. Well, they did brood you a lot. Neltharion nodded as he muttered, I know, but sometimes I don't like them, they are always trying to feed me corn, but I don't like it. Caw. How, you have any idea how hard we work for that corn, ungrateful chick? A raven appeared out of nowhere. As I watched the raven and Neltharion discuss, one thought that made me smile crossed my mind, my little babies would have a life full of random shit, but it would be a wholesome one, raven's uncles, dragon's brothers, horse cousins, things will surely never go dull with this family around. I can burn you. I dare you. Caw. Just try. Caw. Nick Fury Ravenicus POV. I was like always doing my job, that was spying these unstable motherfuckers to ensure they didn't do anything to hurt the Cornbringer. I was, after all, part of the Council of Ravens and the director of the spy network in West Eros, so I had to aim for perfection. Today in my normal routine, I had found an interesting item, a horn that apparently could control dragons, that was a big motherfucking no. Euron Greyjoy was the current owner, keyword being current, because I was about to steal that shit or destroy it, I was not going to take risks. If that horn worked, it could be a nuclear deterrent, one that wasn't allowed to exist outside Ronard hands. And I have to thank Euron for letting me know about its existence, because if it wasn't for this crazy-ass motherfucker that for some weird-ass reason talked to himself for 2 hours about how the horn was awesome and how the horn would ensure his victory, I would have guessed the horn was simply bad indoor decoration item, or a really bad souvenir. For one part, the horn might just be a stupid horn, with no use that is being glorified by delirious thoughts of a madman. But I rather be safe than sorry, you can't never be too careful, I can't let such thing to be even be a possibility. We have a mission, that mission is simple, we must retrieve that horn the Caw. Crazy-ass pirate has. Any questions? I asked my raven squad. What do we do if retrieval is impossible? One raven asked, raising his wing. We destroy it, our priority is ensuring that our Cornbringer has no threat for when he comes back, is that clear? Caw. I said as I opened my wings, to make an emphasis and close the point. Caw. My squad cawed in one voice. Then let's roll. I shouted, as me and my 40 raven squad took off, our destiny the room of madman. 65. Chapter 64. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Going on a writing rush today, so by the end of the night I should 17 or 18 chaps ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words so yeah big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. As for now go to my Patreon I have 15 chaps ahead of this novel. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. A man entered my room without knocking, staring at me for a second with a dagger on his hand that was knocked down by one of my ravens, and unfortunately for him, I'm a soft sleeper, so as soon the dagger was on the floor I dashed at him with a swift motion barely moving, managing to seize the attacker to a wall with a knife to his throat without waking Neltharion. I proceeded to order my ravens to check the perimeter, as I interrogated the man. Yawning, I whispered to his ear without missing a beat, I was having a good dream, and you fuck it, so who the fuck are you? The man gulped shaking dumb with fear, Magister poorly sent me, from Mir, I was supposed to kill you before you arrived. I hummed at that, how did someone manage to get within my crew and do such a thing, my ravens would have noticed it, then again, I don't have as many ravens to spy SOs as I would like so things are bound to slip by, since when are you here? I sized the man up, he wasn't an assassin, no by a long shot, but was sneaky enough to be a thief. Since Pentos, the man stammered, the plan was one would kill you, while another caused a diversion. Some of my crew members had been personally picked by Illyrio like the chefs and other non-combatant members of my personal and being honest with myself I don't keep an eye on him as much as I would like, my ravens have become limited with the range they have now to cover, did Illyrio knew about this? Yes. He and Magister poorly talked about it in the tombs of Pentos, the man nodded with fear. Oh, fat man, you have sealed your fate, not that it wasn't sealed already, I see, is there anybody else on this ship? A few that I know of, but I don't know their names or identities. If a pair fails the other will try later, the man answered, tears rolling down his cheeks, we are a few because he knows you would not kill all of your crew just to purge us out. Not necessarily all the crew, just the people from Pentos, but Nat, I will find you guys one by one, I smiled, cutting his throat, and in the process waking up Neltharion. Who was that? Neltharion inquired yawning while stretching his legs. Nobody, I yawned back, deciding I would deal with this sad attempt to kill me later, after my morning tea. Okay, Neltharion said going back to sleep. Michael, we captured an assassin. One of my blood riders shouted. I frown it seems they have captured the diversion, just how low they think of me, sending commoners to kill me, I must at the very least the hardest men to kill. With a sigh and forgetting about my morning tea, I walk out of the room. Your false king is dead. The diversion shouted. Wow, don't count the chicks before the eggs hatch, I chuckled as I walked to the man, that by this point was extremely surprised. So how much were you guys paid? I mean, it must be a lot, considering. Well, none of you would make it out of here alive, I smiled, taking a seat. We do it for the greatness of the Magisters. The man spat, making my blood riders to react by breaking his arms. The only great one is Arkle, and those who oppose his herd will die, my blood rider said with a dark smile, pray to your god, see if he saves you, or maybe your Magister. PFF, very well, kill him. I yawned, this guy, unlike the last one I killed, was a fanatic, and that type rarely shares information. What do we do? My blood rider inquired as he cut the assassin's head with his curved blade, probably wondering if there were more of them hiding. Listen up everybody, don't trust anyone that is not a Dothraki, or an Ironborn, if you see anyone cough in a suspicious way let me know, I shouted for everyone to hear, some of the Pentos crew was nervous, others were downright scared, and they should. We are to arrive at Mir in a couple of hours, I would recommend killing all the Pentosi men and women, my blood rider said, flashing a bright, happy smile at them. That would ensure we kill them all, but I like the challenge, or we can do this, I smiled taking a step forward, those who come out now will be forgiven, those who don't will be tortured once I find out, I will make sure those who don't suffer for months before dying. A dead silence followed after that, but I waited, seconds turned into minutes, but eventually, 3 men walked forward, kneeling. Magister Poorly has our families, please, some of us didn't have a choice, one of them begged. The other 2 had similar reasons, and because I was a dad now, let's say I had a soft spot for those willing to kill themselves for their families, very well, you 3 are forgiven, but for the moment being you will stay on the cells, just to avoid accidents. With that done, I walked to my room, but a concerning thought blasted my mind. I left Pentosi personal in Liss, my wife, my kids. Almost snapping my neck I turned to one of my ravens, go and make sure Daenerys and my kids are safe and sound. Daenerys POV. A few days after Ronard left, assassins tried to take my life, and not only that, but they also tried to kill my babies. Moments like this I'm glad Ronard is and will be overprotective of us. His animals jumped out from unseen corners to attack the assassins, from bears and horses to snakes and ravens. They all fought, helping Daisy fend them off alongside Lina and Yura. Lina got stabbed in the process while pushing an assassin out of the room, by tackling him, and if it wasn't for Yura, it would have been too late to notice their intents. He overheard their plan and rushed to my room, waking me up and alerting Daisy just in time for her and Lina to fight the 16 men off. The snakes, ravens and our new battle bears fought the men off with ease, destroying the attempt to our lives. In the end, I was completely unharmed, and so were my babies. The only one that got hurt was poor Lina, who got stabbed on the arm, but the doctors said she would be fine and would make a full recovery. Are you all right, my queen? Yura asked. I am, thanks. I nodded, my mind still racing at the thought of my babies getting hurt, but now that the storm had calmed down, all I could think of was if my Ronard was okay. He had to, so we could burn Illyrio for this. He had to have a hand in this, and he would pay with fire and blood what he tried to do. Ronard will go crazy when he hears of this, Daisy sighed. Who is next, bitches? A bear growled. Unfortunately, nobody could understand him. This is how we do it in the motherland. Another bear added. That was excellent. A snake hissed. Ravens for the win. A raven added. These animals aren't normal, Yura muttered, seeing as if the animals were having a civilized conversation. Nick Fury Rave Nick POV 2 days earlier during the mission horn retrieval. Entering the room of the crazy-ass motherfucker was easy, and everything was going according to the plan. That was until the unstable bastard entered the room, staring at my squad, carefully lifting the horn. He took a second to process what was happening before he rushed to stop us. Oh no you don't, motherfucker. I dived him in, trying to gouge his one good eye. I'ma scratch the heck out of you, bitch. What is wrong with these birds? Euron growled, slapping me away, but by the moment he managed to do so, the horn was flying out of the window. Bye, bitch. I cawed, flying out, giving him the bird. 66, Chapter 65. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Going on a writing rush today, so by the end of the night I should 17 or 18 chaps ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The next day early morning after we settled our camp close to the coast of Myr, I rode with 5,000 men to Myr, to leave a message, surrender and die fast, or surrender and die slow. Our camp was set fairly close to the city, 2 hours on ours, to optimize my troops' movements. I knew Daenerys and my kids were safe, a raven had informed me of it, I could feel it too deep within my heart, but still. Just knowing they had attempted to take them away from me, forever. It fired up an unyielding monster of rage that was running wild deep within me. I wanted more than ever to kill those who had hands in this suicidal arrangement. I wanted to see their lives slip through their eyes. Michael, one of my blood riders said, bringing me back to reality, and it seems Myr was waiting for me. The city was closed, and there were people on the walls, the Magister and some other nobles. By the looks of it, they wanted to end this with a duel. The audience of highborns, and how they weren't trying to shoot me down with arrows, shouted it was that way. They would send their champion, and he would fight for Myr, and he would die for Myr too. A boy riding with savages, you are no true king, you are nothing. And today we will show you that. I could hear the Magister cackle in amusement. He was like every Magister, totally despicable, disgusting, repulsive, and right now, there wasn't anything I wanted more than to cut his head off. Our champion will show you that. Let me, Michael, it would be my honor. My blood rider said, practically begging to be my champion, but I silenced him with a plain glare. If someone was going to fuck their morale was me. Seconds after the doors of Myr opened, and a man with a horse galloped out of the city, their champion, confirming my suspicions. they wanted to make an example of my forces, by defeating my champion with theirs, that way if they won, which they would not, it would boost the morale of everyone serving them. Too bad I was about to drop that morale so low they would need therapists. I started walking towards the champion. From afar I could clearly see he was 3 feet or more above my height, a giant on his own right. With a smile, the giant stops around 50 meters from me and turns to his people, shaking his massive two-handed axe over his head while shouting how he would kill me and my army would follow. Everyone in Mir cheered for him, including their army, that is supporting the giant by slamming their spears against their shields. Being supremely bored with this sad facade, I started to sprint towards him, initiating the fucking duel once and for one, with shield and sword in hands. The giant turned around at this with a flashing smile, throwing a spear at me. Without breaking my stride, I raise my shield, blocking the attack. I don't stop, nor slow down, I just keep going towards him, smiling. The giant in reaction to this snarls at me and hoists a second spear and hurls it at me with even greater strength, but once again I simply raise my shield, blocking the attack and breaking the spear in two. With a smile, I stop for a second as I cast aside my sword, immediately speeding up towards him. By this point, the big man knows even with his limited brain power that spears won't kill me, so with a growl, he unsheathed a massive two-handed sword to wield on his left hand while he used the two-handed axe on his right. With a beastly growl, the giant lets loose a battle cry, and charges at me. It took me a few seconds to be in front of the soon-to-be dead men, who in reaction to my speed tried to raise his weapons trying to crush me with a double strike, but I lunged forward with terrifying speed, closing the gap to his personal space, and before he even had the chance to use his weapons and bring them down on me, I proceeded to thrust and bash my shield straight through his skull repeatedly, over and over and over again, until there wasn't anything but a puddle of blood where his head used to be. There will be no mercy, there will be no peace, those who oppose me today will suffer. I shouted for everyone to hear, as I spat on the former champion. After killing the champion, I left the borders of Mir, going back to my camp to coordinate with my army. I still had to plan how we would approach the siege. For one part, my Kraken was already laying waste to their navy, and in a matter of hours, all their ships would be down the sea. Unfortunately for me, the siege would take more than that. I had many options, between them was burning the city, poisoning the water supply, and more. But I wanted to have something to rule after the dust settled, and I would. So after a few hours discussing and planning with my generals, I decided to infiltrate and open the gates myself, breaking their defense from the inside out. If that did work out, all my generals had to do was have the army in the gates of Mir, by tomorrow morning. With the plan at hand, I left my generals in charge, while I rode with a horse to the castle, with nothing but 2 ravens and my blade on my side. Once inside I would have to find someone stupid enough to betray their people just enough for me to get in with my army, and then kill them. It was dark, very dark, the moonlight barely shining tonight, and thanks to that, nothing could be seen unless you were a nocturnal animal, the perfect time to sneak inside the castle. With patience and focus, I climbed the castle walls, barehanded, making sure not to make any sound whatsoever, step by step taking my time. I knew once I was on the wall, I would find archers waiting for me, so I had to be careful. If I could avoid killing anyone during this infiltration, it would be most beneficial because I would avoid people going after me, but that's just wishful thinking, and that didn't exist on war. After roughly 15 minutes of climbing, I was nearly at the top. 3 archers were patrolling the area. Sadly for them, they would have to die. Pushing my entire body up above the wall with my hands, I dived the archers, killing them so fast that they didn't even have time to process what was going on. They just fell like lifeless dolls to the ground. That was mercy, not that they deserve it, but killing them with a single swing of my blade was as merciful as I could be, and I didn't want to be merciful. Moving through the shadows, while using my ravens to locate every enemy within the area, I avoided every single soldier. If I had to take a guess, I would say the Magister would know someone infiltrated by morning because the new archers from the morning shift would find the ones I killed there, but by that moment, it would be already too late. Magister, poorly, the army is moving towards us, but considering their speed, they don't intend to attack. A voice caught my attention, no that I recognized, but the information was of importance to me. The young Westerosi must be planning to scare us with his massive numbers. The Magister laughed. Too bad our attempt to kill him and his family failed. It would have made our life easier. Now all I have to do is wait for Illyrio, and together we will crush this thorn in our sides. What a lucky surprise! I found the idiot who rules this city, and he admitted trying to kill me, and my family, and while right now there wasn't anything I wanted more than to torture him to the point where his sanity was forever lost, I had a mission, that in the long run would ensure my victory. If I killed him, his men would eventually overwhelm me, and I would die, and I am not ready to try and see if the God of Light will Edo Tensei my ass back to the living. I had enough of the gods for an entire lifetime, so I rather avoid situations where I would need him or them. So taking a deep breath, I moved forward with my plan, leaving the Magister behind. For now, just for now, he would live. After hours exploring and sneaking the city at night, I found the gates I was looking for, but the system used to open them proved to be complicated for myself. It was one of those gates you needed 2 men to open them, one in each corner to pull the levers, which was humanly impossible for me. I guess, so with this in mind, I modified my plan a bit. Knowing I would need help to open the gates, I set my sights to the only source of willing men inside this place that would even consider helping me. Mir's prison. But I wasn't going to jailbreak any criminal, I had to see their charges. Fortunately for me, the prison I infiltrated was mostly inhabited by petty criminals, so I took the first man I saw, and freed him for this shithole. His crime? Stealing food for his family. His sentence? Dying on the plaza for everyone to see. What did I offer him? A job with a good and stable income, and his freedom, if he helped me. It wasn't surprising when he cried while accepting my offer, but things went downhill from there. See, I would have stopped my prison break with him, but I can't turn away so many willing men that are absolutely not deserving of death and that also happen to be begging to help me take the Magister down, some just for a piece of bread, others for their freedom, some for a job. So, considering my long-term plans, I accepted. Besides, it's not like I was freeing rapers, killers, or something worse, no. For some reason, this prison had hundreds of so-called criminals, that had only committed petty crimes, and even though their crimes were at much deserving of a few months or years of jail, they were still sentenced to death. A tad harsh and sad for them, but just what I needed, people hating the current system and willing to support anyone for a chance of retribution, so by the end of the night, I had freed around 200 men while killing along the way around 50 guards. But a bunch of men without weapons were nothing but sacks of flesh begging to be cut, so we raided the prison, killing every guard, and stealing every weapon. In the end, I had 200 men, poorly equipped, but ready to die for a new era. The first thing I did once I was outside the prison was to order the men I had just liberated to move in groups around the city while hiding their presence the best they could. Their mission was simple, they would wait for me to rush at the gates to come out and cause a diversion, buying me as much time as possible. With that done, I sneaked back to the gates with 4 men following me through the shadows. Thank God the gates were conveniently somewhat close to the prison. Once we were there, all we could do was wait. My ravens would tell me when it was time to open the doors. Minutes turned into hours, but our time lurking in the shadows was coming to an end, for a raven was flying close by shouting, "Open the gates!" My raven cawed loudly, flying above the gate. Giving the signal, I jumped out of the shadows, killing 2 of the guards nearby the gate with a single swing as I rushed to the gate with my current helpers. As we approached the gate, more and more men started to pour into us, pushing us back, or at least they tried to. I kept swinging my blade, leaving a trail of bodies behind me. Soon enough, it was diversion time. The men I had freed from their prisons charged into battle, reclaiming their freedom, and buying me more than enough time to open the gates. My army was outside charging at full speed towards the open gates, a few minutes away of us. All I had to do was hold my ground for a minute, and I would win this. Come on, fuckers! I shouted as I started to slaughter any men getting close to the doors. My newly acquired friends were falling one by one, but they had completed their mission superbly, and I would honor their deaths with my blade. 67, Chapter 66. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I smiled, pointing my sword towards Mir's army. Let's go fuckers. I could hear my Kalasar galloping towards the gates, raising their swords while crying out with one voice. Hundreds of arrows whistle through the air. As I cut each and every single one of them, my hand lighted for a second, showing the runes of the left hand of God. I was pushing my body to react to hundreds of attacks. I could hear the cries of pain of my men as arrows hit them. I could also hear them tumble into the ground dead, one by one, but they needed more than that to stop my army, so I continued holding my ground. By this moment all the men I had freed, had either died or were down on the floor bleeding out. As for me, I was slashing at the men that approached the gates, the limited space of the gates helping me to fend them off. I wasn't unscathed. I had cuts all over my body, nothing serious. The 9% of them could be considered paper cuts at much. My mind and body were moving and acting in total sync, but I was fighting more than even I could chew, and little by little I was being pushed back. But unfortunately for Mir, it was already too late, as my Kalasar was already riding past me, slaughtering the men at the gates like dogs. Kill all those who oppose you. Don't show mercy. I shouted. For the Great Kul. My blood rider chanted, jumping off his horse near me, Michael, allow us to take this city in your name, you had done enough. I looked at him for a moment considering his offer but decided to wave it off. I wanted to kill the Magister myself, and that I would do, no, not until the Magister is dead. I practically growled. Then I'll fight by your side. My blood rider smiled, rushing into battle. With a smile, I rushed into the castle, cutting everyone that got in my way down with ruthless precision. Every time I swung my into the air, another mere soldier would fall. By this point, my face was covered in their blood. My Dothraki besides me now, thoroughly crushing the army inside the castle walls, with no sign of slowing down at all. Magister poorly POV. Someone had infiltrated and opened the gates, we were doomed, we would die, all of us, we didn't have enough men to fend off 80,000 men, that man would kill me, he knew about my attempt to kill his family, he was sure to make my last moments as painful as possible. I wasn't going to give him that chance, not in a lifetime, if I were to die, it would be on my own terms, I would go under my own rules. Poison, I would kill myself and steal him the pleasure of torturing me, in the end, I would leave this world with one last victory. With that in mind, I rushed to my cabinet trying to get on my poisons to kill myself, the one that doesn't hurt and takes your life away silently, but as soon as I got the cabinet a bunch of ravens started to attack me. Caw. No you don't bitch. You won't kill yourself. Back to Ronard POV. I continued to rush through the enemy lines, slaughtering everyone in my way, my ravens were steadily guiding me to my target, it seemed he was trying to kill himself. And they were stalling him. If the coward thought he was going to escape and go out on his own terms, he was sorely mistaken. Because the moment he attacked my family, the gods had forsaken him, and I was his new god now, and I wasn't a kind god. Suffering, long and lasting suffering awaited him, and his cries of pain will bring me an immense amount of satisfaction. HRMMM. Anger controlling you is. Rhoda said, flying beside me. And what am I supposed to do? Be happy. I growled as I continued to cut heads off. No, but let go you must. Or anger the captain will be. YRSSSS Rhoda was right, if I started to allow my inner demons to control me, I would end up becoming a monster. But how could I? I knew he was right, yet all I could feel was rage when I thought of that man, I hated the desire of hearing him scream in suffering, yet it was all I could think of. How could I just forget what he tried to do? How could I just let go? Let others kill him you must, for your anger to quench, YRSSS. I stopped for a second to think about it, perhaps this way I would stop this feeling I had, and the end result was the same thing, the guy being dead. No, I wanted him dead, and I would do it myself, he who puts the sentence must swing the blade down, but as Rhoda said, I would control my inner demons, I would not let rage guide me, he would die, but I would not dirty my hands as I did with the Magister of Liss. I would have justice without becoming a monster. I will kill him, I finally answered, in front of the door where the Magister was hiding. With one kick, I busted the door open, behind the door, was the pitiful man that tried to take away everything from me, my ravens were attacking him non-stop, he was bleeding, and crying on the floor, utterly pathetic. Please. I don't want to die, he begged, crawling to me with tears and snot, hate, anger, disgust, were just a few of the feelings I had for him right now. I wanted to kill him, I wanted to make him suffer, but Rhoda was right, once you go down that path there is no turning back, he had to die, but I didn't have to become a monster, I wasn't like him. Disgusting, I breathed out cutting his head with a single swift, a part of me was crying this was not enough, but I knew it had to be done, I can't crave into every emotion I feel, or I'll end up becoming a tyrant, no matter how much he deserved to scream and suffer, I had unfortunately to be the better man. Was I satisfied? No I wasn't, this was but a moment, a fleeting moment that lasted too little to satiate my thirst for blood, but I was happy somehow, I had avoided going deeper into the void. Keeping my sanity is getting harder and harder, I chuckled, as I cleaned my blade from his disgusting blood. And just like that Mir was mine, while there was still some opposition, by the end of the night, it would be completely under my control. Taking a deep breath, I decided to let my men take the rest of the city, they would do without me for some hours, I needed some time to gather my thoughts, and rest before going to Tyrosh. Michael. My blood rider approached me. Take the city, and kill those who oppose you, I need a break, I ordered him. As you wish blood of my blood. My blood rider said eagerly, probably happy I had trusted him to take the rest of the city, this was like saying I trust you more than I trust my horse kind of thing for them. HRMM. Meditate we must, YRRSS Rhoda offered. You know what, sure. Let's. I nodded with a smile as I walked out of the castle. Melisandre POV. The fire was showing me things, showing me that I was blind, but the Lord of Light is kind and caring, and he had illuminated my blinded mind to his glory. He had shown me I was wrong, that Stannis wasn't the prince that was promised. No, the real prince that was promised was on the other side of the sea. I didn't know who he was, or how he looked, but he wasn't on Esteros. The fire had shown me he was having a hard time, fighting the shadows deep within him. He needed my guidance. And I would give it to him, my guidance, my mind, my body, but first I had to weaken his enemies. I had made his mission harder when I wrongfully thought Stannis was the chosen one. I had to mend that mistake, or I wouldn't be able to serve under his gracefully light. I had to fix my wrongdoings. I shall be yours soon, my prince, I promised to the fire, as I started to plan Stannis' downfall. 68, Chapter 67. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 15 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I woke up early the next morning just to confirm what I knew. My army had taken over Myr, another victory I had lost during this siege, around 1,000 men, not really a great loss but still affected me in the long run. Myr took apparently quite a while to subdue, for some of its people, like the nobles, didn't want to bend their knee or surrender, resulting on the street of Myr being fully covered with lifeless bodies that were starting to rot out. As for me, I did feel a bit better after delegating some of my weight to others, even if it was just for a short amount of time. It took a great deal of stress off my shoulders. Maybe it was time to stop thinking I had to do everything myself, because I didn't have to. I was a king and kings delegate tasks, reason why they have a fucking small council. Taking a deep breath, I went out of the castle I had picked to slept in, trying hard not to breathe the air of the city. Thousands died, and the streets smelled like shit, literal shit. Michael, this city is yours to Tuli, part of your herd, my blood rider said with a smile. No one will oppose you here, blood of my blood. I smiled at him, not really sure how to react. Thanks, and then it occurred to me, it was time to delegate, have the streets clean, and the bodies burn outside the city, no slaves. As you wish, blood of my blood, the man nodded, taking his mission and his men to complete it. One thing off my things to do, now to see how things were going on Tyrosh. I did send 2 Krakens to stir the soup there a few days ago. I also had figure how to deal with Illyrio. He deliberately tried to kill me, which by itself I couldn't care less, but the fact he had aimed for my wife and kids was unforgivable, and while I wanted to boil him alive, I would be the better and bigger man and will not let my anger control me. He would still die, but in a less horrific manner, hanged perhaps, or decapitated. Maybe Kraken food, he seems like a good snack for some massive water creatures. All of those are fast ways to die, and can't be considered torture purse. Rhoda. I shouted, a few seconds after the raven landed on my shoulder. HRMMM? Rhoda tilted his head in confusion, wondering what I wanted. Go to Tyrosh and get me an update in their situation, I ordered my feathery friend, who took off to Tyrosh as soon as he was told. All right, 2 things out of my to-do list, I'm crushing it this morning. Daenerys POV. Since that dark day, where the assassins tried to take everything from us, and Yora helped us just in time, I started to think and wonder that perhaps Yora was worthy of a second chance, if a man like him, the scum of the world like Ronard described him, was willing to throw his life away for us, and perhaps, just perhaps my brother was worthy of redemption as well. Maybe the incarceration changed him. We were the last of the Targaryen line. If he was willing, he could be the Lord of House Targaryen. Taking a deep breath, I walked towards the prison cell my brother was being held at. I haven't seen him since he tried to plot against Ronard. That time was the last time I last saw him, but time changes people, time changed me. I was hopeful that he was a different person, that he was willing to let go of his past and be free. Where are you going, my queen? If I might? Daisy inquired. I am going to see my brother, I informed her. She was supposed to be part of the royal guard, so where I was or when was part of her job. Then allow me to come with you, Daisy requested, but I could see on her face she would come either way, just like Ronard. These bears are stubborn. I don't see why not, I smiled. Then let me come too, Yora said, kneeling. I offer once again my blade to serve my family till the end of my days. I will discuss this with Ronard, but for now, you will serve with Daisy. I smiled, while I understood why Ronard hated him. I couldn't bring myself to truly hate him after he risked his life to save my most precious treasures. The dungeon was quite the depressing place, nothing but darkness and decay were seen in it. Ronard himself had said our enemies deserve our worst as our allies deserve our best. This was a place worthy of our enemies, a place worthy of those that try to stand in our way. My brother's cell was in the deepest corner of this dark hole, where the rats and other vermins roamed free. As I walked, I remembered how everything was when I met Ronard. I was a scared little girl, with nothing but the hope of going home. Viserys was cruel and demeaning, treating me like a tool for his game, and like a dream, Ronard saved me from my nightmare. Here we are, my queen, Daisy said, pointing to my brother. Viserys, I breathed out, looking at him. He was skinnier than I remembered, wearing common rags that were full of dirt. His once silvered-colored hair was brown from all the dirt and other substances in his cell. Daenerys, Viserys breathed out, looking at me, straight in the eyes with anger, you finally come to free your king's sister. The only king I know of is Ronard, and I'm his queen, I practically hissed at him. It seems you have forgotten about the dragon, Viserys chuckled, so what are you doing here? I wanted to offer you a chance, forget the crown, step aside, and join us, I offered. Why would I step aside from what's rightfully mine, especially when I have you right where I want you? Viserys smiled, looking at Yora with a triumphant expression. Has imprisonment destroyed your mind, brother? I inquired, raising an eyebrow with doubt. He was in a dungeon, what game was he playing? You'll see soon, Viserys smiled like he always did when he was about to hit me, and punish me for talking back to him. You really prefer to rot in here, instead of being free and getting to know your niece and nephew. I knew Viserys was prideful, but this was just stupid. He even brought the dragons back to the world. I have two with me right now, don't you see? He makes the impossible, possible. You mean the dragons that belong to me? Viserys laughed like a madman, and those things you birthed are no dragons, they don't deserve to have my blood running through their veins, rest assured I will kill them once I get out of here. How foolish I was, to think I thought there was something I could save from Viserys. Not all people are worthy of redemption, some are deserving of the worst this world can give. You dare to threaten my babies? I stared at him with cold, emotionless eyes. You have grown stupid in this place. Have I? Viserys laughed, dear sister, once again, you woke up the dragon. With a sadistic smile, he turned his gaze to Yora and said, Yora, kill them. I turned to Yora to see he wasn't moving at all, he looked at me as if waiting for my command. Daisy on the other hand, had unsheathed her blade, and was ready to kill her uncle if he tried anything out of line. Yora. Kill them. Viserys started to panic, sheer terror washing down on him. He was your plan, I sighed, pathetic. Now you said many times you are a dragon, now how about we rest that? Sister, please remember who kept you safe, who gave you everything, Viserys begged, tears rolling down his face. I do, I married that man, I glared at him, but don't worry brother, fire cannot kill a dragon, you should be fine unless you are no true dragon. With that, I walked out of the dungeon feeling fire burning deep within me. After all, I had an execution to plan after I interrogated Yora about what just happened. 69, Chapter 68. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Delegating things would and was making my life considerably easier, that way I could focus on one or two tasks at hand, by expanding my goals and optimizing my conquest. With this mindset, I had ordered the general of my navy to attack Tyrosh and claim the city on my name, while I went with a chunk of my Kalassar to Astapor. Why did I want to go to Astapor? Well, Astapor, or the Slaver City, also known as the Red City, was renowned for their harsh slavery methods and their incredibly lucrative unsullied trading business, aka eunuch slave soldiers. Soldiers that I wanted to buy, their price was high, very high, but what I had gained from Mir and Lys, and what I had from West Eros, I just should have more than enough to buy all the unsullied available. Besides, it wasn't like I would lose that money at all. After all, I would recover all my investment and more when I raided the masters of Astapor, and claimed their city for my empire. In the books and TV show, Daenerys got around 14,000 unsullied warriors. My mission was to do the same. They would prove to be quite useful, and unlike the Dothraki they were quite good at fighting armored warriors. Astapor was unfortunately really, and I mean really far away from here. It would take me roughly more than a month of travel to get there, if I didn't find any problems on my path. Not that I would find any problems, after all, I had 15,000 Dothraki men riding with me, a big kalassar of loyal Dothraki riders, and to be honest, I didn't think anyone would stupid enough to attack me, perhaps another kalassar, but considering the remaining Dothraki tribes are small, they would most likely avoid me. The question was, would the masters of Astapor be stupid enough to sell me the Unsullied? By now people must know I'm conquering, and that's like selling weapons to your enemies, unless they think themselves to be above my reach, just like they thought with Daenerys on the show. I suppose I'll find out there, I sighed. One of the main reasons I had brought with me such a big army was just in case the masters tried anything funny, though I was crossing my fingers they didn't. It would be a shame to kill the Unsullied because their current masters were stupid. Daenerys POV. I was a fool to think my brother had any redeemable qualities, an utter fool. But I could see now, I was blinded by the beautiful truth. Viserys was nothing but a nuisance, a threat to my husband, my babies, and myself, and threats must be purged. And he will be purged, in a poetic way. His entire life he had called himself the dragon. Well, I was about to see how much of a dragon he was. I would burn him alive, showing the world he was no true dragon, and that I would kill anyone that posed a threat to my family. My queen, Yora kneeled. My interrogation with him revealed some interesting things about him. Apparently he had sworn to serve my brother, but had forsaken that vow when he saw his son. Did I trust him? No. If he was hiding that, the chances of him hiding more stuff from us were high. I trusted no man but Ronard. Is the fire ready? I inquired. Yes, Yora nodded. Are you sure you want to do this? You are not here to question my orders, just to follow them. I glared at him. As you wish, my queen. I will get your brother out. Yora nodded, leaving the room, going to the dungeons to get Viserys to his execution. He is no brother of mine, I said coldly. Viserys had lost that privilege the moment he aimed his fangs at my family for a second time. Jon Snow POV. Father was alive, and by the looks of it he was already safe. Rumors go that it was Ronard the one who saved him. I was glad beyond comprehension. After months of not being able to sleep well, thinking I would wake up with the news that father was killed, I was finally able to put my mind at ease, and rest. I owned Ronard a big one, not that I would be able to repay him. I was a bastard on the wall, but I would be here for him should he ever need something. Snow. Coming. I shouted back, wondering who was calling me so late at night. Ned Stark POV. Stannis Baratheon, or Ronard Mormont, the difficult choice torturing my mind. The north in part was tired of the southern oppression, and none of the lords in the north actually wanted to bend the knee for Stannis. Some even wanted to put a crown in my head instead. But I was ill-prepared to rule. I was but an honest man, a lord. I would never be fit to be a king. But even if I didn't want to rule, I had to choose a side, Ronard or Stannis. Ronard was loved and extremely popular in the north after he freed me, so I was certain my vassals would not oppose the idea of Ronard sitting on the Iron Throne. He was a northerner that married a dragon. But even though I was bound by honor to Stannis, the legitimate heir of Robert, the decision was hard because a man without honor is no man. I have lived by those principles my entire life. I almost died by them. Robert used to say that honor is not always the answer to everything. And perhaps he was right. Stannis was a good soldier, and great commander, but would perhaps make an ever worse king than Robert himself. I knew what I had to do. I once raised my banners for my family almost 2 decades ago, forsaking my honor and vows, as I fought the Targaryen for their crimes. It was time to do it again. I had an honor debt to both Stannis and Ronard in different ways, and while the choice was hard, I had chosen my side. Ronard. I would help the young bear to win this war. Perhaps all this wretched kingdom needed was a northerner to straighten things up. Call the banners, Rob. We are going home, I told my son, who while confused nodded and left my tent to carry out with his mission. But to ensure our families were always allies, I needed to bound us together by blood. Rob was 17, and Daisy Mormont was 22. If they married, our families would be forever bound by blood. I just hope he accepts, I sighed. Doran Martell POV. War had erupted on the 7 kingdoms, and so far only my house and house were out of the game. Not for long. Like a coiled cobra under the grass, I would wait for the right moment to strike and get revenge for what the Lannisters had done to our family. Oberyn was eager to strike, always so impatient. What he didn't see is that we needed to wait for our allies, Ronard and Daenerys, to come. With their support we would advance towards the Lannisters. Until then, we had to play safe, for the sun always comes back. Euron Greyjoy POV. I had lost my one secret weapon, to a bunch of birds? How was this even possible? one of them had a leather jacket and an eye patch, something was out of place, but I had no time to figure out what. Without that horn there was little to no chance for me to win this fucking war. So with that in mind, I now had to go and dig a new fucking one in Old Valeria. We are going to Essos, I muttered, ordering my mute men to start preparing the ships. Catelyn Stark POV. Ned has gone crazy, he wanted to bend the knee for Ronard, he wanted help that little no one to get the crown, and not only that but marry our son to his family. I won't allow this, Ned. I cried out angry. Good, because I don't need your approval, Cat, Ned growled back, I'm tired of your paranoia, Ronard is not who you think it is, nor was John. You see others that you think are below you as trash, and I'm done, Cat, I'm doing what's best for the North and its final. Ned has never talked to me like that, so harshly, so cold, even from afar he was destroying everything, even from afar Ronard was destroying our family. 70, Chapter 69. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Astapor was right ahead, a few miles away from me. After a month of travel I had finally gotten close to the slaver city. I was both excited and a bit nervous, because the chances of them reacting poorly to my presence were high, very high. I knew that if a conqueror came to my house trying to buy shit I would probably try to kill him. But that was me, and as I proved so far, everyone seems to be a prideful idiot in this world, thinking that they cannot be killed, or some shit along those lines. But for once I hoped they were dumb, and considered me an idiot, so that I could buy their army and crush them. The city entrance was pretty underwhelming, pretty shit to be honest, it looked like they didn't care for appearances at all. That's the entrance to Astapor, Michael, one of my KO pointed out. Even from afar I could see the old crumbling statue portraying the Astapori harpy atop the harbor gate, noticing nobody has given the poor statue some kind of maintenance in decades. I see, I nodded, the city walls were old and decaying, everything was as if breaking down anytime soon. How the fuck people that should make a lot of money selling slaves have their city in such a bad state? Taking a deep breath, I continued to descend the hill to Astapor, hoping the city was more welcoming inside, otherwise I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep that shit on my name. Once I conquered Essos, perhaps I would delegate someone to fix everything, and come back once this looked more decent. Let's go, I sighed. Ned Stark POV. Going back to the north was a bit harder than I would have liked. I had to break Rob's betrothal with House Frey, because they had tricked my son. We already had an agreement of free pass before and the old Frey broke it. But he wasn't one to go back on what he wanted, so I had to pay a toll, a big one to pass. And even though I managed to pass with all my family and army back to the north, I had a distinctive feeling the old Frey was planning something bad for us. But whatever that was, it would prove meaningless in the north. Kat wasn't on speaking terms with me, refusing to acknowledge my existence after I decided to side with Ronard on this war. I hoped that eventually she would let it go, like she did with John. Now, it was time to go home, and plan the betrothal with House Mormont to ensure we are tied by blood. Rob wasn't entirely sure about the idea, but accepted nonetheless. Now it was a matter of time whether Ronard would accept our betrothal or reject it. Do you think Daisy is a beautiful woman, father? Rob inquired. I saw her once, I say she's all right, I nodded, with a chuckle, boys will be boys. Neldharion Mormont Rave Nicu's POV. Father had tried to leave me in Mir, little did he know I sneaked inside of one of his carriages. I won't let him get out of my sight. I have to protect him and burn his enemies, it is my duty as his oldest son. Caw, he will notice, one of my raven uncles chuckled. He won't. I'm super sneaky, I hissed at him. Sure, caw. The raven laughed. No matter what my uncle said I knew father would not notice, I was the best at hiding, father had told me so. Ronard Mormont POV. Neldharion, technically my oldest son, thought he could hide from me, but being fair I noticed he was with us halfway here, when I saw his tail peeking out of one of the carriages. I didn't have the heart to tell him he sucked at hide and seek, as a father is my duty to encourage him. Caw, you see him don't you? A raven inquired between chuckles. I do, I chuckled. No he doesn't. Neltharion hissed angrily, followed by 5 full seconds of silence. Damn it. So what are you doing here? I eyed him carefully. One of the reasons I wanted to leave him in Mir was so the greedy assholes of Astapor didn't try anything with him. Well, Neltharion peeked out the car, with the innocent expression and a pair of puppy eyes. I wanted to burn some people that opposed you? First, you do not make puppy eyes because you want to burn people, and second, how the fuck a dog-sized lizard can be cute? I see, was all I could muster to answer. So can I? Neltharion asked excitedly. Later, for now you must stay hidden. This part of my mission is purely diplomatic, I informed the eager dragon. After I obtained the Unsullied, then just then he could go wild hog on them. Okay. Neltharion hissed with a pout. I'll make sure he hides correctly. One raven said with the utmost confidence. Very well, I nodded giving my approval. Hey, I can hide very well myself. You will follow our command, young chick. As I tuned out their discussion, I started to walk down to the gates of Astapor. The gatekeeper was signaling me to come closer. The thing with Astapor is that people just don't go in if they have an army, reason why I was waiting outside. The masters of the city had to approve of my entrance, and even then, I would only be allowed to enter with my guards. I had informed the gatekeeper of my intentions, and they had told me to wait till I was called. You may come in, the gatekeeper called out. The city was even worse on the inside, people dead on the streets, slaves by their look. The sights were something out of a horror movie, and one with an awfully low budget. After roughly 15 minutes of walking to the deplorable place, I was finally guided inside the castle of the masters. The first one to greet me was Krasnus Monaklaus. He was utterly disgusting, with an oiled red and black beard that smelled like shit, and with tits bigger than any woman. What sort of business you are looking for here, stupid brat? The man asked in Valyrian. The master says what sort of business you are looking for here. A little girl beside him said, if I had to take a guess she was Miss Sandai. Miss Sandai was somewhat similar to the actress that played her role. She had a round flat face, with dusky skin, and eyes like molten gold, but unlike in the show where she was a woman, here she was only 10 or 11 by what I could judge from her height and voice tone. Tell the master, I want to buy every Unsullied he has, even the untrained ones, I said with a smile, as I saw the girl translating what I had said. Ha, as if he had enough money to do that, the master laughed. Little did he know I knew how to speak bastard Valyrian. Tell him money is not a problem. Miss Sandai did as she was told, translating once again for me. Each Unsullied costs 100 gold dragons in your coin, the total with all the ones we have would be 1,400,000 gold dragons, the master informs, and while I understood I waited for Miss Sandai to translate. After she translated I smiled and said, tell him I'll give him 1,200,000 gold dragons, considering some aren't fully trained. Miss Sandai nodded and translated. The master stood silent for a while as if weighing the options. Tell the idiot we have a deal, the master chuckled. The master accepts your offer, Miss Sandai said. Tell him, I want you as well, that I will throw another 1,000 gold dragons to the deal, I smiled, surprising her. With a nod she translated, the master looked at me and said, you belong to him now, girl. The master accepted, Miss Sandai informed me. Good, tell him, I'll bring him the money in a month, so to please have my things ready by then, I said as I added, you coming with me in the meantime. Once again she translated, and the master accepted. He said your property will be ready in a month, all 14,000 Unsullied. Good, let's go, I nodded, with Miss Sandai following me close behind. In the end, everything went as I planned. These people were idiots, for as soon as I got my army, I would end them. 71, Chapter 70. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. As I walked out of the Slaver City, I smiled at the little Miss Sandai who didn't even dare to look at me, scared I would strike her for it. Patting her head with my hand softly, I smiled as I said, no need to be afraid. Miss Sandai looked at me for a brief moment. This one is yours to do as you please. All I want is an employee, so you are free to do as you please, I chuckled. You aren't a slave anymore. I might have bought you, but all I bought was your freedom. If you decide to stay with us, then it's your choice. Miss Sandai looked at me for a second, confused with what I was telling her. This one is grateful, but this one wants to help you, this one belongs to you. Oh great, it will take some time to make her understand that I am not tricking her, as you wish. By the way, what is your name? I had to ask. While I knew her name, it would save me future questions if I asked her now. This one is named Miss Sandai, Miss Sandai answered, with an emotionless face, showing full. Deciding I would deal with that later, or even better let Daenerys deal with that later, I rode with Miss Sandai to my camp close to Astapor. I had to send a raven to Lys so that I could allocate the funds for the siege in Astapor. It's not like I had the 1,200,000 gold dragons in my pockets at all times. Once I had the gold dragons in my hands, Astapor would fall, and both poetically and ironic their own product would be their downfall. How I love some good poetic justice, I chuckled, imagining the slave masters' faces when I took their city in gold thanks to them. Melisandre POV. Stannis' undoing was written on the fire, he would fall, and from his ashes, my prince would rise. While I didn't know for certain who my prince was, I had a strong and deep feeling it was Ronard Mormont or the Young Conqueror as some call him. Even Ned Stark had seen his blinding and magnificent light and had chosen to follow him. I even had to stop Stannis from attacking the Starks, for they were loyal servants of my champion, and as part of Light, I had to protect them. Ronard was unique in every way, and as the prophecy had foretold, he had started to join the world together, under his banner. All he needed was my guidance, and no one would stand on his mighty way. But first, before becoming entirely his, before letting him use me as his tool, I had to burn his greatest enemies in the west. The Baratheon brothers, both Stannis and Renly, had massive armies. But even they would burn against his might. Renly would die soon, and I would use Stannis to do it. Using Stannis' life force, I would use the shadows to eliminate Renly. The only problem was that I had to have sex with him to do it. After all, a shadow is a type of magical creature born from the light, that uses a man essence to be born. I didn't want Stannis touching me anymore, the idea was horrid for me. I was born to be the most loyal servant to the prince that was promised. Serving Stannis in any way was utterly disgusting. But I would do it for my prince. Renly Baratheon POV. I loved Loras, he is and will be forever my everything, my sweet rose of joy and passion. Every time he was out fighting, my heart would drop a beat, thinking he would come back dead. But I knew the gods were protecting him, for he was mine. If only people noticed that I was fit to be a king and stopped opposing me, things would be better. I was born for the crown, but nobody seemed to see that. Lord Stark went as far as to pick a brat over me. What a disappointment. My king, Lady Tyrell is here to see you, one of my Rainbow Knights said, entering my chambers. Marjorie Tyrell, my betrothed. I had to marry her if I wanted to keep House Tyrell on my side. The idea of betting her disgusted me to no end. If only she was Loras, things would be different. But even a mighty king like me has to make some sacrifices. Send her in. My king, Marjorie smiled, as she entered my chambers. Stannis Baratheon POV. Ned Stark had chosen to follow the Mormont brat, instead of me. Where was his honor? His loyalty? If there was someone I thought I could get on my side, was him. He was supposed to be bound by honor to me. And yet he threw all that honor away because the young bear saved his life. Pathetic. I wanted to march against him and show him what happens when you betray your king, but Melisandre stopped me. Saying this was part of the prophecy, that I had to leave the north alone until I had the crown. As the champion of light, I had to respect the prophecies, I had to respect what Melisandre said, so for now, the Starks would live. Maege Mormont POV. Unexpected things had come since Ronard was born, but none compared to what had happened a week ago. Not only the Starks were pledging their loyalty to Ronard, acknowledging him as their king, but they also wanted to unite our families with blood by marrying their heir Robb Stark to my daughter Daisy Mormont. I had of course accepted, letting the Starks know that Daisy and Ronard had the option to break the betrothal should they feel the betrothal is not fitting. And just as I was sending the raven to House Stark with my answer, was the point where I knew I had lived too long. We went from one of, if not the smallest house in the Seven Kingdoms, to a royal family. Everything in less than a decade. He made the impossible possible. He was both feared and loved, and I knew he would make a great king, not because he is my family, but because whatever he touches turns gold. I'm too old for this shit, I chuckled. Tywin Lannister POV. Lord Stark had left the battlefield with his banners, going back to the north. Apparently, he had pledged his loyalty to the young bear. That was very unexpected, but was also just what we needed. The Starks were in their own way a force to be reckoned with, one that could potentially change the tide of this war, if they happened to join an active side of it. But they didn't. Ronard Mormont, while a player of this war game, was as of this moment an inactive player. He would join soon, that much was certain, but that could take months or even years. So the Starks joining him now didn't affect us in the immediate future, for all it meant to us now was that we had fewer enemies to fight off. This, of course, would affect us in the long run, but I liked the long run, it gave me time to plan to craft his fall. Things have just gotten easier for us, I smiled, for once this war was starting to look promising for us. Ronard Mormont POV. I had sent the raven to Lys, and all I had to do now was wait for a month, maybe more depending on things. But I would take advantage of this situation, learning as much as I could from Miss Sandai. Like, how Astapor worked, how loyal were the Unsullied, what animals were common in Essos, and how was the slave-free man ratio in each city. This month would prove to be quite educational, but that was just one of the things I would do during this time. After noticing that my poor ravens were not only being overworked but also were falling short to cover 2 full continents for me, I decided to expand my animal friends. With the help of Neltharion, a few of my ravens, and Miss Sandai knowledge I would hunt for any animal that had any utility to me, from rats to hawks, anything was possible. Are you ready to hunt? I asked eagerly to the confused little girl. This one is pleased to help you, Miss Sandai said. She seems off, Neltharion hissed, scaring her. I had forgotten entirely that she had yet to see him. A dragon. Miss Sandai was scared and fascinated. And dumb, what else can I be? A mutant gecko? Neltharion hissed with a lot of sass. Yes, a dragon, or mutant gecko, your pick, I chuckled. Hey! A mutant gecko hissed in the background. 72, Chapter 71. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. 1 month later. The money I needed was finally here, 1,200,000 gold dragons. With it, I would buy the Unsullied and destroy Astapor. During this month, I had increased my animal friends with different animals. I had acquired 200 owls, 3,000 rats, 2,000 mice, and around 200 new snakes. It was in the end quite a productive month. Now it was time to move forward and show the masters the power of irony. Miss Sandai, today will be the fall of Astapor. I smiled at the little girl, who looked at me for a second with confusion flowering inside of her. During this month she had tried to figure out what type of master I was, expecting physical, or perhaps sexual abuse, but I had proven her multiple times that I was not like the bastards she served in Astapor. A part of her already knew this, but she was still reluctant to believe such thing existed and was afraid to let her guard down, but we were getting there. This one will be your side, Miss Sandai smiled almost imperceptibly. Can I burn them now? Neltharion inquired as he got out of the bed. I looked at Neltharion, who had grown a lot during this month, going from dog size to bear size, and smiled. Yes, yes you can. Neltharion looked at me with a wide smile as he hissed, you won't regret it, Dad. I will burn them all, I'll make you proud. I chuckled at his enthusiasm. Yes you will. The Plaza of Pride was just like everything in Astapor, in a pitiful state, that made you wonder how the fuck they got to that point, but I wasn't here for the sights anyways. I was here for the Unsullied. With them I would destroy the city and rebuild it from the ashes. My plan was simple: to use their own product to destroy them, but it seemed the master's stupidity was beyond what even I had expected, because not only they were selling me every Unsullied soldier available in their rooster, with a few minor exceptions, but they had also allowed my army to enter the city this time. So instead of the original 14,000 soldiers I expected to have during this raid, because I expected them to have some brains, or at least a sense of self-preservation, I would have around 29,000 soldiers and a dragon, which would make this siege, this massacre incredibly easy. Do you have the money? The master inquired in bastard Valyrian with a greedy smile. I do, I answered. Miss Sandai was by my side, but I had instructed her to be silent. I wanted to be the one dealing with the masters for today. Oh, the little bitch taught you some Valyrian. The master laughed with some concern. No, but it's my wife's mother language, I chuckled, letting him know that I knew before buying Miss Sandai how to speak Valyrian, so how about we do this? The master eyed me for a second before nodding. Let's. With a smile, I ordered my men to start bringing the treasure chests with the gold coins I had promised them. Each chest had around 100,000 gold dragons, so in total I had brought 12 treasure chests. The master had his slaves count the money as he offered me during this time some tea or women to fuck while we waited. I obviously rejected his offers, for anything coming from him disgusted me. After a few hours, the count was finally done. Well, this was certainly a pleasure, the master said with a disgusting smile, giving me a whip, also known as harpy fingers, as the Unsullied started to march into the plaza. The harpy's fingers is the name of the whip used to scourge slaves in Astapur. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the whip. The handle was made of something black that was elaborately carved. It also had 9 leather lashes trail from it, each tipped by a gilded claw. The pommel had a woman's head with pointed ivory teeth. This whip was given to new masters of the Unsullied as a mark of payment. Will they obey any command? I inquired with a smile. The master laughed. My beautiful creatures will obey any command you give them. Unsullied. Jump once. I commanded, and without hesitation they did as they were told. Kneel. Once again they followed my order without hesitation. I told you, blindly loyal, the master said with pride. And that will be your outdoing, blind loyalty, good to know. Turning to my Unsullied, looking at them with a smile, I said, Unsullied. Slay the masters. Slay every soldier. Slay every man who holds a whip but harm no children. And strike off the chains of every soldier. Once again without hesitation the Unsullied did as they were told, and started to slay the masters in the plaza. The master looked at me with panic as he shouted to the Unsullied while pointing at me, I am your master. Kill him. Kill him. I smiled, holding the whip close to his face. Not anymore. With that said and done, I decided to make things even more poetic by whipping the master to his grave, as my newly acquired Unsullied battalion alongside my Kalasar started to take over the city. Time to burn. Neltharion hissed, flying above the city. Good heavens, I had instructed him to only burn the masters. Sir Baristan sell me POV. Joffrey had dismissed me from the King's Guard, saying I was too old to be serving as a knight, but that wasn't the real reason behind my discharge. In an unprecedented and unexpected move, from Lord Varys, I had been discharged under the grounds that I did not keep King Robert safe, and that age was starting to hit me. But that was just the tip of this political iceberg. I was old, not senile. I knew the Lannisters' motivations were to allow the brat to give a white cloak to his dog, Sandor Clegane, and to allow Queen Cersei Lannister to place her brother Jaime as the new Lord Commander with a seat on the small council. I was angry at this. I had served against my beliefs for my entire life, and this is how I get paid for my services, but I was also happy. After all, I've burned away my years fighting for terrible kings. As man of honor I had to keep my vows, even if I was serving a drunk or a lunatic. And just for once in my life, before it comes to an end, I want to know what it's like to serve with pride, to fight for someone I believe in. With that in mind, with the opportunity to serve someone I believed in, I was on my way to Essos. I will use what is left of my life to clean my sins with my blade, I muttered, holding the hilt of my blade tight. Tywin Lannister POV. I leave for 1 week, 1 fucking week, and my children fuck everything once again. While it was true Sir Baristan Selmy was old, his name brought fear into the hearts of our enemies. An asset we needed more than ever. But the idiot I had for a daughter had to meddle in matters that didn't concern her and hurt our side even more. If the old knight decided to serve Renly, Stannis, or the Mormont brat, it would hurt us to no end. I now had to do some damage control, before things escalated. It's almost like my children want to lose this war, I muttered. Back to Ronard POV. Taking Astapor was easy. After a few hours, I had complete and absolute control over the city. I was richer, because while the city looked shit, it was loaded with gold, literally. My army was still pulling gold out of the city, and by my estimate, I had not only recovered what I had paid for the Unsullied but had made that about over 10 times already. My army was officially in the 100,000s, counting the men I had on West Eros. Things were going great today for me. You really meant what you said, Miss Sandai said in disbelief. I do, I nodded, ruffling her hair a bit. Take a good look around, for this is what will happen to every slaver in the known world. Miss Sandai stood silent for a second, seeing the dead masters on the streets, before she turned her gaze to me with a smile. You said that it was this one choice if this one wanted to serve you or not. Well, this one wants to. This one want to serve the breaker of chains, the father of dragons, the Kull of the West. This one want to serve you. Holy moly, I stole Daenerys Mojo, and I'll be glad to have you under my wings. 73, Chapter 72. Author note: this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also, I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. After taking full and absolute control over Astapor, with my first order of business being that slavery was illegal and that all slaves were free to choose their own path, I left the city, leaving a small army of 5,000 men to protect it as I rode with the rest of my army off to Mir, where I would meet with Daenerys and my babies. Coming to Astapor had opened my eyes to many interesting problems in my plan. Logistically speaking, every time I conquered a city I had to leave behind some type of army to defend it. Which in the end, would leave me short of men. The only way to avoid that was to completely destroy any opposition. And considering that so far I had personally conquered 3 cities, 4 if I counted Tyrosh that was conquered by one of my generals during my time in Astapor, things were looking bad for me in the future. In each city I had been leaving around 5,000 soldiers to defend my new lands from sieges and raids from nearby cities that decided it was their time to shine, leaving my usable army in the 75,000s, at the moment, instead of the almost 100,000 I had in total. While 75,000 men were indeed a big army, at the pace I was dwindling my own numbers for logistical reasons I would end up with almost none. Mir 5,000 men. Lys 5,000 men. Tyrosh 5,000 men. Astapor 5,000 men. In total I had 20,000 men out of my hands, but now that I had noticed this problem, those numbers could and would be improved. For example, the islands didn't need that many men to protect them, the Krakens were all the defenses they needed, so I could lower the numbers on those to 1,000 men each island and it would be more than enough. Now, the earthbound cities needed the soldiers I had on them, mostly to avoid putting me in a situation where I had to conquer a city twice, so as now the only way to shorten the amount of men I had off my hands was by taking some from the islands. Is there anything this one can do for you? Miss Sandai offered. Not for now, I chuckled. By the way, you can refer to yourself with I, you know, instead of this one. This. I was taught I wasn't a person but an object. It's hard. Miss Sandai smiled at me, as she tried to speak normally, struggling a lot to do it. Then that is my mission for you, I smiled, ruffling her hair. From now on, I want you to focus on erasing that idea off your head. I understand, I will do my best, Miss Sandai smiled. I turned to her with a smirk on my face. I don't want you to try, trying means failure is possible, I want you to do it, to succeed. Miss Sandai looked at me for a brief moment, still probably questioning why was I doing all of this, before she nodded, I will do it. Atta girl, I chuckled. Daenerys POV 1 month prior. The public execution for Viserys started, my brother begged me to forgive him. But I had lost all the empathy I had for him a long time ago, and he killed the ashes when he threatened my children. By fire we forged our path, and by fire he would die. Dany, please. I beg you. Don't do this. I'm your brother. Your king. Please, I'm sorry. Viserys cried, snot falling down his nose. You are no brother of mine, you are no king of mine, you are nothing, I said with a cold tone, and in cue both Crow and Rhaegal flew out of their rooms, scaring Viserys. Dany, please. Viserys cried out once again, for everyone to see. Dracarys. Soon after those words left my mouth, both Crow and Rhaegal set my brother to flames. His screams of pain lasted about 3 seconds, before he was turned to ashes, showing the world he was no dragon, for flames can't hurt a dragon. Be this a reminder, that I will do anything to protect my family, I said as I walked out of the execution area with Crow and Rhaegal, leaving behind turmoil of emotions in the crowd. Some cheered for me, mostly the Ironborn, some feared me, and others respected me. People will forever remember this, Daisy said with a concerned tone. Good. Let it be a reminder that there isn't someone I wouldn't kill to protect my husband and children. Daenerys POV now. Ronard has conquered Astapor, and along the way had increased our numbers with 14,000 unsullied warriors. In his absence Tyrosh had fallen under the might of our navy, and our sweet little bundles of joy had grown so much. Gerald was so big now, and was crawling like a little monkey everywhere, never getting tired, always looking to play, unlike Alyssa, who was her twin total opposite, calm and well-behaved, sleeping almost all the time. But even with her calm attitude I would find Gerald corrupting his sister to do crazy baby stuff, like I would find Alyssa forcing Gerald to take a nap. Every day I would get a new surprise, a new reason to smile with them, but also a reason to be sad. I was sad Ronard was missing all of this, I knew and understood why, but it was still sad. Don't be sad my queen, Daisy said, reading my face like a book, the king is coming in a month to Mir, you'll see him there and so will the little cubs. I just wish we could be together at all times, I smiled. Once this war ends, I'm sure that wish will come true, Daisy smiled. Illyrio Mopedus POV. Mir had fallen, and so did Astapor, and I was sure by this point that monster knew I had a hand in his assassination attempt. If I didn't do something I would die. He had an army few could hope to match, 3 dragons that one day would grow to be beasts of unparalleled power and the money to fund all that. But I had something he didn't. Experience, decades of experience. I knew I wasn't enough to kill him, but with the help of bravos, he was as good as dead. This plan you have is too expensive. If it fails, we can't do it again, the representative of the Iron Bank commented, and he was right. My plan to kill Ronard and his army was expensive, and it would put me on a crippling debt with the Iron Bank, but as long as Ronard existed, the young Griff would never get the crown. Don't worry, I only need 1 shot, and all that brat built will fall like a house of cards, I smiled. Peter Baelish POV. Things weren't going quite as planned. A small player became the most prominent player overnight. I had lost my position as the master of coin. The despicable Ned Stark had survived, closing any possible relationships for me with the Starks. After all, I did sell him out. But with time I would turn this to my favor. If the bear ended up winning, I was sure with the right preparation I could manipulate the young bear to my favor. I just had to find what made the young bear tick. Lord Baelish, Varys said, entering my establishment. Varys, to what do I owe this pleasure? I inquired sarcastically. Save the lies for the court. Now how about we talk about John Ares? Varys smiled, taking a seat. Varys knew how the old disgusting man had died, but he also knew who had requested such a thing. He couldn't use that against me, so what was the little spider trying to do? By all means, let's, I smiled. Marjorie Tyrell POV. I was to marry in a few days. In a few days I would be queen. The only bad part was that my king didn't find women appealing at all, but that hardly mattered. I didn't care where or in whom he put his manhood inside, as long as his seed was delivered to me. If I gave him an heir, my position as the queen would be forever sealed. After that I couldn't care less if he slept with Loras for the rest of his life. Soon I'll be a queen, I smiled, begging the gods to help me get with a child fast. 74, Chapter 73. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. After a month of traveling, I was finally in Myr, where Daenerys was waiting for me with open arms with our babies. I was surprised by how big the twins were. It is truly remarkable how babies grow during the first months of their life. You bought all the Unsullied? Daenerys asked, after my dose of kisses and baby hugs. Yes, but they are free men now, I nodded, because like she did in the show I too had given them their freedom, but they had decided to follow me, with Grey Worm as general. We keep getting stronger, Daenerys smiled. Yes we do, I said with a baby voice while holding the twins, making the twins laugh. PFF, Daenerys giggled. Oh by the way, there is someone I think will be of great help to you, I said, remembering I had yet to present her to Miss Sandai. Daenerys and her were best friends on the show, so perhaps they could do the same here. Who? Daenerys inquired with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Miss Sandai, she was a slave translator, but I feel you two will get along, I said. A translator? Well, I do like learning new languages, Daenerys hummed. Well, I don't see why not. Great, I smiled. What is your next step after this? Daenerys inquired. I had taken 4 cities, 3 of the free ones. The same, I said, after all, there wasn't much of a change. I want to help you more, Daenerys sighed, kneeling before me, kissing my hand in a lovely way. Let me, please. I eyed her for a second, deep in thought. She could really help, but I didn't want to risk her or my babies getting hurt, so I had find something that wasn't as lethal. And then it dawned on me, I've been dealing with the conquests and the aftermatch of those by myself, but she could deal with the aftermatches for me. I do have something you could do, that would help me a big deal, I nodded. I need to deal with the aftermatches when I conquer a city. I'll be the one taking them down, and you'll be the one to assimilate them. Daenerys smiled, that way you don't have to stay in a city for too long, right? Exactly, I nodded. I suppose I can do only that for now, Daenerys said, eyeing the dragons. Sir Barristan Selmy POV. The waters to Essos were tough and unforgiving, killing many men on my way to this continent. but I was finally here. I had to find the young bear, a man fighting against slavery and raiding was a man worth giving my last few years of service. I was old, I knew one day I would fail my swing, I would fail to block or to dodge, I wanted to do something good with my life while I still could. Rumors said he was in Mir at the moment, and would leave soon, in a month or less I would be his blade. Melisandre POV. I was pregnant, with the tool to destroy Renly Baratheon, using his older brother Essence I would birth the light minion to kill Renly. Then I would proceed to lead Stannis wrong so that he and the lions destroyed each other to the point of exhausting their own resources and men, so that when my beautiful prince finally crosses the continued and comes all he has to do is sit, and rule the ashes these false kings left behind. But I had to be careful, Stannis believed in me, but was an impulsive man, should he feels I was leading him wrong he will kill me, and I'm quite not ready to die just yet, I've been waiting 400 years for this, to serve my prince in anything he might desire, an assassin, a lover, or a friend, I would be his in body and mind. Just wait my prince, the light will unite us, I'll be anything you need. Caw. This bitch is crazy. For him, yes I am, I eyed the raven on my window, the fire had told me his animals were more than the eye could see, and the fire had blessed me to understand them, and I was overjoyed my beautiful, perfectly magnificent prince decided to keep an eye on me, tell my prince, I will help him from here. Olenna Tyrell POV. The young bear had conquered yet another city, acquiring on the way an army of unsullied soldiers, increasing his already terrifying army. Alongside Renly's banners we had a bit over 100,000 soldiers. People would tremble before our army, that's what I would say, if I didn't know better. We had nothing but flowers going to war, men with no experience, with no idea how to hold a sword, wearing fancy armors, a soldier is only as good as his knowledge of the battlefield, reason why we were losing this war so bad. The idiot of my son had the worst case of tunnel vision possible, hiring and drafting any men he could to war was like giving blind monkeys knives and letting them loose in the battlefield, but at least the monkeys would win more. My son thought numbers won wars, which was the most idiotic thought any man could have, maybe I drank too much with him on my belly, experience wins wars, knowledge wins wars. Otherwise you might as well throw babies into the battlefield and expect them to win because they outnumber the enemy. We had nothing useful, but the young bear had savages that had learned to kill just to eat, soldiers that were trained since they were nothing but toddlers to be the pinnacle of discipline, northerners that had to adapt to harsh conditions to survive, and the best navy in Westeros. Compared to that, I had to be realistic, we had no chance. Illyrio Mopedus POV. The Alchemist Guild would give the tool to destroy the Bear of Essos, the so-called Kull of the West. 2 tons of wildfire, to destroy him and his army, this of course would be expensive and truly hard to accomplish, but I knew where he would eventually be, at one point he would come to Pentos, and I would burn the city with him. You won't see it coming, monster, I laughed. Yes he will, you idiot, you are the one that won't see us the Raven Knights when we take you down. What an annoying bird, I muttered wondering why all of the sudden there were so many ravens on Pentos. Euron Greyjoy POV. Since, some, ravens had stolen my dragon horn, I had sailed back Old Valyria with one thing in mind, well to avoid the fucking usurper, and get my horn, I was fearless not stupid, with 1,000 men I had no chance of winning, he would have my head on his wall in less than an hour. But no one knew these waters like me, so avoiding him and getting the horn would be like fucking a nice pussy or killing a man, easy. 3 more days, and we'll get to Valyria boys. I shouted as I laughed, oh yeah I forgot none of you can talk. Dario Nahari's POV. A Conquered was among us, and frankly he was having a lot of success, quite the fearsome warrior the Kull of the West is, or the young bear as some call him. With an army of 100,000 soldiers, and his apparent strategic genius, I doubted he would have much opposition during his mission, and while many hated him I didn't because thanks to the threat he represented we got quite the juicy contract with Yunkai. But that only meant I would have to kill him, and to be honest if the rumors of his prowess in battle are half true, I'm more fucked than a new whore in a brothel. Ha! I suppose things are getting interesting regardless, I laughed. Grey Worm POV. Our owner. No, our king was a powerful man, a warrior of unparalleled strength and discipline, that danced on the battlefield like no one else, he was strong, someone worth fearing. But he was also kind like no one else, he broke our chains, he killed our jailers, he gave us something we had lost, years ago. Hope. Hope for a better tomorrow, hope for a better life, and for that, he would have our undying loyalty, for the Unsullied would follow him to hell and back if needed. 75, Chapter 74. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Before leaving for my next conquest on the list, I was informed by my ravens of a few things. 1. Sir Baristan Selmy was coming this way to pledge himself to me. 2. Ilrio was baking quite the diabolical plan, with an idea that might just work if he plays his cards right. He had commissioned a literal ton of wildfire to destroy me and my army, with the help of bravos. 3. Melisandre knew I was the champion of her god, and for some reason probably related to her that she now could talk with my animals, and promised me she would kill Renly. And 4. Ned Stark and the entire North had pledged themselves to me. These bits of new information changed everything for me, because if I didn't act fast my army would be erased from existence by the volatile power that Dragon Vejan Fire the Alchemist Guild was making. I knew Ilrio was planning something, that much was obvious, but one thing was wanting to kill me, and another was to basically create the equivalent of a nuke on this time just for me. And not only was he planning on using one if not the most dangerous substances in the world, but he also went as far as to using his city as a bait for me, meaning he would burn millions just to see me wrong. I gotta hand it to him, I misjudged his character. He isn't a spineless little pig, he's a spineless little monster. I never thought he would go that far to get rid of me. Assassination attempts? Sure, political plots? Obviously. But mass murder of his own people to accomplish his goal? Never. He was darker, I thought, by a big margin. The worst part about this was that it could actually work. Not with me. I was now apparently immune to fire, though I am not entirely sure if that applies to Vejan fire, and I'm not looking forward to test that out, but regardless of my immunity to the fire, his plan could work, not as intended, but it could still hurt me on the political run. 1 ton of wildfire was more than enough to vaporize my army, and even if he doesn't kill me, leaving me without an army would fuck my entire plan and possibly the world. So I couldn't just sit and let him wait for the key of my destruction to be delivered at his door. I had to attack fast, and now, perhaps this was the result of my approach being too passive, and while that approach was the right call at the beginning, it wasn't now. Now I needed to bear my fangs and claws out and show them what happens when you mess with the bears. Change of plans. We are going to Pentos, all of us. I would march with my 100,000 me to Pentos, taking the city, and at the same time I would attack bravos, killing apparently the 2 biggest pseudo-threats I had right now before they grew to be real threats with real means to destroy my work. Without those 2 in my side, I would be able to take Essos with little to no opposition. Ned Stark POV. Maej had accepted our betrothal a few months ago, which meant our alliance was sealed by blood and honor. All I had to do now was wait for him to come so that we could march south and take the throne. Rumors said he had 100,000 soldiers, that alongside the 40,000 the North could provide should be more than enough to win. Father, Rob said, entering my solar. Yes. I inquired. We have a letter from Renly, he said, should we join him he will forgive our sins, Rob said, reading the letter. Renly had been quite the pain since he heard we didn't pledge to his brother, sending ravens with passive threats with the underline always being the same, join me or die. Send him the usual response, I sighed. Yes, father. Rob nodded, leaving my solar. Doran Martell POV. Ned Stark had joined Ronard's side. With his support and ours the young bear would surely win the throne, and we would have the revenge we have desired for so many years. Together we would crush the Lannisters for what they did and get the justice we deserved. I heard the North joined the young bear. At first I didn't believe it, but the wolf moved his army back to the north, as he waits for him to come. Oberyn Dias as he entered my room, are we still to hide, brother? Or are we ready to show that snakes of Dorne pay their debts? Oberyn for once was right to be impatient. We finally had a tangible path to justice, we will follow the wolf's path. Oberyn stood silence for a second, clearly not expecting my answer. After a few seconds he composed and smiled, gladly. I will call our banners, and let the North know we are their allies in this mission, I informed Oberyn, who looked at me confused. What about me? Oberyn inquired. You will go to Essos with an army, to help the young bear come back home, so that we can destroy the Lannisters, I smiled. Oberyn smiled at that, it will be my honor. Melisandre POV. The time had come for me to birth the tool to help my prince, the tool to eliminate his enemies. Pain, incandescent pain invaded every corner of my body, taking hold of my being, but this was nothing, for I would suffer 1,000,000 times more just to ensure my prince wins, just to ensure he fulfills the prophecy. Ah! I cried in pain, as the shadow left my body, blood dripping everywhere, and the only ones present to witness this was Davos. How fortunate of him to witness how I vanquished the enemies of my prince. Kill Renly, I gave the shadow the order, the reason for its short existence, a task he would most undoubtedly carry out with no problems. The shadows crawled close to me, as if giving his mother one last look before dying, before phasing off the cave I gave birth in, going straight to Renly. My prince, that's one, I hope you see my love for you has no bounds, I smiled, knowing every minute of pain I was in had suffered so far was nothing compared to the lengths I would go to just for him. This can't be right, Davos muttered, this can't be light. Poor ignorant soul, all shadows are born from light, I smiled. Ronard Mormont POV 2 weeks later. As I rode with my army to Pentos, I found along the way the old knight who wanted to join me. After a brief discussion with him, I decided to let him join my ranks, for in reality he was a really good knight that wasn't entirely bad, he was just your typical soldier that followed bad kings. He wanted to be the captain of my king's guard, and considering I technically didn't have I agreed, but in reality I was thinking of creating something in the Fuerte more along the lines of a round table for my knights and council, where every man would have a voice, and help me rule. But first I had to deal with Pentos, and then Bravus. I had to strike fast and strong, as to not give them any opportunity to fight back. If Bravus fell, the rest of Essos would be a piece of cake. With this siege I didn't have much of a plan. Pentos didn't have an army, nor any mighty walls to take down, they were weak, reason why they had been buying the cows out of their city. Bravus was the real challenge here, with more money than anyone can possibly imagine and a fierce army they would give my army a challenge. Let's set camp people, tomorrow we won't stop until Pentos is on their knees and their magister is dead. I shouted, rallying my men a bit. For the Cull of the West. For the Breaker of Chains. For the King of the Seven Kingdoms. For the Father of Dragons and Emperor of the New World. For the Young Bear. I smiled, as I heard them chant each and every single one of my titles, that somehow seemed to grow in numbers every day. 76, Chapter 75. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words so yeah big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Arriving at Pentos created a turmoil of emotions for me. For one I was extremely angry with Illyrio and wanted to kill him making sure he suffered a lot, but conquering Pentos took approximately 2 hours and had little to no bloodshed whatsoever. Apparently the high nobles of Pentos were quite the rational bunch, with the majority of them kneeling to save their lives and positions. Which in turn made capturing Illyrio a really easy task. He tried to escape on one of his personal boats, probably seeing how his idiotic actions had backfired and that his only option was trying to escape, but sadly he was mysteriously eaten by sea creature. I really hope my poor Kraken doesn't get an indigestion. With Illyrio dead, Pentos was officially mine, though it still felt kinda off to win so easy, but I won't complain, things like this rarely happen. What are our orders? Sir Baristan inquired. We take control of the city and its assets and then we move to Bravus in 2 of 3 weeks too, I informed my war council as I leave the room. What they didn't know was that the real reason I was waiting was because of Oberyn Martell and the army he was bringing an army to support me, and push me to go with him to West Eros. Which was an idea that had already occurred to me, because after taking Bravus under my control, which was by far the biggest threat on this side of the sea for me, I would be able to leave this continent and focus on the Iron Throne. Leaving Daenerys behind. I would leave Daenerys with a small part of my army to protect her and the cities we had already taken, and with that I would move all my attention solely on West Eros, attacking the kingdom while it was weak and vulnerable. Taking a deep breath, I decided to go to the kitchen and prepare something good. It had been quite a while since I had eaten anything made by me, being a lord and stuff. And much to my horror West Eros didn't have any pizzas or hamburgers, so I had to improvise to emulate those delicious godlike creations. As I walked to the kitchen Daenerys approached me with the twins who were stretching their arms begging to be with their dear old dad. Smiling my beautiful wife inquired, "Where are you going?" "To the kitchen, I want to make some burgers, and now that I'm a dad it feels just right," I answered with a smile. Daenerys looked at me for a second before she asked with curiosity, "What is a hamburger?" "One of the many items any dad needs to know how to make, is parenting one-on-one." I chuckled, if she wanted to know she would have to eat one. The burgers were a massive success, maybe I'll rip McDonald's off, my family seemed to love them, including my old man who even helped me with the grill. and while I'm still angry with him, I couldn't call that hate anymore. After everything everyone had done to me during the last few years, he really doesn't seem so bad. Technically the assholes of this world made him look good by comparison, and if I had to be rational about it, he wasn't inherently a bad person, just the most stupid person I have ever met, and that's bad, but not bad shit evil Cersei level. So, I decided to give him a chance, because why not? He already had enough punishment with not being able to hold any lands or ever restore his lord title, he had no power over me, and he seemed to be trying to atone really hard. These burgers are amazing, Yora said, trying to make some small talk. Sad attempt, but keep trying, I chuckled leaving him behind. These are really good, Daenerys complimented, maybe we can make a business out of it. And there it was my influence on her showing off, I was thinking the same, how about we call the business Corn Donald's, I chuckled. Daenerys giggled, which in turn made the babies laugh with her, sure, we can also sell some corn, I suppose. I kneeled to the baby's level and with a baby voice said, and our mascot will be Ronald Corn Donald. I already exist master, out of nowhere a raven that, kinda looked like the Joker flew to my shoulder, existence is pain master, our lives are fleeting before us, don't you understand master? With every cornless day the dark and sweet kiss of death comes closer and closer, waiting for us, haunting our dreams, and there will be a night where we will dream no more, where we will gasp for air but our bodies will fail, and all we can do every night, is pray today isn't our night, but even then we can't never forget that fateful day is just in the horizon, waiting for us, and we will have to walk through it, and that's the one absolute truth in our lives, no matter our standing. Holy fucking corn. That was dark. That raven is scaring me, Daenerys smiled awkwardly. Me too, I nodded, while thinking Jesus fucking Christ, was the real Ronald McDonald this dark? I need time to process this, Neltharion hissed. Antidepressants he needs, for too dark that was. Rhoda said after a second. After a day of nothing but having fun together, and that incident with Ronald Corn Donald, I decided to sleep. In a few weeks I would be marching to Bravos, and then to Westeros. Things were not going quite as I planned but things were working nonetheless, and you don't try to fix something that is working. Oberyn Martell POV. I was 2 weeks away from Pentos, and I never been happier, our justice, our vengeance, soon I would make those who hurt my sweet sister lay with blood. The Mountain, Tywin Lannister and Amory Lorch, they in particular would pay for what they did, I would make sure of that. The day of justice is coming, are you seeing this Elia, your brother will finally avenge you. I smiled at the sky, for when the sun shone it was my sweet Elia smiling at me from above. Ned Stark POV. The Martells has joined us, saying they could support us with over 40,000 me, that along what Ronard in the north had was more than enough to crush the lions in the south. An army of 180,000 soldiers, no matter how good of a strategist that old lion is, he was massively outnumbered. And while I was happy Ronard had the Martells' support I was surprised, they didn't ask for anything, no money, no betrothal, no nothing. Perhaps they were joining to make the Lannisters pay for what they did to Elia Martell. Regardless of their reason, this made Ronard's claim massively better than it was before. Ronard is up for a surprise, I chuckled. Arya Stark POV. Ronard was coming, I could feel it, father had joined his side and so did the Snakes of Dorne, there was just a matter of time before he became our king. Knowing this I focused even harder on my training, I had to help him, he saw talent in me when no one else did, he was the first friend I had outside my family, and whether he likes it or not he is part of our pack, and I will protect him when the time comes. Arya stop playing like a boy with that blade. Mother yelled at me, angry. I won't. I will be the first female Kingsguard, leave me alone. I shouted back. I won't accept this. Mother growled. I will be a battle lady, like Ronard said. I stood my ground. That man is no king of ours. And no lady needs a blade. Mother said, trying to take my blade. And what do you want, Mother? Sansa entered the room with a faint getting between Mother and I, all you are teaching us is how to open our legs, and frankly that curriculum lacks a lot, or maybe it doesn't. I'm sure that opening our legs will work if we lose a battle and some men try to rape us. Sansa. I will not tolerate this, you are out of line, I will, Mother tried to say but Sansa cut her. We have father's permission, you are the one out of line, Sansa replied calmly, which in turn made Mother slap Sansa on the face as she stormed out of the room. Wow, that was awesome. I said smiling at my sister. I suppose I am, Sansa giggled rubbing her face, but do try to avoid her when training, I don't want to be slapped on a daily basis. Will do, I laughed. 77, Chapter 76. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon, I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again, my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. 3 weeks passed since the grill day. Oberyn had yet to arrive, but I wasn't going to wait for him any longer, and I was already outside Bravus at my war camp close, that was conveniently a few miles away from them, which apparently triggered the Bravasi Sea Lord because I was awakened by one of my Raven scouts who tells me that our camp will be under attack soon. Which made me glad I had decided to left Daenerys behind on Pentos for this one with 5,000 soldiers, while I fought the Bravasi right now. With a grunt, I jumped out of the bed and looked outside down the hill, confirming that a large group of soldiers was indeed approaching. Seeing they were at much 1 hour away, I quickly dressed as grabbed my weapons. Get ready! Bravus is coming! I shouted loud and clear for all my men to hear. The Unsullied were already ready and alert, with the Dothraki being the second part of my army to follow suit. They have a dialogue flag. One of my men shouted, so they wanted to talk. Well, let's. Bravus wasn't like any other place in this world, they were kind of democratic with the power structure. By kinda I mean the position of Sea Lord is not hereditary, and is given in a pseudo-electoral way, that works, kind of fishy. One of Bravus's citizens is chosen to be Sea Lord by the city's magisters and bankers through a convoluted and arcane process, meaning the populace has no vote whatsoever, and only wins the most malleable man. The choosing process apparently is intense by how the rumors go, but once chosen, the new Sea Lord serves for life. Bravus' current Sea Lord was Farago Antarion. All I know about him is that he is a member of House Antarion, a noble house, and that he is who currently serves as the current Sea Lord of Bravus. But a Sea Lord was nothing without his sword. Each Sea Lord selects their first sword, who serves as their champion, captain of the guard, and ambassador sometimes. They were known for their immense prowess in battle and unique fighting style. Caro Valentin was the current first sword of Bravus, and probably the man I would have to kill soon enough. Welcome, Lord Mormont, the Sea Lord greeted with a disapproving look on his face. Is king, please be sure to remember that for however long you have, I said with a playful tone, letting him know he meant nothing to me. See, at first, I wasn't so sure about conquering Bravus. They seemed like an alright place, so the idea of opening a peaceful dialogue with them occurred to me once or twice, but the moment they allowed someone to commission a ton of fucking wildfire, well, let's just say I don't have any more doubts. Bravus, and the Iron Bank are one. The fucking bankers are an important part of their electoral process, which means they knew of this crazy project and still allowed it. Fuck them with capital F. Do you really think this will end well for you? The Sea Lord inquired with an apathetic tone. How prideful this bastard could be. With a smile I thought two could play this game, so I leaned back, putting my hands behind my head and my feet up the table. Yet, have you seen my record? History would prove I'm right. How dare you disrespect the Sea Lord this way? The first sword of Bravus growled, clearly infuriated. What is a lord to a king? I chuckled playfully. As much as I like this nonsense, I came here to discuss the terms of your surrender, the Sea Lord said with a judgmental look on his face. Sure, I smiled, with a joyful expression forming up my face. The two of them seemed happy for a moment, and I knew it was my moment to strike. So, you will lay down your weapons, give me all your money, and kill yourself? Sounds fair. Both the first sword and the Sea Lord were astonished of my response. They surely didn't see that one coming. You are making a grave mistake, kid, the Sea Lord said with a hostile tone, trying to kill me with glares. No, I said with a dark tone, you are the one that made a mistake, when you let Ilrio buy 1 ton of wildfire, just to kill me. Your greatest sin was making an enemy out of me, so do yourself a favor and kill yourself, because as long as your body is not underground rotting, I won't stop, I won't slow down. One way or another, you will die, and it will be because of me. How dare you? The first sword pulled his weapon him, which in turn made Grey Worm, who was one of my selected bodyguards, jump in front of me, spear ready to pierce any threats, followed by Sir Baristan Selmy. Allow me to kill this man, my king, Grey Worm requested, glaring at the first sword. You think Bravus will fall to you? The Sea Lord chuckled, but I could see his bitter tone miles away. No Bravasi would kneel to a slaver. Oh, wow, you need to upgrade your spy network, I chuckled. We are no slaves, we serve the Kull of the West, the breaker of chains, the father of dragons, the king of the known world because he is worthy of being followed. We are the ones that aren't worthy of his guidance, Grey Worm said, and I could feel he meant every single word. Insolent fool. The first sword growled, taking a step forward. Boy, I can cut you 20 times before you reach my king, so do your job and think wisely, or this might be the last decision you ever made, Sir Baristan said, sword ready to slice the first sword. You will die, and every Bravasi that dies will be because of you, I said standing up. We are leaving, these two idiots are not worth my time. Grey Worm and Sir Baristan nodded, as they followed me out of that place, leaving behind the soon-to-be dead idiots. I went back to my camp satisfied how the peace reunion had gone. Surrender, ha! They should have thought of that when they paid for a nuke. You do not sponsor a nuclear deterrent and later say, we are doing it for peace. How do you want to proceed with this, my king? Sir Baristan inquired. Well, I have just the idea for this, I smiled as I started to explain my round table, consisting of, Sir Baristan Selmy, my most trusted blood rider Ng, and Grey Worm, who I would rename Lancelot. Can't stand calling him Grey Worm, it feels like I'm insulting him. Oberyn Martell POV. I had finally arrived in Pentos, after a bit of delay with the storms and stuff. I was finally here, though the city wasn't like I remembered. The city had banners all over the place that seemed to be the mix of House Targaryen and House Mormont together. Which means the young bear moves fast, and not only that but I was immediately stooped by the Iron Navy, who then proceeded to interrogate me so much I was quite sure they knew me more than my beautiful Elaria now. Can I speak with the Queen now? I inquired, not that I don't like your company, I would love to take you out, but I have more pressing matters. You are as lively as rumors said, a commanding voice said behind me, which was more than easy to tell it was the Queen, mostly because the men inside the room shut their mouths as soon as she entered. I am, thank you very much for noticing, I smiled. And I hope you have in your best interest to keep that, Daenerys smiled, and while subtle her threat was clear, take a wrong step and you won't be lively anymore or alive for the matter. It is, I like being alive, I nodded, with a smile. What is your purpose here? Daenerys inquired taking a seat. To pledge myself to you and the king, Dorne is yours to command, I winked at her, if you let help us take our revenge on the Lannisters. The Lannisters are our enemies too, Daenerys nodded, then kneel, and pledge your blade to us. I did as I was told, as I smiled at her playfully, this is a sight I don't mind repeating. I will assume that was an ill-judged attempt of you trying to be funny, Daenerys narrowed her beautiful purple eyes at me, I'm your queen now, and I'm married, to your king. Oh dear, I would never sleep with the queen alone, but I wouldn't mind sleeping with both the queen and the king, I chuckled, you are going to have to forgive me, my queen, Dorne is the land of passion, we don't have boundaries, we fuck, we drink and we indulge ourselves in the carnal desires of the flesh, be it, man or woman. So those rumors were true too, Daenerys said bored, you are also a horny idiot. I must apologize, I smiled, it's the way I am. Next time you insinuate something like that I will have you join the Unsullied, Daenerys said with a cold tone, I must apologize in advance, it's just the way I am. Won't happen again, I nodded, quite surprised the little dragoness had such sharp claws and teeth under her pretty exterior. I better avoid the flirting if I want to keep my best friend attached to me. 78, Chapter 77. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words so yeah big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. No wall surrounds my war camp, and yet, the Sea Lord was hesitant to attack me. He knew I was while young, dangerous, unpredictable. Or perhaps I was predictable. After all I do is win, but forgetting for a moment about feeding my own ego, I knew he didn't have the power to fight me up front, but that didn't mean he would resort to other methods. My king, Sir Baristan said, as he entered my room, his face letting me know he had something important to share. Yes? I inquired. There is a messenger from Bravus here, Sir Baristan answered, and this information confused me a bit. Didn't I told the Sea Lord a day ago I would kill him? Why in the seven hells would he send someone to talk to me? Taking a deep breath, I get off my tent, seeing a massive black horse rearing close to me, dust curling around its hooves. The horse was probably one of the most beautiful horses I've ever seen, and atop of that majestic horse, a piece of shit. A Bravos messenger with a terribly scarred face and a pair of gold teeth. Of course, he didn't come alone but considering that all he brought to a camp with 90,000 soldiers was nothing but 15 men, it was technically as if he came alone. Seriously, what can 15 men do with these numbers? The messenger took a step forwards, and I could already taste the smugness he emanated. I bring word from the great Sea Lord of Bravus. We can debate on the great part, I chuckled. If he was so great, why counsel he comprehend my clear hostility towards him? Many of my Dothraki approach the man with smirks on their faces, they touch the messenger hair and smell around him, and soon they all start to laugh. Michael, this man smells like a woman. I started to laugh with my men. Well, I suppose it was to be expected. A man that doesn't ride into battle is no man, my blood rider said with a smile. The messenger was by this point incredibly infuriated, hands griping his pants. Westerosi arrogance. It will be the death of you all. If it were not for the diplomacy of the great Sea Lord, I would rip the breath from your lungs, with my bare hands. I chuckled as I walked towards him, leaning close to him, handing him a knife. Oh my, threaten me with a good time, go ahead, do it, none of my men will move, but be sure to kill on your first shot, because if you don't, you will regret it. My king. Sir Baristan protested but was silenced with a simple glare. You. The messenger froze with shock as stared at me with wide eyes, dropping the knife I gave him to the ground. So does anyone wants to try? I chuckled. You bastard. One of the Bravasi guards couldn't take it anymore and dashed with his blade towards me. I turned to him, a volunteer. With that I dashed forward, kicking him on the neck with enough strength to shattering his neck, killing him in one shot. I will fight you, another guard said. He was old but looked experienced. If I win, will your troops go back? They will, I smiled, eyeing the still fighting messenger who was just silent, like a mute. The man grabbed a big sword and started to swing at me, quite slow. It was as if dodging someone trying to punch me underwater. With me not being underwater, after a while, this sad attempt started to get boring. For God's sake, stop. This is stupid even by your Bravasi standards, and as we've seen this week, that threshold is vast. Is this just a game to you? The old soldier growled, angry, holding his massive sword tight. I smiled. A game? Hardly. If this were a game I would be having fun, or killing Joffrey. Now that sounds like a good time. Ah! The old soldier rushed at me, giving his last battle cry, that lasted for a few seconds before his decapitated head landed with a heavy thud on the floor. Now, that was depressing, I chuckled, eyeing the messenger. The messenger composed himself a bit, and said with the utmost confidence, if you value your lives over your complete annihilation, you must turn back now, while our great lord is forgiving. I sighed, wondering where did he get all that bravado. He just saw me effortlessly kill 2 of his guards, before continue to shit through your mouth. Bravasi, know that I am in a really bad mood today, so even a lord's messenger, you will be held accountable for the words coming out of your mouth, is that clear? Leave, and submit to the Sea Lord, and all will be forgiven, the messenger said, ignoring my threat. Just how stupid can someone be? Submission, he wanted me to submit. How fucking dare he? If you don't submit, he will kill you and everyone you love. Weaponizing my family, I see, and who's going to swing the sword? I inquired, angry. Your Sea Lord. That was laughable, you. Not in a million years. As I talk I continue to move towards the man, and his guard's sword out. This. You can't kill the messenger. The messenger said, ordering his men to attack, but those were soon intercepted by my own guard, who were dealing with them quite easily. I told you, I whispered close to his ear, next time, learn to listen. With that I pushed my blade through his heart, as I stared deep into his eyes, seeing his life slowly drain out of him. Panic, fear, anger, were just a few of the emotions I was able to read on his face before the sweet release of death came for him. Kill everyone but one, I ordered my men. After all, I wanted someone to deliver the message that peace was never an option. They threw that to the trash when they helped my enemies. Oberyn Martell POV. The beautiful, but really scary queen, had ordered me and my army to go and help Ronard. Apparently, he is fighting with Bravus. I didn't bring many men, but she said that I had to prove my loyalty by being there for my king, the things I do for revenge, the things I do for love. I finally had the chance to avenge Elia, my own sweet little son that was taken from us, by those wretched lions, and if the price to get the revenge Dorne has been waiting was to kneel for a new king, we would do it. I didn't care who sat on the throne, all I knew is that I didn't want it, too much work, my only desire was to kill Tywin and his men. Let's go men, we are going dancing to Bravus, I ordered, not really sure if any of my men understood my clever wordplay, about Bravus water dancing. Dario Nahari's POV. The young bear had changed his schedule completely, and here we were with a contract of defending a city he might not even attack anytime soon. But I suppose getting paid for doing nothing was also acceptable, but one thing was absolutely true, I still had no idea how we would win, when all we had was 500 soldiers. I'm not really sure what the masters of Yunkai expect. Because unless we each kill 200 of his army without dying, this was a suicide. Tywin Lannister POV. Dorne had pledged their loyalty to the young bear in Essos, that alongside the north gave the bear around 80,000 soldiers. That alone was very troubling, but to trust was just the beginning. The boy had also managed in Essos to acquire an army of 100,000 soldiers, which would bring his army to 180,000 soldiers. And while the young bear continued to grow and grow, our resources, our men, and everything we needed for this war was benign depleted, slowly but surely, every day we were weaker, and because of that we would pay. If only we could get the Tyrells to join us, we would have a better chance at winning this. Renly needs to die. With Renly dead, we would be able to marry Marjorie to Joffrey, and in the process we would even the numbers out, because so far, the boy was ahead of us. Then again he doesn't have to deal with the idiocy of my children, and the mad rat for a grandchild I had, Joffrey. 79, Chapter 78. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big bois. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The time had come, the time for war. I would be leading the cavalry, with my entire Khalasar moving as one unit, while Lancelot aka Grey Worm attacked the gates of the city. Our forces were numerously superior to theirs, but they could still prove to be worthy opponents. Bravos had hired all the sellsword companies with the exception of two, the Golden Company and the Stormcrows. But even with those two out of the picture, they still had managed to amass 40,000 outside soldiers, which put them in a total of 60,000 soldiers on their side. But while their army could pose a problem, I knew I could handle things as they came. With my horses, ravens, snakes, bears and other animals my army was nearly unstoppable. But I wasn't going to let this thought of near invincibility cloud my judgment. Only fools think of victory before it. I will lead the first attack with my Khalasar, I informed my war council. And we will lead the navy attack, right? My Ironborn inquired, looking at the map. Yes, I nodded, turning to the Unsullied. The Unsullied alongside Sir Barristan will push the main gate, while I keep their undivided attention on me. It shall be done, Lancelot nodded. I will do my best, Sir Barristan bowed. That was just part A of my plan. With the help of my ravens I would bomb the city with medieval Molotovs, setting Bravos and unfortunately its people on fire. What I wanted to accomplish with this was to diverse their attention with chaos outside and within the city. This would break whatever strategy they had, or at the very least weaken them. But that's just the beginning of my air force attack, because Rhoda would be leading the air assault forces B, where 500 ravens would be dropping poison bombs within the enemy ranks, disrupting their formations and killing some of their ranks. At first I was reluctant to send my ravens with poison to attack. History has proved they tend to kill themselves with that. But Rhoda showed me they had evolved to the point where they didn't, so I approved of his idea. With this my victory was partly assured. Now it was time to execute my plan. To war! I shouted, rallying my men. To war! At the battle began, with my ravens being the first ones to attack. My loyal birds fly really high, far from the reach from the enemy's arrow range and begin releasing small metal objects that release a poisonous mist. The Bravasi soldiers soon begin to choke and gag. And not having the antidote I had, their throat began to swell and one by one they fell into the ground with heavy thuds. Wait for it, I had my troops on standby, waiting for my ravens to complete their part. Soon after the next airstrike followed, with the other squad of ravens dropping Molotovs, that in total equal barrels of flammable liquid Bravos setting the city in flames from the air. I let this continue for a few minutes, seeing how my feathery friends destroyed their ranks one by one, but them alone would not win this. It was time. I gallop with my horse with thousands of Dothraki soldiers following me as I yell charge. My troops rush forward with me with loud war cries. I'm in front of the charge, like a Kull should be, and soon enough, my army crashes into the enemy. I start hacking at the Bravasi soldiers, killing 8 with my first swing without getting off my horse. I swing again, slashing another throat, leaving a trail of death behind me as I move forward. Jumping off my horse, mostly because fighting in one is uncomfortable, I rolled in the ground grabbing a warhammer. Deciding to try dual wielding this weapon with my sword, I swung the warhammer, shattering someone's skull with ease. As I continued with my assault, I duck under a spear that was going for my head in an attempt to kill. With a smile I dropped the warhammer for a second as I grabbed the spear from the still alive enemy, disarming him with a swift kick and then jabbed his own weapon through his neck. Noticing I was about to be surrounded, I smiled as I swung my blade, killing 5 guys with a single sweep, taking a deep breath. I keep on dancing through the battlefield, turning and tearing through the Bravasi ranks. Seeing that around 20 more soldiers were coming my way, I leaped into the air as one spearman tried to stab me. In the air I grabbed the soldier's neck and with a strong twist broke his neck, doing a 180-degree turn. Wow, I will call that move the Hooterniiter, because hoot damn, I laughed. With a dark smile I kept on fighting, slaughtering like the pigs they were while laughing and roaring as blood splattered my armor with each swing. At one point I was head to toe covered in their blood. And after a few hours of them seeing me slaughter them like pigs with no success in harming me, the Bravasi soldiers started to flee in sheer terror from me and my soldiers, but mostly me. My Dothraki warriors of course wouldn't let this happen, so they chased them down, wiping everyone that tries to escape my herd. To the city! I shouted, mounting my horse, and immediately galloping to Bravus. Farrago and Tarayan POV. The city was burning, our army was being slaughtered. If this continued we would lose by the end of the day. I was so sure we could hold him down, for years if necessary, but how was I supposed to know he had trained his ravens to drop poison and fire? The only option I had was to challenge him to a duel, his champion against mine, the winner takes all. Send a raven to the young bear, this was my last bet, and the last path to victory we still had. My first sword was sure to win for me this war, for there wasn't any better swordsman than him. Ronard Mormont POV. A few hours after the slaughter outside the city walls, a raven arrived from the Sea Lord. He wanted to avoid any further Bravasi blood to be spilled and requested we solved this with a duel, his champion against mine. The duel had but one rule, I couldn't fight. This was a high-risk, high-reward situation. If I won, Bravus would be mine faster, and I would lose less, but if my champion lost, I would have to stop invading them. Allow me to fight for you, Sir Baristan said kneeling. I have fought more duels than any man alive, and I'm still here. Let me win this battle for you. The old knight was right in one thing, he was my best option. My Dothraki weren't good at fighting armored knights, and I wasn't sure Lancelot could win against the first sword. Bring me honor, and glory, I nodded, and I could see as if I had given the man the crown or something. His spirit was fueled with a strong drive to win now. I will, my king, Sir Baristan said, with his tone sounding as if he was stating a fact, the fact that his victory was assured. Brienne of the King's Guard POV. I was finally serving the man I loved. I knew I would never be his queen, but this was more than enough. To be his blade was more than enough. Today we were preparing for battle, to battle with Stannis' forces the next dawn, and I was guarding him, but a cold and chilling air invaded my very core, fear turning me blind for a second. Immediately I turned around to see a shadow approaching Renly. No! I shouted, rushing to save my king, but it was too late. For all I managed to accomplish was seeing my king being slain by the animated shadow, that looked like Stannis. I had failed to protect the man I loved. I failed my duty, but I would avenge him. 80, Chapter 79. Author note: this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on. I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea. Well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words, so yeah, big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know, but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. As I had agreed on paper, I had chosen a champion, and with the champion I met in the arena with the Sea Lord of Bravus, ensuring it was both a neutral ground for me and for him. My champion was Sir Baristan, who was more than ready to duel the first sword of Bravus, master of the infamous water-dancing sword style. The crowds in the arena were roaring in anticipation, wanting for the duel to start, and as for me, I was anxious, wondering why the hell I accepted this in the first place. I had already won partially, but it was too late now, so I decided to trust the old knight. And besides, it has been ages since I have seen a proper sword fight, where I'm not involved. Taking a deep breath, I stand up and shouted start. Seconds after the two blades clashed, and it was like a lightning storm coming together in one place, quite impressive being on the other end, seeing a battle unfold with some good wine and food. While many are blinded and deafened by the clashing of metal on metal, I find myself enjoying the thrill of this show, which made me worry a bit. Did I enjoy the possibility of losing, or that someone else was fighting for me? Or perhaps I just liked the fight with no secret motive. The crowd was apparently like me, enjoying the show because they were going wild, some cheering for Baristan and some for the first sword of Bravus. I looked over at the first sword and saw him struggling but standing his ground against the seasoned knight. In a brief moment he noticed I was looking and smiled at me with a toothy smile. The fuck? I muttered, looking over Baristan, kill him now. I had a feeling they were planning something, but what? At my command, Baristan charged at the first sword of Bravus, with blinding speed, and while he wasn't nearly as fast as me, it surprised me time. With a singular move his blade flashes in the shock. The first sword of Bravus barely moves out of the way, avoiding lethal damage, but not crippling damage. I knew because of how long the Bravasi took to reach that Baristan was going to be faster, too fast for him to avoid completely. Which is why the first sword of Bravus ended up with Baristan's blade buried on his right shoulder, which made him drop his own sword. Pain and shock froze him for a brief second, and that brief second was all the knight needed to win. In a swift motion he took his blood-covered blade out of the Bravasi's shoulder, proceeding to sever his head immediately after. The duel was complete. I had won. Baristan turned around, and kneeled as he said, "This victory is in honor of my king, long shall he reign." I won. I turned with a huge smirk on my face to see the Sea Lord of Bravus smiling. For now, the Sea Lord cackled. "Okay, please enlighten me." I sighed, wondering what they did to think they still had a chance. "Any moment now the poison in your wine will take effect." The Sea Lord smiled, looking at my wine. "You won the battle, not the war, young bear." "And my men?" I inquired. I had brought 100 guards with me, keeping my army outside, and while I doubted he managed to poison them, I had to ask. People tend to spill everything when sure of their victory, though I wonder how he will react when he finds out I'm immune to poisoning. "Just you," the Sea Lord smiled. "I said I wanted to end this bloodshed, and for that to happen only you have to die." "Ha ha ha. God fucking damn it," I sighed. "And in your plan, how did you plan to stop me if I decided to kill you before the poison started to work?" The Sea Lord looked at me, and after a second of nothing, probably realizing he didn't plan that far ahead, he unsheathed his blade. "I'm more than enough to kill you." "Ha ha 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 ha," I laughed, which apparently made the Sea Lord really angry. "Oh dear, you were serious, then please, allow me to laugh even harder." "Ha ha 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 ha. How dare!" The Sea Lord was about to probably say something along the lines of, "I am the best blah blah," but I had enough shit for one day, so I shut him up by putting my hand on his mouth. "And, I am done, Sea Lord. While there's absolutely nothing I'd rather do than stand here and listen to you bluster at me until the heat death of the universe, I literally have a million better things to do, like killing Joffrey." So with a huge smile, I threw him like a bag of trash into the arena. Loud gasps of shock could be heard around, as I landed beside him. "How dare you!" the Sea Lord cried out in pain. The following act contains violence, coarse language, and adult situations not suitable for minors. Viewer discretion is advised. I chuckled as I grabbed the crying Sea Lord by his shirt, snapping his neck like a stick before he could even process what was about to happen. Time to rip off Perfect Cell even more, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, and those idiots that still think you can best me. I am Ronard. And you may recognize me as the young bear, or as the Cull of the West, or perhaps as the mighty conqueror. But that's not what I'm here to talk to about today. Today, I'm making an announcement. At this point I had everyone's attention in the arena, all the nobles of Bravus staring at me. "I will take this city, that much is a fact. It can be by blood or not. I'll let the people of Bravus decide. I'm not that bad, but you will only have till tomorrow at noon to decide." Murmurs could be heard among the crowd, fear spreading among them like a pandemic. Just what I was looking for. Fear breeds submission. That should give everyone plenty of time to prepare and get ready to fight me. Or for those that know that it is impossible to beat me but are too stubborn to surrender, time to connect with loved ones, get your affairs in order, or maybe just kill someone. Get a purge going. Live a little. Because in 18 hours, I chuckled as I pointed to the dead Sea Lord, so, keep that in mind and the shit in your parts, and I'll see you all tomorrow at noon. Also, feel free to pray to your god. But spoilers. I won't be listening. With that I walked out of the arena with my men following me close behind, leaving a mute audience of nobles that were so shocked by my display they couldn't even muster words. "That speech was certainly terrifying," Sir Baristan said. "I learned that from a friend, his name is Sel," I chuckled. "Well, he is really good at making things both oddly appealing to the audience and terrifying," Sir Baristan said. "War sometimes is more about the mind games than the soldiers," I chuckled. "That is a wise statement, my king," Sir Baristan nodded. Gordon Ramsay Ravenicku's POV. I was the royal chef for the dragon siblings, and all I did was fucking tasty, corntastic. I was the proud owner of 3 Cornchulin stars. "Can I eat it now?" Neltharion said, trying to take a bit out of the pig I was roasting. "Caw. Can't you see is raw, you stupid baboon?" I shouted angrily, slapping the young dragon prince away. "I will let you know when it's ready to go." "Ha ha ha," Regal laughed. "Serves you right, moron," Crow chuckled. "The fuck you called moron?" Neltharion growled, smoke coming out of his mouth. "I can add dragons to the menu." So stop your idiotic activities in my kitchen. I caught at them. Sorry. The three young dragons said in one voice. 81, Chapter 80. Author note, this novel is around 70% done, so things will start to fall into place and stuff sooner than later. So if you want to read chapters ahead what I have done so far, be sure to check my Patreon. I have 14 chapters ahead. Also I'm starting a new novel on my Patreon first. But it will come way later on, I will post here once I have 20 chapters at least on Patreon. I don't know if some of you remember at the beginning of this novel that I said I had a Marvel Gamer idea, well, I decided to flesh that out, with the first chapter already being on Patreon. For that novel the chapters are around 3,000–4,000 words per chapter. The first chapter is 3,400 words so yeah big blah. Again my dear people, just letting you sexy readers know but I will post here only after I have enough backup for a daily update. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Bravos took my threat seriously because the next day before noon they were openly surrendering. Bravos was finally mine, but there were a few rats inside the city that I had to eradicate before moving forward, the Iron Bank being one of them. They were the main poison inside the city, my city, and I was the antidote. The nobles have completely surrendered, my king, Sir Baristan said as he knelt before me. With a smile, I looked at him and said, perfect, send the Unsullied to collect all the nobles of the city, including the bankers. To make sure I wouldn't suffer a coup in the future I had to first gather all the rats in one place and then purge the untrustworthy ones, leaving only those that I could trust because they were loyal, or they feared me, either one worked. Sir Baristan stood up from the floor and said, as you wish, my king. With that the old knight departed to carry out my orders, leaving me in my office alone. Now that the city was mine, I had no tangible real reason to stay here, I had my army, and no real opposition on this side of the sea, so I had to start planning my invasion of Westeros. Daenerys would remain on this side of the sea to rule over the cities we had conquered as their queen while I fought the lions in the west. There were many other reasons as to why I wanted to leave her on Essos. For one she would be safe and sound and so would the babies. A man is surprised, an unfamiliar voice said in the shadows. Following the sound, I found a man who could only be described as a hobo, but had a dangerous air to it, a faceless man, here for another chat or? I inquired taking a deep breath, wondering what did they want this time. The assassin looked at me, his eyes devoid of any emotion and personality, without fear, without anger, nothing but an empty sheet of everything that makes us human. A man wants nothing, a man can't kill you, but a man can hurt you. Immediately my mind went to my children, my wife. If they couldn't kill me, they sure could try and hurt me, but although the idea of my family being hurt terrified me, I had planned ahead against this scenario for a long time. Daenerys had hundreds of animals always keeping an eye on her and the babies, animals that couldn't be fooled by a fake face. My bears alone could smell strange people from miles away. With a hard look on my face, I turned my gaze to him as I said, what's to keep me from destroying your region? Valadoha Eris, Valamorghulis, the faceless men smiled, all men must serve, and all men must die, we are not afraid of death, we serve it. That much was true, they served death, and were like roaches hard to kill, because you don't know who belongs to the order unless you see them in person. I'll be honest, I'm confused as to why are you here. A man wanted to strike a deal, the faceless man informed me. Go on, I sighed, maybe it would be beneficial for me. The assassin began to explain how the only thing his guild wanted to do in exchange of never targeting or attacking my family by any means was for me to allow his guild bury me when I died. Weird request, but I was still a bit skeptic, but when I asked him if they wanted to use my face or something, he said no. That what they wanted was to give me to the god of death personally. So seeing that all they were really asking was to be a free burial service for my old body in the future, I nodded, deal. A man is pleased. With that the weird assassin left, leaving me with more questions than answer, but at least I had one less thorn on my ass to worry about fully at the very least. Well, that was odd, I sighed. Oberyn Martell POV. When I arrived at Bravos I was more than surprised to see the city was completely taken over by the young bear. He had managed to do it in less than a week. That is surprising and terrifying. Just how good was this brat in war? To lead the Dothraki he had to be strong, and to win wars he had to be smart, a really fearsome combination. State you business, I was abruptly stopped by an unsullied warrior, pointing his spear at me. My name is Oberyn Martell, I was sent here by the queen, I chuckled, taking a step back. I'll let the king now, don't move. Oh, the Unsullied, always straight to business, no fun, but how nostalgic, it reminds me of the old days, when I was traveling around Essos training among them. Rude, at least give me your name, I smiled. Lancelot, Lancelot, well that was a weird name for an Unsullied, if I remembered correctly their masters force them to change names every day, and their names would usually be something insulting and demeaning. Don't worry, I'll wait here. I waved him off. Ronard Mormont POV. Oberyn has arrived, a tad late if you ask, but I suppose is the intention what really matters. With his house I had the support of 2 out of the 6 great houses in Westeros. The Greyjoys were a thing of the past, so I can't count them. Now all I had to do was get some ships and move my army to the west, and start planning my strategy. From the top of my head I had many ideas, a lot of them involving rats, for King's Landing had thousands of them, but I would have to wait. My king, Oberyn bowed. Let's get to the point, shall we? I knew what he wanted and he knew what I wanted, so why pretend? I know the only reason your house is joining us is to destroy the Lannister, which is totally fine. I hate those lions for the most part too, but what comes after that? After the destruction of you enemies, what comes next? I didn't want allies that would turn their backs at me once their own personal vendetta was complete. I wanted to know to what extent they would stay. Oberyn looked at me and after a second of humming started to laugh. A straight to business man, I can respect that. Don't worry, you will have Dorne's loyalty as long as you let us have our retribution. By the end of that his tone of voice was dark and cold, the complete opposite to his normal cheerful demeanor, as if a switch inside of him had been turned off. Then we won't have a problem, I nodded. If all they wanted in exchange of their loyalty was Tywin, the Mountain, and the other idiot that fucked their family, they could have them. They are yours to do as you please, but leave Joffrey to me. Then, I will do my best to serve you, my king. Oberyn smiled. 82, Chapter 81. Author note, first. I'm sorry for the delay, I was, really and I mean really busy today, like you have no idea. Seriously. The novel is around 56–60% done. I thought I would go down with 120 chaps, but for the ending I have planned I need more, so there you have it. Anyhow, if you want to read ahead, go to my Patreon. I have 15 delicious, succulent, marvelous chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. It was time to go for the crown, but before that I had to make sure that Daenerys had enough military power to hold the cities we had conquered in Essos. Considering that we had an army of 100,000 soldiers, I decided to leave Daenerys with 30% of our army, not counting animals. That way she would be safe, and with enough military strength to fight back. In total, she would have at her disposal 40,000 soldiers, and about 40,000 animals, including horses, bears, ravens, and other animals. Leaving her with a total of 80,000 soldiers ready to die for her. Meanwhile, I would take about 65,000 soldiers west to attack the Lannisters, not counting my animals and Neltharion who had begged to go with me. There was no longer any reason for me to stay in Essos. By conquering Braavos and eliminating all rats within the city, I had cemented our power in this continent as something unshakable and unstoppable. I should go with you, Daenerys argued. She was not happy with my decision, and in part, I could understand her, but if she came with me to the west she would become a target for the Lannisters, whereas if she stayed in Essos, no one would be able to reach her. The Krakens would make sure of that, stopping any ships that weren't mine. I know, honey, but I need you to keep this place under control. You are my queen, and you must rule this continent while I'm away, I said, kissing her hand. I understand, but I don't like it. Daenerys sighed with a faint smile, and in her eyes, I could see clear as the day that more than wanting to avenge her family, she didn't want to be separated from me, which made me immensely happy. The fact that she loved me more than she hated those who betrayed her family was impressive of its own. Ada, ABA. Gerald babbled adorably, once again melting my heart. You two are going kill daddy with that cuteness, I chuckled, kissing my son on the forehead. Alyssa on the other hand was laughing as she looked at me as if I were the best clown in the world. Is daddy funny? Daenerys asked playfully to our daughter, who answered with more laughter. Hee hee, I chuckled, carrying the twins high in the air. My two treasures. I thought with Daenerys I had experienced true love, and in a way I did, but with my kids, I felt like gravity wasn't holding me on the ground anymore. It was them. I would kill, die, and suffer for them without hesitation. Oberyn Martell POV. After helping my new king eliminate the threats or rats as he calls them within Braavos, I decided to test how strong he really was by challenging him to a friendly duel. I knew he was strong. The almost 100,000 Dothrakis following him were more than enough proof, but I still wanted to see just how strong he was. I lost the duel in under 1 minute, and I can't tell that minute was just him being graceful. I wasn't prepared at all for the abysmal difference between our strengths. For the first time in decades I felt like a child fighting against a master, but with the difference that something inside me knew for certain that no matter how much I trained nothing would shorten that massive gap. But this didn't bother me at all. On the contrary, I preferred to follow a king with strength and intelligence, someone who would lead his army by example, risking his life first so that others would do the same for him. That's the king of King Dorne would follow, not an entitled brat with a doubtful claim to the throne. We didn't care he came from a small house, or that he didn't have royal blood within him. In Dorne we judge the person by their worth, not that of their family. Though him having married Daenerys helped, but that only helped him so much. Well, Things ought to be fun with him around, I chuckled, eager to leave Essos, and wage war against those rotten lions. Tywin Lannister POV. In a fortunate event, Renly had died in a mysterious way. Some said that a shadow entered his chambers and killed him, blood magic, others that one of his own knights had betrayed him. In the end, it didn't matter how died, because with Renly out of the picture we could turn this war in our favor. By marrying Joffrey with Margaery Tyrell we would secure an army that alongside ours would be able to face the young bear and his army. The idiot of a daughter I had was not happy at all with my decision to marry her little mad dog off to a Tyrell, but her opinion on the matter was irrelevant and non-important. Without this alliance we didn't have much of a chance of winning this war. Cersei will not forget this, father, Tyrion said with a sigh. Perfect, let her, she is not here to rule, if she were we would have already lost the crown by now, I replied with apathy. Cersei had to understand that she was not as clever as she thought she was. In fact, among my children, she was the most problematic. On that, we can agree. Tyrion laughed for a brief second before asking, with Renly out of the way, we can focus on dealing with Stannis. We still have time before the young bear arrives. Any ideas? I glanced at Tyrion for a second, as he filled his cup of wine, before I answered. Stannis is more experienced in the art of war than his little brother was in the art of war, but he is as charismatic as a cow. He doesn't inspire loyalty out of love or fear. He will fall in his time. I see, Tyrion hummed, sitting back on his chair. Olenna Tyrell. The sorry excuse of a man whom we had allied with had died, and in part I was thankful. This, of course, led the lions to invite us to their side immediately. Maybe they killed him, or maybe they were desperate with the imminent threat that Ronard Mormont represented. They wanted to marry Margaery to that little demon named Joffrey. Rumors of his cruelty and madness had already spread far and wide across the Seven Kingdoms, and I was not going to allow my granddaughter to suffer at his hands. Margaery would be queen but not with that spawn of the hell as her king. Tommen Baratheon on the other hand, was as rumors say soft, king-hearted and more importantly manipulable. Joffrey had to die. Besides it not like anyone but his mother would miss him, but I doubt even Cersei is that blind to love that thing. When are we going to the capital, grandmother? Margaery inquired, content with the idea of marrying hastily to secure her position of queen. In 1 month, I answered with a faint smile, poor naive child, good thing she has me to protect her, otherwise the idiot of a son I have would doom her to a life suffering. Jon Snow POV. Humanity was in grave danger. The others, the White Walkers existed and were moving, evolving, ever-changing. I had to let others know they were real. But before I managed to escape, a cold voice stopped me. Humanity's time has run out. You now walk upon the darkness, child. The light won't protect you here, young dragon. Nothing will, the undead said with a cold tone, the same one that had killed my entire scout party. All will serve in death. 83, Chapter 82. Author note, here ya go people, early this time hee. On other news I will eventually make a post so that you guys can help with future ideas for novels. With love, your Cornbringer. If you wanna read ahead some succulent chapters, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. After making sure Daenerys had everything under control, I proceeded to mobilize all the ships, which were barely enough to move all the men and animals I was moving over the west. My initial destination would be the north, where I would go to see Lord Stark to discuss the terms of our alliance. Then I would let my army rest so that everyone would be at their best when the war really began. It will take us a month to get there, Oberyn sighed in annoyance, but I suppose it worth the wait. With how you act I would have thought you loved traveling. Was that assumption incorrect? I inquired as I kept my gaze on the sea. I love traveling, Oberyn replied with a soft chuckle. What I hate is the waiting, the time in between. Understandable, I nodded in agreement as I walked to my cabin, leaving Oberyn alone. My mission was to get some peace and quiet. How oblivious I was that concept was now impossible for me. Not only I was a king, I was a dad, which made peace and quiet an impossibility for me. And that concept was reaffirmed in my room, because upon entering said room I found Neld Harrion fighting with one of the battle bears, both locked on the floor biting each other on an epic duel of. I don't know, a quick glance to my bed reveals it had been torn to pieces by the collateral damage of this fight. Neld Harrion had taken it upon himself to fight anyone, and when I asked him why, he would only answer that he wanted to be as strong as me and he needed the experience, which usually made me ignore his odd behavior, because, well, I'm not made out of stone. That he wants to be like me is adorable and pushes all the right buttons for me to let him do his thing. I'm too tired to be dealing with this shit, I sighed as I walked out of the room, not wanting to defuse whatever situation they had. My new destination, my backup room, a room especially designed for these types of emergencies. Jon Snow POV. Fear was a common thing, you can deal with it, but that doesn't make you fearless. All my life I had dealt with my fears, but what I saw that day. That thing, how his mere presence made me the grip of death, that was something I wasn't prepared to deal with. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you, yet. But let the bear know I'm coming for him and in my path. All life will end. I had been forgiven, spared just because I served a purpose, a menial purpose, to deliver a message. I wanted to fight, I wanted to kill that thing for what it did to my brothers in the watch, but my entire body refused to raise a finger against him. No matter how hard I tried, all I could do was see him leave, not before he desecrated even more my fallen brothers by raising them from the death, to be nothing but mere puppets. Humanity as a whole was at risk, the crown, the lands, the power, nothing would matter if we didn't stop that monster. This was bigger than me, bigger than the Game of Thrones, and more importantly bigger than my oath to the watch. I had to break my oath, and even if I ended up dead because I had deserted the watch, it would be worth it if I managed to warn just one person. We are leaving tonight, Ghost, I petted my one trustworthy friend, who tilted his head in confusion. Lord Snow, hurry up and go and clean the gates. One of my superiors shouted. This was my opportunity. No one ever supervised me when cleaning the gates that were going south, no one suspected of me. After all, I came here out of my free will. This was perfect, especially because it was night. It would take them a while to notice I was gone, and by the moment they did notice, it would be too late. Yes, sir, I nodded, going to the gates with Ghost behind me. Hours passed by, and my moment to escape finally came when the watch was switching the men to watch over the tower. I ran, like never before, knowing full well that if I stopped even for a second my life would be forsaken. I had to, for I no longer was fighting for myself, but for the living. I had to survive just 1 month, that's all the time I needed to get back to Winterfell and warn my father of this. Young Griff POV. Ronard Mormont was the biggest threat to my reign. He had a massive army, he was good at leading, and he was married to my aunt. All I had was the Golden Company, and that wasn't enough to deal with him. Not only he was a thorn on my side on Esso, but he was also one in West Eros. My sources say he has alliances with Dorne in the north. There was a chance I could win Dorne over, by offering them my hand in marriage, but I had a feeling I would die before I even managed to move with that plan. So I had to resort to other means to achieve what I wanted. I had heard stories of how the free folk are numerous and good at fighting, and how they would do anything to go across the wall. Them alone were more than enough to fight Ronard, perhaps even outnumber his army, and all I had to do in order to win, was offer the wilding what they have always wanted, their freedom, in exchange for loyalty. Are you sure this is the best idea, my king? John Connington inquired. It is, I nodded. We need the army, for the bear to fall. The Golden Company is with you, my king, the commander of the Gold Company said, kneeling. I'm glad, my friends, I smiled, for we are about to venture to wild lands. We are going beyond the wall. We'll follow you there, and to hell if necessary, my king, my men chanted. And I knew things would turn just fine. I was born to be king, and no bear would stand chance against a true dragon. Daenerys POV. Ronard had left, once again. These days it seemed like our time together was a thing of the past now, and while I knew it was for our cause, I couldn't help but miss him. But I had to play my part. He was trusting me to keep Essos under control, and I would do more than that. I would conquer the rest of Essos in our name, so when the time to go west comes nothing will ever tear off apart. I had Crow and Regal with me. With them I would destroy our enemies on this side of the sea with blood and fire, for my husband, and more importantly for my kids. What are your orders, my queen? Daisy inquired. We are going to Yunkai, I informed her. We are taking that city. I will finish what my husband started. I will eliminate our enemies. Daisy looked at me for a second before kneeling. My sword is yours to command. I would die for you, not because you are my queen, but because you are my family. I smiled, and I am glad every day of my life to be part of it. My words were nothing but the truth, and because of it I would protect them, with fire and blood. 84, Chapter 83. Author note, here you go people, early this time hehe. On other news I will eventually make a post so that you guys can help with future ideas for novels. With love, your Cornbringer. If you wanna read ahead some succulent chapters, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. My trip to West Eros was pretty much uneventful, with some minor problems, but most of them were Neltharion fighting animals, because of his so-called training. The north was just as I remembered, cold, and oddly welcoming. I kinda miss the non-complicated days where all I had to worry about was my house. Here we are. Oberyn muttered, I don't know how you northerners survive in here. So cold. I suppose some northerners would say the same about Dorne, I chuckled. Fair enough, Oberyn nodded. We continued chatting about random stuff as we approached Bear Island. From afar I could see my great-aunt waiting for me with my men and the remaining bears on the island. It took my ship around 20 minutes to get to the coast, where I jumped out of the ship, landing in front of my aunt with a big smile. Hello there, I smiled. You'll be the death of me, Ma Edge sighed with a chuckle. Doubt it, I gave her a look that said, your 2 daughters are maybe worse than me, going to another continent and stuff. Well, every Mormont woman is crazy one way or another, Ma Edge laughed. I hummed, pretending I was deep in thought before nodding, I can testify to that. So what can we do for your highness? Ma-Edge said as she knelt, no sign of hesitation, no anger at me for going for the crown, nothing. I actually expected her to be a tad more volatile this reunion. Well, for now any news? I inquired. The Starks pledge themselves to you, and offer a betrothal between Daisy and Rob, Ma-Edge informed me, which in turn immediately made me laugh, to the point of gasping for air. I knew they wanted to marry Rob to Daisy, not that I would accept, but if Daisy accepted this proposal, I can already tell who will be the lady on that equation. I'm sorry, I finally managed to say, after composing myself a bit, but every time I imagine them together, it makes me laugh. Ma-Edge eyed me for a second before starting to laugh. I thought I was the only one. Anyway, we are going to rest here for a couple days before leaving to Winterfell, I said, deciding to go back on track. In the meantime you are in charge of accommodations, also start gathering our men, Ironborns included. We will march full strength soon, so it's better to have them ready. As you wish, Ma-Edge nodded. Perfect, I smiled. Jon Snow POV. I have no idea how long I've been running, hiding, making sure my brothers in the watch don't catch me. It has been a rough for me. By this time I thought I would be home, with my family, but evading the party they had sent after me had derailed me from my original path. But I had to persevere. My life was inconsequential in the great scheme of things. I was but a mere messenger, but one with a very important message. That night will forever haunt me, the night I fully realize I was too weak, a bastard that couldn't even die right. But besides the fact that winter was coming for us all, there was another thing that didn't make much sense to me. Why did that monster refer to me that way, calling me a dragon? Did that had something to do with my mother? No, I must focus. I'm the only know that knows about the dangers beyond the wall. What or how that monster talked to me is irrelevant right now. If we keep this pace we should be one in 1 or 2 weeks. Ghost, I petted my companion. Growl? Ghost tilted his head. I don't know, but we are in it together, I chuckled, feeling as if he asked me what would be of us after we delivered the message. I would probably die for deserting the watch, but Ghost could stay with my family. After all, he didn't break an oath. Ned Stark POV. Jon had deserted the watch. A raven from the wall had arrived with this problematic news. This was unexpected and unbecoming of him. Why would he do such a thing? Why would he abandon his oaths? He must have a reason to do it. But what? He was safe on the wall. He was finally out of everyone's reach. I promised his mother, my sister, I would keep him safe from this world, from this game, and he was safe in the wall. If the wrong person discovered his real identity, it would the end of him. Ronard would kill him if he thought Jon represented a threat to his claim, and even if that didn't come to happen, the watch would claim his head for deserting them, so the only way to protect my son was finding him first. Jon, where you? I muttered. Ronard Mormont POV 3 days later. Jon had deserted the watch. Well, that was unexpected. I always thought him to be the kind of guy that never misses a day of work, and follows every rule in the book. Then again, in the TV show he kinda banged a wilding, the supposed natural enemy of the watch, so perhaps he is a rebel in disguise. And now he was going to die because of it. Nonsense, how utterly stupid the system of the wall is. I can understand criminals being forced to stay and never fuck, but volunteers should follow different rules. Jon is an idiot, not going to sugarcoat that, but he is a good idiot. One that happens to fill or fit a position I had in mind. With his total lack of ambition, the job was made for him. Jon Targaryen, Lord of House Targaryen, he would be the perfect lord, being that he would be the only one not trying to stab me for power. All right, I nodded, deciding I would help the stupid wolf out of this situation, so with a smile I ran out of my room, to Oberyn's. Oh, for the love of Dorne, you need a bell, Oberyn chuckled, pointing out I had startled him. What can I do for you, my king? Well, how do you feel about going to hunt a missing crow? I smiled. You aren't giving me much information, but yeah, sure, I'm in, Oberyn smirked, but if you wanted time alone, we don't need excuses. I slowly raised an eyebrow as I said, you are barking at the wrong tree, pal. I don't swing that way. Oberyn smiled. You can't judge a man for trying, now can you? I can, and I am. I wasn't really sure if he was confident on his sex appeal or was delirious. Just don't tell the queen, Oberyn muttered, I would make a terrible Unsullied. Yeah, I kinda want to now, I smirked at him, wondering what the hell did my beautiful wife tell him, for him to lose his cool demeanor for a second. Oh well, on the bright side, I already have a bunch of kids, so I suppose it already served its purpose. Oberyn laughed. I have to admit, Oberyn is an interesting guy, that even on the side of losing his best friend, he keeps on smiling and joking and messing around. I wonder if everyone in Dorne is like him. Nothing against your preferences, but don't hit on me again, got it? I informed him. Duly noted, but it was mostly a joke, to be honest, Oberyn chuckled. How so? I inquired. Since the day we had our little duel, Oberyn sighed, I was made aware of the vast difference between our skills, and I don't like that. I like to be the one leading, if you catch my drift, but I was curious to see how you would react to me hitting on you, frankly better than your wife, she can be quite territorial. Oh, I see, I nodded as I pushed him against wall, holding his body by neck above the ground with my hand. If you hit on my wife again, let's just say your brother will be able to kick your ass from that wheelchair of his, understand? Scratch my last statement, Oberyn coughed, gasping for air. You two are territorial. Then don't mess with us, I growled. Roger that, Oberyn nodded, his eyes turning a bit red before I dropped him. Wow, well, good to know your triggers before I trigger them. Anyway, what was that about us hunting a crow? 85, Chapter 84. Author note, here ya go people, early this time hehe. On other news I will eventually make a post so that you guys can help with future ideas for novels. With love, your Cornbringer. If you wanna read ahead some succulent chapters, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Finding John was easy, barely an inconvenience, being that I had over 100 ravens looking for him. It took a few hours to get his location, and another few to arrive where he was. From afar I could see he was tired, like he hadn't slept for quite a while. His entire setting was depressing. By his side, there was a big white dire wolf, quite the creature, majestic if I might add. A few hundred meters away, I could hear the hounds from the watch, coming for him, howling in their persecution. We are looking for that kid. Why? Oberyn chuckled. He has a role to fill, and is the only one I know that can. I rolled my eyes at the old snake, as I slided through the snow towards John. It took a few moments, but his wolf was the first one to notice me. Ghost immediately put on a defensive position in front of John, making me chuckle. How adorable, I wrestle with dragons, a wolf is a day in the spa for me these days. Hell there, I rolled towards John, landing on a perfect T-pose. Ronard. John muttered in disbelief, questioning what his eyes were seeing. Ants, Oberyn said as he rolled beside me. Oberyn. That was fun. See, you can do stuff with all the snow around, I chuckled. I have something important to tell you, John said, coming back to the living world after a minute of processing my sudden appearance. No time to waste, I chuckled, pointing to where the dog sounds were coming. They are coming for you, and I would rather avoid killing people to save your sorry ass. I wouldn't mind, killing people can be quite fun, Oberyn smiled. Don't pay attention to him, he is crazy, I sighed. Aren't we all, my king? Aren't we all? Oberyn laughed. Ignoring Oberyn, I called the 3 horses I had brought with me, giving one to John, and immediately rode us to Winterfell. For the apples. One of the horses shouted with a bloodthirsty smile. We aren't fighting Asmo, nor we will fight anytime soon, a more calmed horse said, taking a deep breath. Well, we can still ride for the apples, they are good either way, my horse commented. Eventually I started to tune out their conversation, as I focused on the scenery around us. From where we had found John to Winterfell it took us roughly 5 hours on horse, which on foot would have taken John a couple days, or more. I already had some men waiting for us in Winterfell, around 300 to be precise. These guys were ones that I had brought with me beside Oberyn to help me with this hunt, but in reality I had brought them for no real reason, besides giving their salaries a reason to exist. I'm finally here, John said with a faint smile, probably thinking his father would cut his head for deserting his brothers in the watch. The kid is making me feel depressed, Oberyn said, eyeing Job. I don't like feeling sad, I have but 3 emotions, angry, horny and happy. I don't want a 4th, make it stop. I had to stifle my overwhelming desire to laugh, as to avoid making John feel even worse. It's okay, John, no one will kill you. Today at least. I don't fear death, John sighed. I was ready to die the moment I decided to break my oaths. Once I deliver the message I came to deliver I will be fully ready to embrace death. I eyed him for a second before sighing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. That feels like something catchy, like a motto. Oberyn smirked at John. I like it, I will use it now. Perhaps death is a gift. John muttered, glaring at Oberyn, as he followed us as we entered Winterfell. Inside the walls of Winterfell, there was all the Starks waiting for us, practically in the same formation they had when they welcomed Robert Baratheon in the show. Ned Stark was the first one to greet me, with a smile that tried hard to hide his doubts, not of following me, but wondering if I still resented him. My king, I have kept the north safe for you, Ned Stark said as he eyed me for a second, before adding, you have changed a lot. I nodded. Lord Stark, good to see you alive. I'm glad my countermeasures to keep the north stable worked. That was partly a lie. I had originally made the deal with Varys to save the girls. Him surviving all that shit wasn't a factor I bothered to consider at the moment, but that doesn't mean I won't milk this cow, forever reminding him he is alive because of me. All thanks to you, your grace, Ned Stark smiled. My wife, Catelyn Stark. Approaching Lady Stark, as Lord Stark was presenting her, I noticed she was practically murdering me with her gaze full of disgust and hate. The love is palpable, I chuckled. Excuse me, My lady, Oberyn approached her with his trademark smile, I would love to invite you to Dorne. I'm sure my people can weaponize the venom coming out of your eyes, putting it to better use. Everyone gasped in shock, while Arya and I shared a silent chuckle. Don't waste your poison on that man, he is quite resilient, believe I know. You can't fool me, you are and will forever be a small good-for-nothing peasant, and if I had it my way you would be dead by now. Catelyn hissed at me, but you will soon, so don't trust anyone in the north, your grace. Cat! Ned shouted, by this point his face red with anger or embarrassment. Oberyn approached me and whispered with a smile, I haven't seen someone hold this amount of hate since Cersei Lannister, and let's just say it's not normal. You are nothing but a— Catelyn was about to start her verbal assault but a glare stopped her for a moment. I'm not interested in the puny thoughts of an idiot, I said, making sure each word was loud and clear. Ned tried to approach and defuse the situation but Oberyn took a step forward with a smile that said, take another step and we'll be dancing. I won't stand and let my family follow. Taking a step forward I closed the gap between us, making her fall to the ground, fear starting to sink in on her head. Not only, you have disrespected me but also decided to waste my time with your sorry presence, so next time you would do well to remember your place and bow, I growled, seeing the tension building up around. Robb was like a cat ready to pounce at me, Ned was on the same situation with Oberyn, one wrong move and a brawl would break free. I won't allow, Catelyn started but I wasn't going to let her talk. Shut your mouth. I shouted loud enough to make an echo thundered through the city, making the birds fly out the trees in alarm, and in turn making Catelyn immediately comply. You have failed your house and your family, and your only chance to redeem yourself is to obey this simple order. You are to never show your face again to me, or leave Winterfell. Meanwhile I will take the crown, rule the 7 kingdoms, and in the process I will take immense satisfaction in knowing you couldn't do anything but comply. Is that clear? Catelyn was shaking at this point, sweating her own weight by the second. I made sure to let her know with my eyes should she speak again I would kill her. Catelyn nodded, lost in thought. Good, I nodded as I turned to the Starks, I'm not without mercy, but if she ever threatens me again, I will give you a choice, Lord Stark, killing her or going to war with me. Either way, she will die. All your choice changes is the amount of corpses you are choosing to leave behind, so remember that should she cross that line again. Is that clear? Crystal, Ned Stark nodded. Maybe I had been a tad rough with her and the Starks, but the bitch just said she wanted me dead, and would make sure of it. This shit was the sequel for real, Harry Potter and the audacity of this bitch. 86, Chapter 85. Author note, poll for novel idea coming up tomorrow. UWU. If you want to read ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. After the little incident with Lady Stark, we continued the introductions, Sansa's among them. She smiled and hugged me, thanking me for saving her family, and wished me a happy marriage. That was unexpected. As for Robb, he was between a thin line of wanting to protect his mother and knowing she fucked up. After that really uncomfortable moment, we went to a private room to discuss a few certain things. For one, John wanted to tell me something that he said was really important, and considering he was in the wall recently I can already tell what. Ned, on the other hand, wanted to discuss our alliance, and his son betrothal, which we had accepted but under the condition, the arrangement could be broken at any given time if Daisy deemed the boy unworthy of her time. On my part, I wanted to discuss and start planning our strategy against the Lannisters. Father, King Ronard, winter is coming, John said with a dreadful look on his face, fear very prominent on his entire self, confirming my suspicions. And? Oberyn inquired, summer is coming and you don't see me crying. I chuckled, turning to John letting him I wanted him to continue. I saw them, the White Walkers from the stories, they are coming, John said, his expression filled with a deep fear that somehow was overruled by his strong sense of duty. John, that's a child's story, Ned Stark said with a worried expression his son was going crazy. No, it's not, I said before John could even defend himself. Elaborate, Oberyn inquired with a serious expression, he knew I rarely joked or messed around. It's one of the main reasons I decided to get the crown because alone we stand no chance against the army of the death, I sighed. For the first part I had no idea how strong the Night King was and secondly his army was probably bigger than mine as of now. John was surprised and relieved I believed him while Ned was mostly confused. Dragons are real, magic is real, the White Walkers are if you think about it pretty believable. How do you know they are real? Ned inquired, I could see on his face he didn't believe me. The same reason fire doesn't work on me, I answered, it was partly a lie, but it would get the job done, the same way I knew how to hatch the dragon eggs, and the same way I knew you would die if I didn't save you. How? Oberyn inquired. The god of light or Arhiller, I sighed, I didn't like giving him credit for all of that, but when in doubt how to explain something use the default option, faith. I didn't consider you to be the religious type, Oberyn said, tilting his head, and he was right for the most part. I fucking hated the gods of this world. I'm not, fuck this god, he put a bunch of responsibilities on me, and all he gave me for this important mission was the ability to survive the one thing the others don't use, fire. I spat, like for real, make me ice resistant or something. Yes, the fire thing helped me to hatch the dragons, but besides that, it would be a useless skill. A god told you? Ned said with a tone that said, I don't believe jack of what you are saying. I know it's hard to believe, but I have proof, I sighed, knowing the best way to make them believe me was showing them something so hard to dismiss they would have to accept my word as facts. Let's try and burn me, shall we? Well, now this is interesting, Oberyn commented with a chuckle. It was time to show the world that I couldn't be burned and that fear would at least make the White Walkers/God story sound less crazy, so with that in mind, I proceeded, ordering a servant to set a campfire outside. Once the fire was set, I put my naked hand on the fire for 5 minutes. This is interesting, Oberyn muttered, looking at my hand with complete shock, seeing how the fire burned the wood but left my hand intact. Impressive. Only the Targaryens were known for this uncommon feat, and not even all of them. It was said that just some privileged bunch among them were blessed with dragon blood and like you had this unique fireproof ability. Well, I'm no Targaryen, I chuckled, my hand still on the fire. Impressive, Jon added, looking at my hand closely. That much is true, Oberyn chuckled. Turning around, I noticed something that I didn't expect. Ned Stark was worried, terrified, his eyes fixated on my hand, but I could see it wasn't the fact I couldn't be burned that worried him, but something else that bothered him. And then it hit me. What was happening through his head was Jon. He must have tried this with Jon at some point in his life when he was a baby or something, either that or Jon touched fire by mistake and this situation is putting him on an edge. But there is a Targaryen among us, I smiled, giving Oberyn a look. Oberyn's eyes widened in surprise as he immediately put all the dots together, the fact that we had come to save Jon, and that I promised him he wouldn't die. I never expected that of the Honorable Wolf, to betray his friend that hard. Oh, this is priceless, Oberyn laughed, his eyes glued on Jon. Ned Stark was at this point sweating, which was by itself very hard considering the temperature around us. I don't know what dot. Ned, it's okay, I won't hurt him, I sighed. If there was someone I wanted to be a lord was Jon. He had no ambition, and was loyal as fuck. What is going on? Jon asked, looking at his father. You, I pointed at Jon. Me, no. I'm a bastard, Jon said with the utmost confidence of what he was saying. Nope, your father is actually your uncle. This comment made Ned tense up. Your mother was Lyanna Stark and your father was Rhaegar Targaryen. Oberyn finished for me. It all makes sense now. Ned Stark breaking his oaths? That was hard to believe, but him lying was even harder to believe. We always assumed Jon's mother was Ashura Dane, but even that was far-fetched. Father, tell me is a lie, or a joke of bad taste, please. Jon said, confusion, doubts, and uncertainty on his eyes. He was starting to believe our words had some merit. You won't hurt him? Ned inquired, ignoring Jon. Never, I mean. If he tries to hurt me, then yes, but otherwise, we are good, and that was the truth. I would never hurt Jon just because he had Targaryen blood, because of how he was raised. I knew I could trust him. Father. Jon was on the verge of melting down, his emotions fluctuating like a Christmas light. It's true, Jon, Ned said with a faint smile. Know that this doesn't change anything. I love you, and you will always be my son. Know that I didn't want to lie to you, but it was the only way to save you, to keep you out of Robert's sight. All this time, my mother was right underneath us. And I. Jon said with tears rolling down his face, all this time I thought I was a mistake. An error, something that shouldn't have existed. Jon. Ned Stark said, approaching to try and hug the crying man. You let everyone hurt me. Jon shouted, anger finally taking over. Lady Stark, Theon, everyone in the household, you let them treat me like trash. And the worst part was that I felt like I deserve it. Why? You could have told Lady Stark at least. To be fair with him, Lady Stark is not the smartest gal around, so it was wise of him to not tell her. Then again, I don't really know if she knows how to keep a secret. While it was true Ned managed his situation quite badly, he didn't do everything badly. My experiences with Lady Stark say she would have killed Jon by telling her sister or something. Shut up! Jon cried out. Hey, I know right now you are going through an emotional moment and all, but try that again, and I will introduce you to the ground, and believe me, your relationship with it will be intimate, I warned Jon. I will steal that phrase, Oberyn said as he wrote what I said on a piece of paper. Let's give them a moment, I sighed, deciding to let the two wolves talk their shit out. I have a feeling that if I stay I will end up beating the crap out of an emotional teen, and I know I will feel bad about later. Fair enough, Oberyn chuckled, following me close behind. Caw. We will stay. Caw. Caw. This is too good to miss. I bet motherfucker A will punch motherfucker B. Caw. Was that a raven with a black coat, and an eye patch? 87. Upcoming novels. I have one novel coming up, before I go to the gamer one, that needs more work and stuff so as to not lose myself haha. Dragon Ball Z, Finalist Edition, next week. MCU, Gamer Edition, TBD is really a lot of work. 88, Chapter 86. Author note, upcoming novel Dragon Ball Z, Finalist Edition. If you want to read ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. John and Ned argued for hours to no end about their little problem, while Oberyn and I passed the time in one of the rooms outside trying to avoid the altercation, waiting patiently for both wolves to stop arguing. I knew they needed some alone time, ergo why I had been playing with Oberyn different games for the last 5 hours. You are unbelievably good at this game, Oberyn commented, moving one of the pieces. Thanks, I smiled, moving my queen to checkmate him. Once again I have lost, Oberyn sighed, while I love being destroyed in every single game we play, don't you think those two had enough time to deal with this? Maybe, I don't really know, they need to work things out themselves, I shrugged as I set the pieces back in place in the chessboard. I suppose, well I already lost 50 games, Oberyn chuckled, I don't think losing 50 more will make my self-esteem go any lower than already is. Oh come on, is not that bad, I chuckled. Who in their right mind would play if they knew defeat was their only path, Oberyn said, and well, he had a point, he had been losing since we got here. Fair enough, I conceded, as if in cue John entered the room, his eyes red from what I assume was all the crying he did. Well? I inquired. Please tell me you two solved this. Oberyn inquired with a bored expression, I will kill someone if you said you didn't, and I already tried with Ronard and that's impossible, so that leaves you and your father, Oberyn said in a playful manner, but I couldn't be too sure, he was unpredictable at times. I'm sorry for the way I behaved my king, John apologized, probably for the way he shouted at me a few hours ago. Apology accepted, I smiled as Ned Stark entered the room behind him. We are ready to talk about the walkers, Ned Stark informed us. I eyed the two wolves for a second wondering if I should try and see if they fixed their shit up, before realizing I didn't care if they patched up or not, I wasn't a family counselor or something. Very well, I nodded. Finally, Oberyn smiled, happy to do anything but play games with me. There wasn't much to discuss about the White Walkers and how to deal with them, because the plan was still the same, I would put the 7 kingdoms under one banner and face the long night of winter with humanity. No, with the living as one, only then we would have a chance against the others. A part of me was confident I could face this challenge like I had done before with other challenges, but another part of me knew I could still lose. It wasn't a single man I was facing, but an army that doesn't slow down, an army that is fearless and has nothing to lose. I was but one man, against a monster, but I would have to find a way to win, for my kids, for my wife, I didn't care about anything else but ensuring they survived. I'm ready to be turned into the Watch, John said with determination. Well, too bad that ain't gonna happen, I sighed, you are part of almost extinct house, you are needed elsewhere. I made an oath, John said, making me wonder how the hell someone so stupid survived this long. I'm the king, and I get to decide if that wall gets you or not, I said with a tone that depicted that I wasn't leaving any rooms for arguments. You are Jon Targaryen, the Lord of House Targaryen, you are needed on the living Jon, and you know it, we will face the long night, and we need every man. I'm not fit to be a lord, Jon said with his head low. No one really is, this game fucks with your mind, believe me I know, I chuckled, as I poked him in the forehead, but we do the best we can, and I know you will, now, stop whining, get your lordy pants up and shut up. Jon Targaryen was about to start with the same repeated line about how he made an oath and blah blah, but a simple glare was more than enough to silence his whining. I will fight for the living, as one of your lords my king. Besides, the Watch won't be complaining too much, of that you have my word, I smiled. My plan was simple, to buy their compliance with gold or men, I'm sure they would happily let Jon go if they got better equipment or more men, of course this plan could still fail, in which case I would use force to subdue them, so I suppose I will see when the time comes. You won't kill them right? Jon inquired with a worried expression. Oh God, no. I mean. I hummed deep in thought. I'm down either way, Oberyn commented with a happy smile. There won't be any killing, Ned Stark said entering the conversation, while very rare and uncommon, is not impossible to get out of the Watch, especially if you have a king on your side and the commander doesn't complain about it, which I doubt he will, so you practically have your freedom back already son. Well, that settles that, I smiled. Sansa Stark POV. Ronard was different, more mature, more handsome and more frightening, I wonder what kind of things he has gone through to be how he is today. Father always said, war changes a man, I suppose it's true, and if I know him like I think I do, he must be doing almost everything by himself, which must have him on a constant edge. But it didn't matter how much he had changed, because deep down he was the same guy that changed my life, saved my family and showed me that life was more than following my role. Ronard sure looks awesome, Arya said as she practiced with her new rapier, I wonder how strong he is. Well, he has yet to lose a battle, I giggled, I read the Dothraki only follow the strong, and that the Khals must be undefeated to rule. And he has the biggest Khalasar in history, right? Arya inquired excitedly. Yes, I nodded. Then I have to train extra hard if I want to be his best warrior, Arya smiled, as she continued with her training. I'm sure he will be delighted to hear that, I smiled at my little sister. Catelyn Stark POV. Fear was the main emotion I felt when thinking of Ronard now, I was afraid of him, his eyes promised me death should I cross him again, I had never seen such a monster before. He wasn't the young man I had met years ago, nor the bear of the stories that came across the sea, no, he was a monster, a very dangerous one. Please gods, guide me, I prayed, as I begged the seven to help me. Ronard POV outside Winterfell. After a long day of seeing two grown men cry, I decided to go out for a walk, to cool my mind off. Working every day of the week can be quite taxing and walking does wonders to a troubled mind. Hello, a cold icy sharp voice said, startling the crap out of me. With my sword out, I turned around fast like a thunder to notice that the voice came from a raven, but this wasn't one of my ravens, no, this one was clearly dead, or at least it should be, because it was showing its empty ribcage with no organs, that the fact that his eyes were glowing blue pretty much gave that shit away. You are? I inquired, knowing the answer myself already, a dead talking bird only meant one thing, the fucking Night King. You know. The bird said in an emotionless tone, I came here to warn you, to tell you, you won't win, no matter how many men you gather, or how many monsters you tame in the end, you are alone, child. And whether you want to admit it or not, there is only darkness and death awaiting for you and your people. No victory is truly assured, I glared at the bird. A mortal sentiment, that doesn't apply to me, for I will command an unstoppable army that will lay waste on the living until every light in this world has been extinguished. The raven said with somehow an even colder tone that I could swear made the temperature drop a bit. I will stop you, so don't get your hopes too high, I said with determination. You are strong, Ronard, that much is true, but I am beyond strength, I beyond the living. I am the end, and I have come for all of you, and there is nothing you can do to stop it, the undead raven said, so enjoy the time you have left, for it's the last breath the living will take in this world. With that the raven fell to the ground dead. Fuck. I shouted. 89. Poll for new novel. Alright, after talking with some friends that said my 3 ideas were good, I decided to let my readers guide me. And here it is. https://strawpoll.com/fqe4z6kkb. My 3 ideas, while I leaning towards the DBZ, I love the 3, so vote and we'll see. 90, Chapter 87. Author note, poll winner, the Avatar novel. With DBZ on second place, I will start posting on Patreon for those 2 until I have 20-30 chaps, then I will move to WN. If you want to read ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The Night King wasn't like I had expected, at all. In the show he was but a pseudo-mindless monster leading an army of mindless drones, but this Night King was capable of critical thinking. Something I had failed to account all this time, but he had made a terrible mistake, he revealed one of his cards too soon. This, while beneficial, didn't make my fight against him any easier. In terms of combat abilities, I wasn't so sure if I was above him or on equal terms, perhaps he was stronger, but that wasn't the part that had me on edge. Which really had me worried was that unlike him I couldn't control all my army as if they were an extension of my own body. My men make mistakes, they are humans, capable of fear, hate and doubt. His army didn't have any of that, they followed orders without hesitation. Without fear, without doubt. Because his will was their will, they would obey and carry out his demands no matter how hard and unreasonable they were. And to add a cherry on the top, his army would only grow in numbers, for every man the White Walkers killed a new walker would rise. Fuck, I growled, punching the tree with the Night King Raven had been. But even in the hardest situations, victory is a possibility. I had to exploit what I knew about them, their weaknesses. If the Night King was smart now, it was pretty possible he was already aware of his one weakness, Valyrian steel. That and the fact that if he died every soldier would, so knowing that and putting myself in his shoes, I knew he would probably avoid direct confrontation if he wasn't sure of his victory. Which meant I had to weaken his army. The only known weaknesses that the White Walkers have shown were their vulnerability to weapons made of dragon glass or Valyrian steel, and fire. But their weaknesses weren't all equally effective. For example, in the show it was shown that a White Walker upon being stabbed by dragon glass, would make its body change as if freezing, slowly turning to ice from the point at which it was stabbed, causing the walker apparently a massive amount of pain. Depending on where the walker was stabbed, it will depend how long it takes the monster to die. Eventually the walker will succumb to the wound and begin to crack and fall apart, as its icy body shatters until there is nothing left but powder. On the other hand, Valyrian steel is exceptionally better at dealing with them, having the same effect, but working much rapidly, shattering White Walkers with a single blow regardless of where said blow is. But not only that, Valyrian steel is also the only metal capable of parrying White Walker weapons that are entirely made out of magic, making it so that normal steel can't handle them at all, because it shatters on contact with the magic weapon. Fire was the weakest weakness in part, killing the walkers but being the slowest method available, but the most exploitable. I already knew how to make small explosives that would set things on fire and or kill a man, and if I tweaked that right I could improve my explosive with dragon glass, making a pseudo-nail bomb, but instead of nail it would be an explosive packed with dragon glass shards to maximize damage dealt to the White Walkers. I need to make weapons for everyone, 2 wars to win, so little time, I muttered, knowing full well that if I didn't bring my A-game to this war I would lose, if I made one wrong move the others would win, and I would be the sole responsible of their victory. Because for all I knew my presence made their imminent threat massively higher than it originally was. If only I had more information about these fuckers, perhaps I could devise a plan to stop them. Holy shit, the children! And then it hit me, the children of the forest had created them, and one point they even controlled them, so they had to know more about them. How the fuck did forgot about them? But the last known children of the forest were beyond the wall with the three-eyed raven, and I had no way of getting there without dying. The Night King had proven that he had the ability to spy on me if I didn't play my cards right. With his undead ravens and animals he could hunt me down and kill me the moment I went beyond the wall. You know, if you really want to help humanity, this would be a great time to pitch in. I shouted and waited and nothing happened. What a surprise, a fucking god that does nothing, damn it. With anger I punched the tree with all my strength once more, which made some snow fall down on me, and considering all the shit of today that would have been my highlight, but something else caught my attention, the snow of it melted going from snow to water to steam. Okay, what the fuck? I looked around me noticing the snow around my feet started to do the same. This in turn threw me even more out of loop, turning my anger into confusion. Whatever I had done stopped immediately after, because soon the snow covered whatever I did melted. Three-eyed raven POV. The Night King has changed, he had evolved. One night he was one thing, the next he was somehow an even bigger monster, coordinated, with conviction. It was my duty to try and stop him. I was humanity's watcher, but since he changed I had been trapped unable to fly. He knows I can't control animals that are dead or that are too far away from me, so he has killed every animal in the area, leaving me a mocking message behind. You are nothing now, stay here and watch humanity fall as you rot. He had cut my wings, and through the visions on the tree I couldn't contact people. All was left in the hands of that anomaly, Ronard Mormont, the boy that shouldn't have lived. He changed the song, he changed the history beyond comprehension, and it was now on his hands to win this. With that in mind, all I could do was watch him. I will go and see the promised one. It's all you can do now, Leaf sighed. The first thing I found once the magic of the tree took me to Ronard, was that he was angry, punching a tree, but what I saw after that was, nothing I had seen before. It was as if his body heated so much that the snow turned into steam. He really is the promised one, I muttered. I had my doubts, but this was unbelievable. He had a connection to the light. What the fuck? Ronard muttered. With enough time, he could probably win this. But that was the main problem, wasn't it? Time. Time we didn't have. Sooner than later the Night King would strike and he wasn't prepared to fight this version of it. He needed time to fully spread his wings, and only then he would vanquish the long night back to hell. I needed to buy him time, all the time I could. For each second the Night King wasn't onto him, he would grow like a wildfire. 91, Chapter 88. Author note, Avatar novel already up in Patreon, with the Dragon Ball Z one dropping today. If you want to read ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I had melted the snow around me, the how. It was still unclear for me. Did the God of Light gave me more than I thought he did? I was certain I didn't have any fire-related powers before. Shaking my head, I decided to focus on that later. I had to start mobilizing for the first war at hand. While my main enemy was certainly not what I had expected, the plan was still the same. I had to unite the Seven Kingdoms, and fight the Forsaken with the living as one. And if I really did have a new power I wasn't aware of, I would learn to control it along the way. My king, John ran up to me, with a worried expression. You shouldn't be out here without any guards. I didn't know if felt insulted by that comment or flattered he already cared this much for me, maybe a bit of both, but for his sake, I will feel flattered. It all right, John, I chuckled, I just needed to blow off some steam, literally. I suppose that phrase isn't metaphorical with me anymore. Well, that's if I learn to replicate whatever I did today. Father wants to discuss our approach in the war, John informed me. Sure, lead the way Lord Targaryen, I nodded, making John uncomfortable, and I can't blame him. All his life he thought himself to be a bastard, and now he is being forced into nobility. I still don't think it's wise to waste such title on me, John muttered, his head down. Stop selling yourself short, John, I sighed. You are an amazing guy, with a heart of gold, and considering how the 90% of people in this world is, you should feel worthy of that seat. For real. Do you really think people like Tywin deserve to rule? Yes, he is smart and very good at what he does, but he is also a piece of shit that would do anything and sacrifice to win. People like Ned and you are very very rare. I don't think I'm worthy, but I will do my best. John smiled a bit less depressed. I suppose my words helped him a bit. You better, I playfully threatened him as we walked back to Winterfell, with my mind eventually drifting off back to my encounter with the Night King. So much shit to deal with in so little time. One thing was clear, as soon as I won this war, I would take 1 year off. I deserved that shit. Tywin Lannister POV. Ronard Mormont has crossed the sea with more than half of his army. This was beneficial for us, with the Tyrells in our side and with Ronard bringing just a part of his army. We had an army roughly the same size as Ronard's. Which meant things would play out depending on our strategy, and while I admit Ronard is possibly one of the best players of the game I had faced in decades, I was still better. I had experience. This wasn't my first war, nor it would be my last one. Father, Lady Olenna wants to discuss the wedding arrangements with you, Tyrion said, announcing his presence. The old rose, all she wants to do is waste my time, I sighed. Olenna was an annoying necessity for now, but if she thought I would indulge her because of that, she was utterly wrong. Well, I will let Lady Olenna know you are busy, Tyrion sighed. How is your sister taking all this? I inquired. Since the betrothal between Joffrey and Margaery was made, I haven't heard anything from her. She is against the idea of Lady Margaery and Joffrey marrying, Tyrion said, and frankly that information didn't surprise me at all. Sometimes I thought Cersei wanted for her children to die alone, that or she wanted to marry them. No one was ever good enough for them. It's a good thing her opinion is irrelevant for this decision. All my kids were a failure on their own way, stupid, reckless, naive, and immature. All I ever wanted to leave behind once I died was a legacy, something worth remembering and worth continuing, but that wasn't the case. I hadn't left anything behind worth continuing. If only Jaime would stop playing the idiot on shining armor, but there was still time. Time to change the pitifully disgusting legacy I had, and I would do it. I suppose, Tyrion nodded. Cersei Lannister POV. Queen you shall be, until there comes another, younger and more beautiful, to cast you down and take all that you hold dear. The prophecy of all my children dying. I had to stop it at any cost. The prophecy said a younger queen would cast me down, alongside my children. It was simple really. All I had to do was to avoid that date was to kill any other queen and keep the crown. Margaery would have to die, for she aimed for the wrong position, and I would do anything to protect my children, anything. You seem tense, Jaime said, kissing me. Of course I am, I sighed. I'm the only one trying to protect our children. Jaime pouted for a second, before kissing one more time. Don't be like that, you know I love them. And would die for any of them. I smiled, I know. But I seriously doubt Joffrey marrying the Tyrell girl is that bad. Jaime laughed. Is not like he will die on his wedding night or something. Perhaps he will stop skinning cats alive and get a new hobby, fucking his wife. Jaime was lucky I loved him. He was so naive if he thought that wretched slut would live long enough to be called a queen. She is not worthy of Joffrey, I finally said. Let's face it, my lioness, no one will ever be worthy enough for you, Jaime laughed. Because no one is, I hissed at him. All right, it seems someone needs to release some stress, Jaime smiled, whispering into ear those words in a seductive manner. As he licked my ear, I volunteer for the task, my queen. Jaime, my other half, my good half, very well, I think you deserve some dessert, I smirked at him. Varys the Spider POV. Illyrio was dead, and Ronard was here. What an unfortunate turn of events. If I had to take a guess, Ronard discovered my plots to try and manipulate him to support the young Griff. And if I had any chance for dialogue, Illyrio destroyed it, with his idiotic plan to destroy Ronard before he left Essos, and now with Illyrio gone, the young bear would aim his claws at me. And in the end, I had but two options, dying or helping him, because if he spread the news that I was the one that freed Lord Stark and helped him marry Daenerys, I would immediately get killed. He had me on checkmate. I had no idea if he knew this or not, or if he played knowing he would have me at his feet by the end of the game. But regardless of it, he had won, and for now I had to help him, at least until the young Griff was strong enough to claim the throne. Once again you win, I muttered, with a low chuckle. Once again the enigma of the young bear had vastly exceeded my expectations, but sooner or later he would slip, and I would be there to exploit that moment of weakness. 92, Chapter 89. Author note, Avatar and DBZ novel already up in Patreon. If you want to read ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. 3 weeks after my altercation with the Night King outside Winterfell, I decided it was time to start moving with my plans, with the first thing on the list being most of my army in the north. Dorne's army would be waiting for me close to the Freys. The life of the old man Frey was in the big scheme of things inconsequential. If he didn't piss me off by trying to charge me to pass through his castle to the other side, I would let him live, but I knew he would try and charge me. It wasn't a question of if, it was a question of how much. Well, I will deal with that when the time comes, I thought, as I discussed with Ned, Jon, and Oberyn about how we would proceed. First I would have to deal with Stannis Baratheon. He was certainly a bump on my road that Tywin would use to weaken me down, so I had to play it smart, move with caution and strike without hesitation. After eliminating Stannis, erasing his sorry arse of the game once and for all, I would proceed with the next phase of my plan, economic destabilization. There were 3 main cores that kept the Lannisters in power. For one, until a few months ago they had the Iron Bank lending them money, but with the Iron Bank under my control they had lost that cow. The next key core was their reputation. The Lannisters were feared and respected among the houses of Westeros and the small people as the richest house in the Seven Kingdom, and while that was true at one point, it wasn't anymore. They were dirt poor now compared to other houses. Their gold mines had run dry years ago, reason why Tywin had been relying so much on the Iron Bank, but with the bank out of his hands, he was in a difficult situation. Fortunately for me, this was a core easy to destroy. All I had to do was spread rumors of them being poor, and little by little Tywin would lose hold of his reputation. That alone was enough to make his hold crumble, but I wanted to add a cherry on the top, a rumor to destabilize Tywin and his children. I would let the world know that Cersei is fucking her brother. I would spread the rumors far and wide, left and right, until every person in the kingdom knew of their relationship. While this fact was already known, making sure everybody knew it would shake their hold more, and would put in doubt the legitimacy of their rule even more. And last but not least, the last core keeping them in power was their allies. Well, one specifically. The Tyrells had recently joined the Lannisters, and I knew Tywin had them for more than their army or money. That man was smart, very smart. Because he had secured an alliance with the biggest food distributor in Westeros, food was essential in war times. A well-fed kingdom doesn't rebel against their rulers. Tywin knew they needed the small people under control. Should they rise because they were starving, he would lose the war. The food was also essential to keep their army obeying them. A starving soldier will forget about their oaths and where their loyalties lie with. In short, Tywin needed the Tyrells more than he would care to admit. Destroying the Tyrells would destroy their house of cards, creating a domino effect of chaos and anarchy. No food, no money, and no legitimate rulers. If I played my cards right, I would have Tywin in checkmate. That is a terrifyingly good plan, Oberyn muttered with a smile, clearly surprised with how far I was thinking. It's quite the plan, Ned nodded, but I knew he wasn't exactly happy with my tactic of spreading up rumors, thinking it wasn't honorable. The faster we win this, the faster we can face the long night as one. Jon, like his father, didn't like the spreading rumors tactic but cared more about humanity than the honor of how we won. I just hope we don't have to eliminate the Freys, Ned sighed. I think he is plotting something, but what I don't know. All right, then he is definitely plotting something, Oberyn chuckled. How do you know? Jon inquired, as I laughed knowing where Oberyn was going with this. Ned Stark is suspicious of a plot. Oberyn smirked. If he saw through that man. He was probably laughing like a cliché villain while rubbing his hands in an evil way or something. Haha, oh god, I laughed as I saw Lord Stark glare at Oberyn. Hey, no offense, it's just the north is so pure, the south is. Well, you have to deal with 3 plots before breakfast on a slow day. Oberyn chuckled. I'm still not sure how Ronard came to be so good seeing through them when he is from here. A gift that happens to be a curse, I sighed. With a northerner as a king, we might finally have a kingdom without plots, Jon added. That would be great, Ned smiled as he turned his gaze back to Oberyn. Keeping the north pure as you called it, is my intention. The south is nothing but corruption. On that, we can agree, Oberyn conceded. Well, let's rest today, we are leaving tomorrow, I announced, getting a chorus of ice on the table. Daenerys POV. Yunkai, the city I was currently attacking, also known as the Yellow City, it's one of the most prominent slaver cities on the eastern coast of Slavers Bay in Essos. But they stood no chance, their pitiful defenses would crumble under my fist, and I would claim the city sooner or later. The city was ruled by the wise masters. Unlike Astapor where they mainly sell soldiers, Yunkai's main export is bed slaves, also known as sex slaves, which left them to buy their defenses, that at the moment were around 5,000 sellsword soldiers. Compared to my 40,000 soldier army and 2 dragons they stood no chance. Crow and Regal were almost big enough to be mounted, nothing would stand in our way. Ronard would conquer the 7 kingdoms, while I would finish what he started in Essos, because we would do anything to ensure our children had no enemies. Miss Sandai, pass me the towel. I was taking a relaxing bath with my babies, but it was time to get out, but something was wrong. Melisandre never takes this long to reply, Miss Sandai. I must apologize my queen. Messandai came with the towel, but yours bears have captured a man trying to sneak here. Who would be so stupid as to try and sneak into my bathroom, when I'm taking a bath with my babies, who? His name is Dario Naharis, Miss Sandai answered. Taking a deep breath, I ordered 2 of my servants to dress the babies and take them to the nursery that was filled with bears and ravens, that would die to protect them, and in the meantime I would deal with this sad attempt of an assassination. I stood in front of Dario, who had scratches on his abdomen and back. The bears really did a number on him. What are you doing here? No, let me rephrase that. Did you really think you could kill me? Oh dear lord no, Dario chuckled. If you open my bag you'll see I came here in peace. Then again I should have just sent a raven. This happened to me because I wanted to surprise everyone. His bag, well, I suppose I could indulge that stupid request. Someone open his bag. I will my queen, Yora said taking the bag, and opening it. His surprised expression told me that what he saw wasn't something he expected. What is it? I inquired. He brought the other captains with him, my queen, Yora answered. Their heads to be precise, Dario chuckled. I'm not a stupid man, I know I can't beat you, and frankly your cause is not that bad, so I killed the other 2 that didn't want to support your cause. I see, but you still tried to sneak into my chambers, where me and my children were taking a bath. I smiled coldly. For today, sleep on a cell. Perhaps tomorrow I will feel generous and let you bend the knee, or I might still be angry, and demand your head, who knows, so take this time and pray to your gods. With that I left the room, leaving a slightly shocked and amused Dario behind. 93, Chapter 90. Author note, UWU. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. With my army finally on the north it was time to start moving south. It was time to destabilize the Lannisters. My ravens would take care of that. 100 of them would spread far and wide dropping the information I wanted about my enemies, creating a social chaos. In the meantime, I would move my entire focus on 2 tasks, 1 defeating Stannis, 2 destroying the Tyrells. Without Stannis things would go a bit easier for me and I would get access to a nearly endless supply of dragon glass, and without the Tyrells, the kingdom would have no food. No food means no passive little people, no passive little people mean riots, and with the riots comes my attack. It will take us a month to get to the Freys Bridge, Ned informed, which brought me back to something I had yet to decide, what to do with the old man Frey. I knew for a fact he would not let me pass for free, he was too greedy to allow that. He might fear me, but his greed completely overrides any other emotion, and while his death was a guaranteed fact, the win was the question. Depending of how greedy he tried to be, it would depend or whether I focus on destroying his house first or leave him for last. In the great scheme of things he inconsequential, he has no army to pose a threat, nor the wits to outwit me, he was a bug waiting to be squished on. Well, 1 month before this war starts, I nodded as I looked ahead of the road deep in thought. Things were finally coming into place, the end of this wretched game was coming, and I would ensure it was destroyed for good, for my family, for my people, I would win. But none of that mattered if I didn't win the final war, the fight against the others. Only then, the world would be safe. Young Griff POV. Cold, fear, despair, there was nothing but that beyond the wall, and I had doomed my army to this destiny. That was all I could think of as laid on the floor, seeing the monster that had decimated my army alone. Our weapons were useless, our numbers were useless, nothing we did made a difference. In the end we were a page on a book no one will ever read. Life is so fragile, so pathetic, the monster muttered, his blue eyes glowing with nothing but a cold feeling of death. What are you? I inquired, focusing really hard on not passing out, blood loss already affecting me. I am the end. As his response sent a shiver down my spine, I started to see my men, the men that had come with me, the men I had killed on this trip by bringing them here, rise from the ground, their bodies coming back to life. That monster pretended to desecrate them even after death. Someone will stop you, I know it. I chuckled as I felt my life starting to slowly fade away. I'm not the prince that was promised, that much is for sure now, but the real one will end this darkness. Light, so pathetic, light thinks it travels faster than anything, but it is wrong. No matter how fast light travels, it finds the darkness has always got there first, and is waiting for it, the monster said with a cold chilling tone as he approached me. Before light, before life, before creation, before everything, there was nothing but darkness, and I will bring back the world to its original state. Now begone, fake dragon. With that the monster stabbed my heart, and as the pain spread through my body I felt a cold chilling sensation taking over, and I knew he was going to do the same he did with my men. Fuck you, I muttered with my last breath of freedom, with my last breath as a living man. Tywin Lannister POV. Ronard and Stannis, the last two contenders for the throne. Ronard represented a bigger threat in a military point of view, but on the other hand Stannis had the bigger claim. If I killed one, the other would rise from the ashes stronger. Why aren't we destroying them? Cersei inquired angrily, sitting beside Tyrion much to her dismay. The opportunity of defeating our enemies will be provided by the enemy itself, I said calmly. We are lions, we hunt, and to hunt means we wait for the right moment to strike, not a moment after, not a moment before. So we do nothing. Cersei growled, they are trying to take our throne and we do nothing. Behave, or I will remind you why you fear me, child, I said with a cold glare that shut the idiot of a daughter I have. All warfare is based on deception. Hence why when able to attack, we must seem unable, when moving our forces, we must seem defeated, when we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away, and when far away, we must make them believe we are near, and when they expect us to attack like now, we must bid our time and strike when they least expect it. So shut your mouth and let me do what I do best. The question is, who should we eliminate first? Tyrion inquired. Ronard or Stannis, they both represent a threat, but one has dragons. When the opportunity to attack arises, I will let you know, I informed Tyrion. For now we had to plan every aspect of this war, from how to kill their soldiers to how to kill a dragon, only then we would move. Peter Baelish POV. Ronard Mormont, a brat that had outgrown everyone's expectations, he went from a small lord to the biggest threat to the Iron Throne, and in all honesty I would ally myself with him. If it wasn't for the fact that Ned Stark on his side, I would die very fast. I betrayed him, but who would have known all this would happen? Too bad, killing Ronard and marrying his queen and finally becoming king would be considerably easier than dealing with the Lannister. God knows Cersei would eat me alive. So unfortunately for Ronard, I couldn't use him, and he would have to die because of it. With the phrase on my side I would eliminate that thorn on my plans and kill him. My plan was simple. The phrase would invite Ronard and his small council to dinner, and because the guest rulers forbade them from bringing weapons inside another's house, they would be defenseless. Then the phrase would strike, killing them. Happy ending for all. I can't wait for that old wolf and stupid bear to die, I chuckled. Too bad the phrase will have to kill Oberyn too. The Martells will not be happy. HRMMMM. An idiot he is, stop him we will. Yes, HRRRM. Unbeknownst to Peter Baelish, an incredibly wise raven was spying on him, and knew all about his plans. Valder Frey POV. Peter Baelish had offered me something I couldn't resist, money, power and lands. And I would follow our plan unless the young bear offered me something better. I had grandkids, and he had a son and a daughter. If he agreed to marry my grandkids to his children I would help him. After all, a Frey would rule if that happened. But if he didn't accept my proposal, he would die and his crusade would come to an end. I hope for his sake he accepts. But either way I would get what I want. I always do, and always will. Prepare a feast. The young bear is coming and we must be ready, I smiled, ordering my men to be ready to join him or kill him. 94, Chapter 91. Author note, UWO. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The twins, or more commonly known as the Crossing, was magnificent. I know the lord leading them is a piece of shit, but the castle and seat of House Frey is quite the sight. We are here, my king, Ned informed me. He had repeated in the trip over 100 times that I had to be cautious with Lord Frey because he only played for his own benefit, not shit Sherlock. I know, I nodded, seeing the Frey's castle from afar. So far I could note that their castle consisted of two near-identical towers that were considerably bigger and a fortified bridge over the green fork of the River Trident, which made it almost impossible to cross to the south without paying them. Quite a smart tactic of the Frey's predecessors to rise in power, to be honest. After all, they made the twins represent the only crossing point over the green fork for hundreds of miles in either direction, turning their entire castle in a barrier to travelers and merchants traveling from the north to the western riverlands. And while you can go around, it would be quite the trip. Moving from one point to the other while avoiding the twins would require an absurdly lengthy detour of hundreds of miles to the south or hazardously traversing the bogs and swamps of the neck to the north. Like I said, the Frey that had this idea was a genius. Too bad that what it took 3 generations to build in 600 years would fall under my iron fist. The Freys were unfortunately for them unimportant and brought more problems that helped, so I would have to erase them from the nobles' houses. It seems they were waiting for, intriguing, Oberyn smiled, as I turned my attention to the gates, and like Oberyn said, it seems they knew I was coming and were expecting me, because a few men were coming out towards me in horses. Lord Frey among them. I wonder what plot is cooking that old bastard, I chuckled. Well, whatever it is will end with him screaming and us laughing, Oberyn smiled making me laugh, while Ned and John sighed in disapproval. I won't kill people for fun, but that doesn't mean that when they do deserve to be killed I won't enjoy it, I smirked as the self-righteous duo. Amen to that, Oberyn nodded. Lord Frey had invited us to a feast, but requested we didn't bring our weapons. Sometimes I wonder. Do I have a sign on my head that says I'm an idiot? Or something, like even without my knowledge of the Red Wedding I could still see through this shit, but what it was new was that he wanted to talk to me about alliance first. So if I had to take a wild guess, I would say he wanted to see if I could offer him something better that he had been offered, but unless he was looking for a slow death ending in decapitation and the total annihilation of his house I had nothing to offer. My king, take a seat if you want, Valder Frey said with a friendly tone. Impressive he can hide so well his motives, I suppose he has lived this long for a reason. I would rather not, I answered as I gave him a look demanding for him to say whatever he wanted to say so we could get this over with. Wine my king. Joyeuse Erenford said with a weak tone. She was the wife of Valder Frey, she was around my age maybe younger, and was forced to marry an 80-year-old man. Her face of utter despair and defeat were more than enough to tell me she didn't like her life at all. Don't ask and do it woman. Valder Frey barked at her. I must apologize, all women are good for is to spread their legs and push babies out, and both require them to spread their legs haha, he laughed, the bastard laughed, I'm sure you must understand the feeling. Was this your plan? To infuriate me so much that I would unavoidably jump at you and rip out that head of yours apart with my bare hands. I growled, indirectly he had insulted my wife and daughter, and then he tried to connect with me by thinking I understood his wretched mind, and ended up insulting my family directly. I would never do that my king, Valder Frey said as he motioned his guards to stick close to him, I just said women need to understand their place. Oh please drop your weapons, if I wanted to hurt anyone here, I would have done so already. I smirked at the old man, and no, while it's true we differ in many things everyone is capable of greatness regardless of your gender. I see it is a sensitive topic, Valder Frey smiled, and then I realized he was testing how to push my buttons, clever old man, but why poke a beast you can't possibly tame? What do you want for us to cross? Spit it out old man, I don't have time to waste, I smirked at him, and considering your age, I would say time is a commodity so don't waste it. This made Valder Frey glare at me for a second, before he returned to his fake sweet old man, I suppose you are right, very well, what I want is your son and daughter to marry one of my sons and daughters, it can be anyone, when they come to age of course, I have one already baking with my newest wife. Wow, I chuckled, I had reached a point of anger. I wasn't angry anymore. This decrepit old walking corpse wanted to force my children to marry his disgusting, pathetic, vomit-provoking kin? I think it is a fair price for free passing, Valder Frey smiled. Ha 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 ha. I laughed as I tried to formulate what to say or do, this was a new level of idiotic boldness I was not prepared to deal with. You want, ha 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 to, oh god, I'm so angry haha, I know my actions right now tell you otherwise, but I'm fucking boiling with anger ha ha ha. I take that as a no then, Valder Frey said, showing his real disgusting self for the first time. Abso-fucking-lutely. I growled, breaking the table between us in two with a punch, I won't force them to marry, and even if I did it wouldn't be with your family. Valder Frey stood silent for a second, impressed by my display of raw strength. Very well, I suppose if we can't do that, you can pay the toll, 1 million gold dragons for a year of passage sounds fair. Yes, I smiled, knowing full well that after this failure he was going back to his original plan, killing me on the feast. See you tomorrow at the feast, Valder Frey smiled at me. I wouldn't miss a party like that, I smiled back. Oberyn Martell POV. When Ronard had returned from his meeting with Lord Frey he was agitated, I had learned to read his body language, for safety reasons. Ronard was possibly one of the best men to hang out with when he is happy, but angry he is a fucking natural disaster. I take it the old man pissed you off? I inquired, and Ronard smiled at that, as he started to fill his round table of what had happened. Lord Frey wanted to marry one of his sons and daughters to Ronard's heirs, and our benevolent king rejected, and frankly who wouldn't, that old bastard is nothing but trouble, but what made my night was that Ronard's suspicions were right. His spy inside the castle had informed him that Lord Frey would strike during the feast when we were unarmed, and that this meeting was to see if he could get a bigger slice of cake, and once he didn't get what he wanted, well here we are. Well, now this is a real party, I smiled holding my spear tight. To think he would go that far, breaking the guest rights. Where is the honor? Ned muttered. So what do we do? John inquired. We destroy him and his house, Ronard smirked at us, I will make sure no one ever remembers House Frey after tomorrow. Sounds delightful, I smirked. 95, Chapter 92. Author note. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The party was as I had imagined, full of alcohol and other intoxicating substances to keep my men very drunk, making them easy targets. What the old Frey didn't know was that I had told my men about his little plan, and the ones with me inside had orders to pretend to be drinking until the doors to the feist were down. I had also ordered them to hide their weapons, all for dramatic purposes, of course, but that weren't the only orders I gave, because I had other plans for my men outside. Knowing his plan to the letter made it easier for me to counter his moves in every step. For one, I had already replaced his archers and crossbowmen with mine. All while we were pretending to enjoy the party. You would be surprised how little sound a man makes when dying if you know where to strike. Little by little my men would eliminate his outside, making sure to not make any sounds. And by the moment he decided to end me, all he would have left of his house would be his decrepit arse and his soon-to-be dead children. For now, all I had to do was wait, and let things fall into place, nothing more but enjoying the show. Your Grace, Valder Frey said as he stood up his chair with a cup in his hand, making everybody take a seat except for the members of my round table, Ned, John, Oberyn, and of course myself. I feel I need to do something more to show my appreciation and support to your cause. I'm intrigued. Go on, I smiled, as I looked up seeing the signal from one of my ravens that the men outside the castle were all dead. That was fast. Valder smiled as he signaled the little men he still had something. I've given you meat and wine and music, but I haven't shown you the hospitality you deserve. My king is too sad you didn't want to form a bridge with us, an alliance. Oh, I see what you did there, a bridge, haha, because your house sigil is a bridge, I chuckled. This either triggered the old man or made him see I was seeing through his plot all along. Kill them, Valder Frey ordered, tired of my playful attitude. I might create another house after I kill yours, Raven House. I pondered as Oberyn jumped over the table, killing a man with a fucking fork. That guy sure is resourceful. Finally. Oberyn laughed, pulling 2 long daggers off. I don't know. Where is your honor? Ned shouted, demanding the old man for an answer as he fought with a short sword barely long enough not to be considered a dagger. Honor is worthless, Valder Frey smirked down at us. Alright, this got boring, I said, snapping my fingers. Seconds later arrows started to fly down on the Frey soldiers inside the room, killing one by one. Frey had a look of shock and terror as he started to put the points together. My attitude, my confidence during all this ordeal. He was old and stupid, but even he knew, now that is, that I had on checkmate since the beginning. Don't bother trying to escape, I smiled, I already took over this castle. We can talk about this, your grace, Valder Frey begged, getting on his knees, fear, pure and unadulterated despair taking hold of his very core, all the arrogance, confidence and more he had been showing up until now, completely gone, as if they never were there. I think we did, I chuckled, patting him on the head. You wanted my kids, I said no, you tried to kill me. With that I turned to my friends. Am I missing something? You are not, your grace, Ned said as he glared with intense rage at the old man, crying, probably still wondering where was his honor or something. I think that's about right, your grace, Oberyn smiled. John nodded. So as you can see we talked about it, I sighed, so I will give you 1 minute to regain what little self-respect you have left, and then I will kill you. I have a child coming, Valder Frey said rapidly, pointing as his wife. The child will need his father. I killed all your family today. Every single one of them except for her, I pointed at his wife, because she is the only member of your family that actually wanted to die, and I can't blame her. Sleeping with you must be a nightmare. I can't imagine a fate worse than that. Oh, for the love God! Oberyn said in disgust, you had to put that image on my head? Ah! I will need therapy after this. Not my fault, Oberyn, I shrugged with a smile as I turned my attention back to the old man, so ready to die. I demand a trial by combat. Oh, that was unexpected. The old man was trying to use Westerosi laws against me, and while it was a clever move, he didn't think things through. For once he had no warriors, in which case he would have to fight for himself. Sure, I chuckled, please go ahead, call your champion. Valder Frey said slowly, freezing as the realization hit him. He had no champion, and no ally he thought he had, would send one to save him. He was worthless to everyone. Without his castle he was but an ant, and I feel I'm insulting ants. Oh yeah, you don't have any. I'm pretty sure that by this point my men have already wiped your army off the map, I chuckled as I grabbed a sword from the ground. Valder Frey was apparently stuck on a loop. By law, you are entitled to a champion. If no champ is available, you would have to fight for yourself. I smiled, tossing the sword I had grabbed at him. There you go. I can't fight. Valder Frey cried out, I can barely walk. Have mercy of this old man. Geez, talk about pathetic, I smirked. This is sad, very sad, but in a good way, Oberyn said, approving of this situation. Coward, Not even in death you have honor, Ned Stark growled. Grabbing a second sword from the ground I started to approach the old man, with a smile slowly forming on my face as I eyed the girl he had forced to take his seat and marry him. An idea of sorts came to life. Lady Joyous Aaronford, how would you like to kill this man? I mean you kinda look like you want to slice his dick. No. I won't die at the hands of a weak, and the old man couldn't finish his sentence for I had punched him with enough strength to render him immobile but no unconscious. Your Grace. Desire, overwhelming desire, she was afraid of me, but I could see she wanted to take my offer more than anything. I don't think letting the young lady do that is a wise idea, Ned Stark said, a bit uncomfortable with my decision. We need to purge our own demons, Lord Stark, and for her to ever be at peace. She has to do it, you don't have to like it, but she has more rights than I do to kill him, I said with a tone that said my decision was final. I couldn't agree more, Oberyn said with a serious tone, probably imagining how he would make Tywin suffer or something. I want to kill him. Joyous Aaronford said with tears running down her eyes, anger, happiness, disgust, sadness, a turmoil of emotions going through her at the same time. Sure, enjoy, I choose you to be my champion, I nodded, leaving the young lady alone with her husband. After all, I had a castle to clean up, and an army to regroup, and the screams of pain of Valder would surely make this night memorable. 96, Chapter 93. Author note. .u////u. If you want to read up to 17 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. The screams of pain that the last fray was letting out filled the castle walls for hours, making for quite the BGM. I had no idea what the lady did to him while he was alive, but it sure sounded painful, very painful. What I didn't take into account at all, was that once Valder died, the young lady Aaronford would decide to end her life, cutting her own throat. If I had to take a guess, I would say that the idea of being pregnant with that old bastard child was more than enough to drive her to a point of no return. At the very least she got the justice she so desperately wanted. Ned Stark was still a bit uncomfortable to say something with my decision, but I frankly didn't care about his narrowed views of reality. Sometimes justice is obscure and messy, not all justice is about honor or Superman shit. Besides, even if I had killed the old man myself, she would have still killed herself. At least this way she got to die with a smile on her face, or at the very least a sense of satisfaction. But taking all the killing of today aside for a second, I was kinda grateful with the phrase. After all, they had left me with a beautiful castle very close to the south that would prove to be quite beneficial once the war with the Lannisters starts. In short, I had access to the south, while the Lannisters and Stannis didn't have access to the north, at least not direct access. What it would take me hours to move, it would take them days. I think we should regroup with Dorne first, before we start moving, Ned said, and he was right. Oberyn had only brought with him a handful of Dornish soldiers, and in the north the Martells had only sent a small part of their army. We needed their full army before moving forward. Very well, I nodded. I knew full well I had to go to Dorne myself, to seal in blood the alliance with Dorne. One thing was Oberyn supporting me, but if I didn't have his brother kneeling, then, well, things could go south if they decide to stop helping me. Lord Stark, you are in charge of my army and people in my absence. Don't engage on combat unless is unavoidable and totally necessary. I'll be back. I suppose I'll go with you. Oberyn smiled. We have an army to bring, and some Lannisters to kill. I chuckled. Tywin Lannister POV. Peter Baelish has requested to see me. He said he had wonderful news, and I couldn't help but wonder what was this little worm planning. He thought he was so clever, so cunning. But even a blind child could see through his pathetic schemes, but at times he was useful. Reason why he still breathes. Lord Hand, Peter Baelish greeted as he entered my office. My time is worth gold, Littlefinger. Speak, and for your sake go straight to the point, I said, taking a sip of my cup of wine. As you wish, Peter Baelish nodded. I wanted to let you know, Lord Hand, that I have taken care of Ronard. Soon we will be hearing of his sad demise. Isn't that wonderful? How could this worm say that he took care of our main enemy? If that was so easy, I would have done so already. Besides, Ronard was still on the twins. What has he done? What have you done? If my suspicions were right, Peter Baelish convinced the phrase to try and kill Ronard, but only a brainless piece of shit would ever think that would work. Ronard wasn't Ned Stark. He wasn't blinded by stupidity. He was playing the game, quite superbly if I might add, and he knew the best way to play it was to trust nobody, meaning an assassination attempt even by using the guest rights would prove to be useless. The kid defeated Bravos for fuck's sake. I made a deal with Lord Freytoo. The moment his mouth confirmed my suspicions, he met the full force of my fist colliding with his teeth. Guards, take him to a room, and don't let him leave, I ordered the guards, who started to drag the imbecile off my presence. It was the best way. Peter Baelish shouted, trying to defend his case. Stop, I ordered the guards, let me make a wild guess of what will actually happen. Ronard will go talk with Lord Frey. Lord Frey, being that he has no loyalties, will try to get a bigger offer. Once he doesn't, he will try your plan, but, surprise! Ronard knew all along, and kills everyone, taking hold of the only straight passage to north. He is just a brat. We will. Peter Baelish tried to defend his idiotic point once again, but a slap proved to me efficient in shutting him up. You know why I know how things will play out? I asked Peter Baelish, who shook his head, afraid at this point for his life, because that's how I would have done it. If I were on his place, things would play exactly as I told you. People seem to underestimate him, because he comes from the north, others because he is young and some because he comes from a small house, but I don't underestimate him. I might have at the beginning, but he proved I was wrong, and Littlefinger, unlike many. I learn from my mistakes. I understand. Peter Baelish once again tried to talk, but I had grown tired of his annoying company. Take him, and don't let him get out of the castle. His fate is to be decided soon, depending on the outcome of his stupid plan. So you might as well pray. Peter Baelish, I said as I walked out of my solar, leaving a terrified Littlefinger behind as he was being dragged across the castle to a room. Robb Stark POV. Father had left me in charge of the house for the moment being. I was set to march with the rest of the army in a month to help them win this war, but now, that wasn't the most shocking thing. Jon, the bastard brother I always thought was my brother, was actually my cousin, a Targaryen. That revelation didn't help Mother at all. She thought this was a way of Ronard to humiliate her even more, making the bastard she hated a lord, an important lord. At this point Mother's ramblings were stupid, but I suppose I understood somewhat what she was feeling to an extent. The surprise was overwhelming, but unlike her, my mind wasn't totally dominated by her uncalled hate for Ronard. So Jon is our cousin? Sansa muttered, still in disbelief. I nodded, lost in thought. Well, that makes sense considering I don't see Father with another woman, Sansa added, and she was right. We never really understood how Father could do that, and now, things finally became clear. He's still my brother, Arya smiled. On that we can all agree, I chuckled. In the end, no matter who Jon was, Arya was right. He was our brother. He might have dragon blood on his veins, but he was a wolf all the way, and he was part of our pack. The lone wolf dies but the pack survives, and we were going to survive this war. 97, Chapter 94. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/84743b. I was finally in Dorne after a month of traveling. The Sun's Playground was the hottest region of Westeros, by a large margin. Their terrain was pretty rocky, with a lot of mountains and sand, being the only desert on the continent. Not exactly my cup of tea. I hate this climate more than anything. It was suffocating, but it would have to do for now. Isn't it beautiful? Oberyn smiled. It's unique, I nodded. I didn't want to say no, simply because sand wasn't my thing. But I wasn't here to enjoy the sights. No, I was here with one sole purpose, to discuss my alliance with Doran Martell. While it was true that Dorne was the least populous kingdom of the Seven Kingdoms, it was also true that Dornishmen were able to raise around 50,000 soldiers, and for what I had seen and heard from Oberyn, their fighting style was pretty much the same to the Unsullied, making them a force to be reckoned with. Well, while I would love to give you a tour, we have no time, Oberyn smiled. My brother is waiting for you, so let's make haste. Sounds good to me, I nodded. The faster I dealt with this, the faster I would be in the battlefield kicking the Lannisters' ass, oh yeah, and Stannis' ass. It didn't take us long to arrive at the ancestral seat of House Martell, and for a second I felt I was still in Essos. The old palace had a unique architecture with a slender spear tower coming out of it, alongside a massive stone tower, with both stretching over 150 feet tall above the ground. The old palace had a dome of gold and leaded glass, making that the throne room. The floors were of pale marble. For them not being the richest house, their castle was one of the most expensive ones possibly. Odd, I thought my brother would be here, Oberyn hummed deep in thought. Since we entered the castle he had taken upon himself to find his brother. Maybe this is his way to give me a tour. He must be at his solar. As we walked around the castle, down to Doran's solar, a girl rushed at Oberyn, hugging him. At first I thought that it was one of his many lovers, but I was proven otherwise, when she called him daddy, which still had me at doubt. But then he called her daughter, and to be honest I still wasn't completely sure. My king, allow me to present you my daughter, Tyene Sand, Oberyn smiled, as the girl bowed, and holy shit was she different to her TV counterpart, like a fucking lot. They didn't share any similarities at all. A pleasure to meet you my king, Tyene said in a sultryous tone, biting her lips. Jesus, does the horny runs in the family, the pleasure is mine. Not yet, Tyene winked at me, but soon. I kind of feel I need to sleep with an eye open, or I will wake up with her riding me. Holy fucking molly, sorry but I'm a married man, and I don't think your queen is into trios. Honey, for the sake of daddy's balls, don't hit on the king, both him and the queen are very, very scary, Oberyn pseudo joked about it. No fun, Tyene pouted, as I was lost at how different she was to what I expected. So far everyone was somewhat similar to their show counterparts, yes they had their differences, but not by this much. Tyene has a fair white almost snow-colored skin, with golden hair and deep blue eyes with dimples bloom in her cheeks, and she also had a gentle sweet voice, almost as if she was naive and innocent, perhaps that was part of her game, to make others lower their guard. Father, you are back. Another voice came into the scene. Turning around, I found a woman around 29 years old approaching Oberyn with a smile. Unlike Tyene, this one was easy to recognize. While she was indeed different to what I had expected, she wasn't so massively different that I would miss the similarities. If I was right, she was Obara Sand. Obara. Oberyn hugged her, as Tyene just kept on staring at me, with hungry eyes. Did you miss something? I inquired, raising an eyebrow at Tyene, who simply giggled in return. My king, Obara bowed, I apologize for my sister, she can't control herself at times. I could see she had a hard tough look, with well-defined muscles that screamed she had dedicated her life to the martial art way. She was a warrior in all accounts. It's all right, nothing bad with some window shopping from time to time, I smiled, it's when you get handsy, that you get into some trouble. I love that. Oberyn laughed, I will use that line sometime. Now it was only a matter of time for the last snake of the desert to appear. I wonder how Nymeria will look, would she be within what I expected or completely out of the spectrum, like Tyene? Father. Bingo, sometimes if like the universe listens to my thoughts, inwardly chuckling, I turned around to see Nymeria running towards Oberyn with a wide happy smile. Nymeria. Oberyn smiled back at her. And it seemed the only one out of the spectrum was Tyene, though Nymeria was considerably more attractive to her show counterpart. She had a nice figure, with straight black hair worn in a long braid which pulls back from a widow's peak. She had dark eyes which were large and lustrous and her full lips were wine red and curved, making a silken smile. After she hugged the ever-living shit out of her father, she turned to me and bowed, my king. A pleasure to meet you, I smiled. We have heard great things about you, they say you are a great warrior. Nymeria smiled, perhaps we could spar later. Allow me to stop you right there, Oberyn chuckled looking at his daughters, while I have no doubt you three can beat any man, our king is no man, he is an untamed beast with unparalleled skill in combat, and when I say that is because I experienced firsthand how massively outskilled I was against him. I couldn't even touch him, and if I'm being honest, he can probably take on all of us, at the same time, without breaking a sweat. Well, Tyene said biting her lips. Impressive. Obara muttered. I suppose we can still learn from a defeat from him, Nymeria said looking at me, with dare I say admiration. As much as I would love to kick your asses. I have someone to meet, I chuckled, so how about after my meeting we fight, you three and your father against me? That seems hardly fair, Nymeria said. For you that is, I chuckled. Sounds great, but the king is right, we have a meeting to attend to, Oberyn chuckled, leaving his daughters behind, as we walked to Duran's Martell Solar. The solar was like everything on this castle, incredibly expensive, with almost everything made out of gold or other precious gems. Fortunately for us, Doran was inside sitting as he was about to eat fruit that kinda looked like an orange. My king, I would bow, but you can see I can't. Doran Martell greeted me. He looked considerably older than Oberyn, even though they weren't that apart. Maybe whatever disease he had was affecting his looks. It's all right, you don't have to bow now, we first have a lot to discuss, don't you think? Yes we do, Doran smiled. Nick Fury Rave Nick Q's POV. The same motherfucker that we had stolen the Dragonhorn had retrieved another one from the old city of Valeria. But I wasn't going to let this bitch get ahead of us. Initiate bitch stranding plan now. I cawed, ordering the Krakens to attack his ships. My plan was simple. After studying this motherfucker's routine, I had noticed he was always the last one to board the ships. With that in wing, I let all his men to board the ships so that the Krakens would strike them down. What in the seven hells? Euron Greyjoy shouted in disbelief, seeing his ships and his other horn sink into the ocean. Surprise motherfucker. I said from above, it had taken me some time, but I learned that we could imitate human speech, and this worked well right now. You, talk. Euron Greyjoy said angry, I remember you. You were that weird bird that took my horn. That's right motherfucker, enjoy your stay bitch, I said as I got ready to leave, and good luck telling others about this, nobody is going to believe your ass. I will kill you. Euron Greyjoy shouted in anger. You will certainly try, but will fail, I replied, you should feel lucky that your life belongs to the Cornbringer, otherwise your motherfucking ass would be inside Jerry the Kraken. With that I flew with my squad out of the scene, leaving a very angry human behind. 98, Chapter 95. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead, go to I also have 3 chaps for the Avatar novel ready. https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Sorry for the delay, I was stuck elsewhere haha xd but good news here you go a chapter. While Oberyn was a good ally and friend, what I really needed was to see what Doran wanted. He was the head of the house, and his opinion and approval were the things that would provide me with the army I needed. Your Grace, what I want is not big. Doran smiled softly, what I really want will be barely an inconvenience for you. I want House Lannister and House Baratheon gone, out of the maps, out of the history. I knew Oberyn hated House Lannister, and while I knew they hated the Baratheons, I didn't know they were on the same level as the Lannisters on their hate list. You want me to disband their houses? I inquired. Yes, I want every member of those 2 houses that survives to be nothing, bastards, beggars, whores. I want them gone out of sight. Doran smiled with hostility. That was in general how I wanted things to be, I nodded. I was already informed by Oberyn you wanted the main Lannisters for you to play, and I agreed to that. Anything else besides those 2 things? No, that's all we have ever wanted, Doran smiled. So all that is left is for you to kneel brother, Oberyn snickered behind his brother. You have to make everything sound perverted, don't you? Doran sighed in exasperation. If not me who else? Oberyn smirked at him. No one. I sighed. With a lot of effort, Doran got off his chair, and slowly but surely started to kneel. I pledge my house and my people to your King Ronard Mormont, first of his name. I smiled at his effort, as I walked up to him, for as long as I live. For as long as my house stands we will stand by you. I gave the Lord a helping hand as I added, together we will bring upon our enemies the justice that has been denied to not only your house but the world. I desire nothing but that, my liege. Doran smiled full of hope, but his eyes denoted anger, not directed towards me, I knew that much, but still I could see his eyes sparkling with hate and excitement. After all, this was probably the first time in years he finally had the chance to let go of his emotions, because he finally had a chance to get his revenge. Well, it seems Dorne is yours, Oberyn smiled. It seems it is, I nodded. So about that fight you promised my daughters? Oberyn smiled. The king did what? Doran inquired. Oh nothing, just a friendly match between allies, in which we will get our asses handed to us. Pretty badly might I add, Oberyn chuckled. I suppose it would do us go to see how good is our king in combat, Doran sighed. Oh believe he is good, Oberyn chuckled, too good. Thanks. I wasn't sure how to respond to his praises, not really used to get them so often. The sand snakes of Dorne ve me, I had to be honest, they were good, better than the 80% of people I have killed, and at least 90% more lethal with all the poison they used on their weapons. If their opponent was anyone but me, they would have demolished the poor guy with their amazing teamwork, coordination, and skill. Oberyn alone was a beast already, and with his daughters alongside him it was as if I fought with a pack of trained animals. But regardless of their incredible skill and amazing teamwork, they met with a wall they just couldn't climb, and because of that, they were utterly defeated, one-punch style. I mean not literally. I knocked each one with a single punch after I got bored of dancing around them as I dodged their attacks. I have never felt so powerless. Tyene muttered as she turned to me, I like it. Jesus. I can feel the moist from here, still married. Your skill as a warrior is outstanding, I can't wait to fight by your side and learn from you. Obara praised me, she had taken this defeat as an opportunity to learn from me. I'll be my pleasure, I chuckled at her enthusiasm. At first I thought father was overselling your skills, but even with all that praise he came up short. I feel like a child, trying to hit the sun, Nymeria chuckled from the ground, I'm glad beyond comprehension that you are on our side. Well, while I love winning. I think it's time we move an army to the south, I smiled turning to Doran, right. You are absolutely right, Doran said, getting out of his shock, it seems that the tales of my skills were considered among the population a tad over the top. Awesome, I smiled, deciding to try the local food while I waited for Doran to mobilize his army. Doran Martell POV. My opportunity for revenge, for retribution was finally here. I could already hear Tywin screaming in pain for me as I used his pain as a lullaby. The mere thought of seeing him suffer made my day, no my life. And today was more than enough proof he was going to deliver them to me. His prowess in combat was inhuman, too perfect, too out of comprehension. He moved with such precision, with such grace, it was like he was born to fight. I had no idea if he would make a good king, and frankly I didn't care. The 7 kingdoms could burn for all I cared, as long as he did what he promised me, he would have my undying loyalty. And after that demonstration of power, I knew that he would, he was a breed for war, and for war he was going. I almost feel pity for the poor souls that will get on his way. Get ready men, we are leaving for the south in a week. I commanded, we fight for our king, for the justice that had been denied to us. For the king. For Dorne. The soldiers chanted with one voice with stomping the ground, making the very streets of Dorne shake ever so light. Ned Stark POV. Stannis was moving towards us, but why? He knew better than that. He was a war veteran. If he rushed at us, and tried to attack us while we were at the Twins he would lose. He had no chance against us, so why? Why would he commit such a stupid move? Did he had a secret plan? Some kind of plot I was not seeing? It didn't matter, Ronard had left me in charge, and I would stop whatever Stannis was planning, no matter what. We have to be ready for whatever Stannis is planning. Stannis was a very, very bad politician, but he was a good general. If he was moving there was something I had yet to see. I have already ordered the archers to be ready, Jon nodded. Good, we will need them ready for when Stannis arrives, I nodded. Melisandre POV. My prince, my light, my master was here, it was time to end this once and for all. I had convinced Stannis that the God of Light wanted him to defeat Ronard with just 5,000 men, and that he used the rest of his army to attack the Lannisters at the same time. At first he was reluctant and almost killed me, but I showed him the fire, a vision of Ronard with the crown, but he didn't see Ronard but himself on the throne, and that was all it took to push him to his own grave. Soon we'll be together, I smiled, I couldn't wait to be his tool for war and pleasure. 99, Chapter 96. Author note, .u///u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead of this novel, or 4 chapters ahead of the Avatar novel, go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. Tywin Lannister POV. Stannis was moving his entire army, or at least the majority of it, toward my house. Why and the how, was beyond me. I knew Stannis was stupid, but this was a new low even for him. But it mattered very little, his move was stupid, and I would crush him down for it, and while we would lose some men this victory would be worth it. Without Stannis on the game, I would be able to focus my entire self into erasing Ronard off the map. This was the opening we needed to destroy Stannis. He had let himself wide open, and I would strike without hesitation, and if I had any luck, I would be able to absorb whatever Stannis leaves behind. Tell Jaime to be ready, we are marching home, I ordered my men. As I walked out of the war tent, wondering what brought this stupid move on Stannis' part, I knew since the beginning he would lose, but not like this. Something else was into play, but what? Stannis Baratheon POV. The crown, the throne, the 7 kingdoms, everything was finally within my grasp. That vision, the fire showed me a brave king fighting against the others, a king that was loved, feared and respected, and that king was me. Finally I would get what was rightfully mine and bring Westeros to an era of glory and peace. Melisandre, my trusty advisor, had showed me the will of the light, and I would obey, for I was the champion of the light, the paragon of justice. I was the chosen one, and as the chosen one I had to obey my God, for he had blessed me with his pure magnificence. And for me to bathe on that beautiful glory I saw on the fire, all I would have to do was to end Ronard, with an army of 5,000 men, just that. At first I thought Melisandre was trying to kill me, but I was a fool to trust the emissary of my lord, my beautiful lord. She was but a messenger, and I had the audacity to strike her because I doubted her words, the words of my God. We will win, because the light is with us. I cried out with a smile on my face, because it was true. No matter how many soldiers they had, no matter how many walls they had, no matter how many allies they had, in the end it didn't matter, because they would fall. No man can stand against the will of a god, and I was the will of light incarnated in flesh and blood. Do not fear. The light is with us. My king. I don't think this is the best idea. Davos muttered in a barely audible tone. The will of the light is absolute. Do not fear, Onion Knight, the light will protect you, I said as I glared at him, so stay silent and obey. As you wish, my king, Davos bowed as he left my sight. No matter how much my men thought I was crazy, it would be worth it. Soon, the world would be mine. Sir Davos Seaworth POV. She finally did it. That crazy wretch led Stannis into her same level. At first was tolerable, she didn't do much, burning the monuments to the 7, that was fine, spreading the word of her religion, sure, why not? But then she decided to turn the crazy a few thousand notches above. Burning people. Kids. And here we are. Marching to our imminent death, 5,000 men against 8,000 men. Yeah, the God of Light was going to save us. He might as well burn us now and save Ronard the trouble of cutting our heads. I suppose I should make peace with what is going to happen. I lived 40 long years, more than many, I had many kids, I did many things, perhaps it was better to die here like a dog. The little lady will be sad, that's for sure, I muttered. That girl was so innocent, so naive, yet so smart, she even learned how to read better than me in less time, not that I read very well, but still, 42 years old is not that bad, at least I will be remembered, as an idiot. But remembered nonetheless. Joffrey Baratheon POV. Ronard was at last here in Westeros, and it was finally the moment to show that worm who was the superior being. I would kill and destroy everything he held dear, his wife and children would be raped to death in front of him. Seeing him powerless would cement me as the most powerful king to have ever lived. His tears, his pain, the screams of his family, they would all bring me endless hours of happiness, I just couldn't wait. Soon for now you'll do, I laughed, as I decided to focus for the moment on what I was doing, skinning one of the maids alive, while she wasn't Ronard. Her screams of pain every time I broke some, or ripped something was, the best. You should feel grateful a king seems you're worthy of his time whore, no hold her down, I will take her left eye out. MPPPPH. The maid tried to scream, her terror overtaking her, yes, this is what I wanted, seeing her face, her pain, her suffering, this was the absolute best. Bob the Raven POV. I'm Gary, unlike the majority of my high brothers and sisters, I don't have a unique trait, I don't wear weird clothes, I don't talk weird and I am not a master chef, I just plain old boring Bob. And while I might not have special abilities and or personality like some of my brothers and sisters, I would still do my absolute best to serve the great Cornbringer. Scream! Scream! I could faintly hear Joffrey shouting with pleasure, deciding it was best to investigate, I flew to the source of the sound finding Joffrey with a skinning knife above. Oh God! Caw! For the love of corn! Well, it's settled, inbreeding between humans is an atrocity against every natural law, I cawed leaving the area, feeling sorry for the poor thing under him, but soon that mutilated human would have the justice his or her mutilated body deserved. Ronard was that for everything justice and corn, not necessarily in that order. Daenerys POV. Yunkai was ours, with every masthead hanging on the wall of the city as a display of what happens when you try to oppose the might of the bears and the fury of the dragons. My queen, Dario Naharis said as he knelt down, there are reports of the other slaver cities preparing for you. No matter how much you prepare for a natural disaster, when it hits there is nothing you can do, no matter how much they tried or prepared, they would fall. My queen, Miss Sandai said as she entered the throne room of Yunkai with Geralt on her arms, the young prince has been asking for you for hours. Mama, Geralt babbled, extending his arms towards men eager to me on my arms. The princess is sleeping, Miss Sandai answered before I could even ask, she was definitely the best babysitter I could ask for. You wanted to be with mommy. I smiled, as I bombarded my sweet little bundle of joy, my treasure with kisses, all right, you can be with mommy, how can I say not to that cute face? Is like switch. Dario muttered. You said something. I inquired with narrowed eyes. He did let me burn him. Crow flew towards him, he was now bigger than bear. Could you please stop trying to burn everything? Rhaegar did the same but for some reason slapped his brother with his tail. Neltharion is out there with dad, while we stay here doing nothing. It's not fair. I want to burn things too. Crow hissed at his brother probably angry for the tail slap. I know, but focus that burning desire into other things like training or I don't know. Singing? Rhaegal hissed back calmly. Burning desire. Was that a pun? Crow narrowed his eyes at Rhaegal as he hissed. Maybe. Rhaegal hissed one last time flying out of the room, with Crow chasing him close behind. I will get you. Puns are stupid. Alright, that pun didn't tip the scales in my favor. Argh. That was the last one I'm sorry. Without Ronard I can only imagine what are they saying, I chuckled, wondering what were my two dragon babies fighting about. Alright, let's stop. I don't want this battle to drag on. I will burn your balls. Maybe wisdom beyond human understanding, or maybe just a playful game between brothers, no one would ever know. 100, Chapter 97. Author note, .u////u. If you want to read up to 15 chaps ahead of this novel, or 4 chapters ahead of the Avatar novel go to https://www.patreon.com/cornbringer. Join the Discord channel so we can chat and maybe exchange ideas for novels. https://discord.gg/8474223b. I woke up once again to the scorching sun of dawn. Today was the day we were supposed to leave this litter box Oberyn calls home. I have sand in places where sand should not be in any circumstances, but I had to be a good guest, but God I hate sand. My king, my father wants to see you, Tyene said as she entered my room without knocking. One of the many reasons I wanted to leave this place besides my powerful hate for the sand around, was that Tyene was literally trying to get into my pants, like really trying, and usual methods to stop this shit didn't work because apparently she kinda liked that. The more aggressive I got letting her know I didn't want her, the more, sexy I would become. Thanks, I'll be there in a min, I grumbled, wondering if breaking her arms would put a stop to her shenanigans, because, not even Oberyn could. It's a pleasure, Tyene said biting her lips, as she approached me with a hungry look. Okay, I tried being vocal about it, but that didn't work, so I'll be physical with you, I smiled with no emotions behind the smile besides annoyance and a tad of anger. Try hitting on me again and I will snap your neck, is that clear? Tyene smiled, Crystal, my king, and even after a threat the fucking crazy bitch was horny, what is wrong with these people? I swear is like she took what Oberyn had and turned that shit to 100, like even Oberyn has a sense of self-preservation, but this crazy bitch has none. Even if I was single I would not fuck her, not at all. Rule number 1 of the man manual, you don't stick it in crazy. Begone now, I grunted, pushing the crazy woman off my room. Nick Fury Rave Nick's POV. My mission to stop the bitch-ass motherfucker of Euron who fucking cares was a total success. The idiot was stranded, walking alone, slowly succumbing to his imminent death, and I was here with my special squad, enjoying every moment of it. I can't die here. Euron muttered weakly, he was starving, and very weak. Oh no, are you dying? I flew toward a rock nearby, if so let me get some corn, I wanna enjoy this show. You fucking talking bird. I will eat you. Euron growled crawling over to me. Oh no, if only I could fly, oh wait, I flew off the rock, well boys load your guns and shoot. I ordered my squad who did as they were told, enjoy what's for dinner bitch, soon after every raven took a number 2 on him, enjoy is the chef's special. I will end your fucking species, Euron growled, his clothes and head covered in bird shit. We'll be back after lunch. The boys are practicing their aim, so we'll be back after every meal. I flew off with a sense of satisfaction after I said that. I wasn't entirely sure he would survive long enough to get anywhere. Back to Ronard POV. After my usually unusual morning, the ravens fill me in with what was going on in the twins. Apparently Stannis had decided to attack the twins and was marching to his own death. If I had to take a guess, Melisandre was behind all that. Stannis was way too experienced, way too seasoned in the art of war to come up with such a strategy. So let me see if I get this straight. Oberyn said, taking a deep breath, Stannis is marching towards the twins with 5,000 soldiers, while everyone knows you have around 5,000 soldiers waiting for you. Plus another 45,000 coming from Dorne. That's the summary yet, I nodded. That sounds like a very, very stupid idea, Doran commented, but I suppose we shouldn't complain when the enemy makes mistakes. I suppose, Oberyn nodded. Well, it's time to go, I said clapping my hands, getting their attention. Now that we know Stannis is a thing of the past, we need to move fast, because this also means, I'm the only target the Lannister have left. Wise choice my king, Doran smiled. It took a week but I finally had what I had come for, an army of 45,000 Dornish soldiers ready to fight and aid me in my quest. Time to board the ships, I smiled, happy with how things were going for me so far. Neld Harrion Mormont Rave Nick's. Father had left me on Bear Island with one order, to wait for his signal. He wanted me to stay hidden until the time for me to flight with him into the battlefield came, and there was nothing I wanted more than that, to prove him I was a good warrior like him, a dragon in body, a bear in spirit and a raven in brains. I would soon burn his enemies away, and protect our family like he does, the Lannisters. Fuck them I'll burn them, the Baratheon fucks those two I'll burn them, the champion of who knows what? Fuck that guy too I'll burn him, I will be so strong that father will have to rely on me. Fuck yet. I growled as I breathed fire into the sky. Stop that! A horse complained, you will start another fire, last time we barely had time to stop it, poor Jimmy will never be forgotten. You are right, poor Jimmy, he will be missed, I hissed in lament. Stop talking like I'm dead. Sometimes I can still hear him, the horse cried out, he was the bravest squirrel ever. For the love of nuts it's no fun anymore. He was, I hissed in agreement holding my laughter in. Fuck you overgrown lizard. Cersei Lannister POV. The truth about me and Jaime was spreading like a plague that couldn't be contained. People were starting to question more and more the legitimacy of Joffrey. The only thing that placated them was that they feared our house, rightfully so, but still, the whispers, the looks, everything I had worked so hard to mold was falling apart, but even all this was something I could deal with. What I really feared was at some point father would start asking questions, and doubting my words. If he for a moment believed what those rumors said, he would kill us. Father only loved one thing and one thing only, his legacy, and if he thought someone would destroy it he would not hesitate to strike back. I'm afraid Jaime, I whispered as I rested my head on his chest. Don't be afraid, if push comes to shove I will fight father for us, the entire world if necessary, Jaime reassured. Do you really have to leave? I inquired, wondering why did he had to go and fight for Casterly Rock when all that mattered was here. It's my duty, I fight for you and my children, Jaime chuckled, and I always will. Don't you dare to die, Or I'll kill you, I muttered. Only you could do that, Jamie laughed. Olena Tyrell POV. Stannis has finally did it, he well full crazy on us, attacking without strategy, without nothing, to think he was one of the many options I had considered for an alliance knowing his wife was unable to birth him a boy, but I'm glad I didn't move the pieces towards him. But I suppose I can respect his stupidity to some extent. He is dying on his own terms after all, not many men can say that. Once a stupid man always a stupid man, now that he had decided to die, all there was left was Ronard, and his allies. This was where the real war started. Ronard had 3 kingdoms behind him if we counted the Iron Islands he previously conquered. Grandmother, the wedding is in a month, aren't you excited? I smiled looking at the poor naive girl I loved so much. She was smart but her own innocence and ambition blinded her to the truths of the world. She was marrying and because of that she would hold the title of a queen, but did that really matter in the end if we didn't win? She was way too carefree for what was happening around, but I suppose it's my duty to worry for everyone in this family, for now that is. I'm thrilled, I replied.